Good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for keynote address for Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Vijayan Sugumaran. Sir is a professor in Auckland University, Rochester. Sir has contributed diligently in the field of data science and big data analytics and is a man of distinct vision. Sir has done his PhD in information technology from George Mason University, USA. Sir is a distinguished university professor of management information systems and chair of the Decision and Information Sciences Department of Auckland University. Sir has contributed his research in the areas of big data analytics, business intelligence, ontologies, semantic web, intelligent agent, multi-agent systems, and many more. Sir has published over 250 peer-reviewed articles in journals, conferences, and serving on the editorial board of many journals. With these technical acumen and distinguished work, sir, we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Supriya. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm
Thank you,
very
sir.
excited to be part of Confluence 2022. This is my first time participating, but it looks like a pretty well-organized conference, a lot of interesting papers and presentations. So I'm very happy to be part of it, and I promise I will participate in the future years to come.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let me share my screen and
Yes, sir.
then talk a little bit about one of my projects. So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to kind of provide an overview of one of the projects that we are working on here at Auckland University related to wearable technologies in healthcare and how we can make use of them for providing quality healthcare. Okay, so before I get started, a little bit of background as to where we are located in the US. So map of US, Michigan is here. We are in a city called Rochester, which is very close to Detroit. And so we are suburbs of Detroit. So many of you may recognize the city of Detroit. It's the automotive capital of the US. We used to say automotive capital of the world, but I don't think we can claim that anymore. So this is the picture of downtown Detroit. And so the building on the top right is the headquarters building for General Motors. And then the bottom right is the headquarters building for Chrysler. And then the bottom left, this is the headquarters building for Ford. So we have Ford, Chrysler, GM. So these are the three main automakers in the US. These are all various images from Detroit, just so that you have some idea of where I am talking to you from. Okay, so Auckland University is in Rochester, Michigan. Okay, so a little bit of background about wearable technologies, and so we all know Fitbits and then smartwatches and things like that, right? And so they're all obviously very good examples of wearable technology. But then, we also have a lot of implanted devices within our body as well, like pacemakers and, things to monitor blood sugar level and so on and so forth. So all of these are generally kind of categorized as wearable technology. I mean, obviously, these are all just basic sensors, and then they can measure certain attributes. They can generate a lot of data. And so how do we collect this data? How do we process it? And how do we make use of it so that we can provide quality healthcare? And so that's sort of the backdrop for this project. Okay. So wearable technologies are, becoming very popular. And so in India, for example, the growth of wearable technology, as you can see in this graph, is rather increasing. And so in the future, it's going to get only bigger. So why are wearable technologies very popular these days? Basically, IoT, and also in a connected world, so now we can pretty much connect everything into a giant network, and then we can start to collect large amounts of data, right? And so that's why uh, wearable technologies are becoming very essential these days, and so we can collect very useful information using them, and then use that to provide personalized care, right? And so we get very specific data from each of the patients, and so we can make use of that data to customize the care that we can provide to them. So personalization is made possible by the use of some of these wearable technologies. Since we get data on a continual basis from these devices, we can be a bit more proactive and be precise, and do early diagnosis, right? And so these devices also help in remote patient monitoring. We can monitor whether people are taking their medication, for example. And so there are a number of useful ways in which we can um, collect and process and uh, use this data for improving the quality of care that we can provide to our patients. Okay, so as I mentioned, the growth of wearable devices is sort of almost exponential these days, and so the market penetration rate has steadily increased, as you can see from this chart, and it's only going to get bigger. And so there are a lot of companies that are getting into this market segment because there is quite a bit of money to be made, for example, but then also provide quality healthcare for patients so that we can actually make a difference in patients' life, particularly those who are suffering from chronic diseases, right? So the next few slides, I have some examples of wearable devices. So fitness trackers like Fitbit, right? And so we all use it when we go for walking or jogging. We can keep track of the number of steps, calories burnt, and all that good stuff, right? And so Fitbits are, very popular these days. And so you can collect lots of data. You can see your performance over a period of time, and you can do all kinds of charting and stuff like that. So it helps us to keep track of what we are doing, and also set some goals so that we can make sure we are meeting our objectives. Smart watches, right? A class about fitness, Fitbits, for example. So we can do basic tasks, even making phone calls, sending simple messages, and so on and so forth. So these kinds of devices are very useful for movement disorder patients, like, for example, people who have Parkinson's disease, right? Because their limbs sometimes shake uncontrollably, and so these devices can monitor when they have episodes, and how frequently they are having these episodes, and how vigorous it is, and so on and so forth, right? And so these devices are very useful for measuring different kinds of physical and vital signs. And so you have heart monitors that can measure the heart rhythm, for example. And so if we see deviation from allowable range, then somebody could be alerted, and we can kind of help the patients. So smartwatches actually do quite a bit of stuff these days. Wearable ECG monitors, able to measure electrocardiogram and then send the results to doctors or nurses who are monitoring the patients, right? And so these are very useful devices. And typically, ECG monitors used to be pretty cumbersome. They'll hook you up with all kinds of um, sensors and stuff. But these devices are very simple to use. You just put it on, and then we can start to track, right? And so you can measure, how much distance, elevation. Swimmers use this quite a bit, right? And so very easy to use with lots of good functionalities. Okay, wearable blood pressure monitors, right? And so people who have hypertension, for example, they can wear this, and these monitors can take measurements periodically, and then if it notices some abnormalities, then we can notify the health personnel, right? And they also can store a certain amount of data, up to 100 readings, or depending upon the memory, you can store quite a bit of data in these devices as well. And so they are very useful in terms of not only getting accurate measurement, but also trying to get the trend over a period of time, so that if there are some deviations or some abnormalities, we can send a notice to somebody that can provide some advice, or take care of the situation. Okay, biosensors also very popular. You can stick them in any part of your body, and depending upon the type of the sensor, it can start to collect some data. So these are all simply adhesive patches, and you can put them anywhere on your body, for example, right? And so these are very useful devices for measuring certain vital signs. Um, AI, medical monitoring wearables. So now all of these devices are getting more intelligent, quote unquote. So we can not only, put sensors to measure vital signs, but we can also load up some algorithms, some machine learning algorithms into these devices themselves, so that they can do some initial processing, and then maybe even recommend corrective actions to the patients locally. If things seem to get too out of control, then maybe somebody else would be notified as well. So for example, people with chronic diseases like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, so these monitors can look for trends, and then even try and predict if there's going to be a heart failure or some episode that's going to happen within a short period of time, right? And so these devices are becoming increasingly intelligent, so to speak, right? So athletes wear sweat sensors, for example. So as you can imagine, when we do physical activity, we sweat, and then we lose a lot of electrolytes, and so these sensors can measure precisely, what the athletes need replenishing, and so on and so forth, right? And so these sensors are very popular in sports. Okay, so all of these devices are, we start out as, okay, fine, these are nice things to have. We can do some interesting things with it, but they all can play a good big role in the larger scheme of things, right? And so we can deploy these sensors and then collect large amounts of data from the individual patients on a regular basis. And then we can also tie this into the electronic medical records, so that this forms a big piece in terms of assessing the health status of the patients, and also being able to provide timely diagnosis and care to the patients, particularly chronically ill patients. Okay, and so these devices are very useful in terms of being able to collect data in real time, and then be proactive in providing healthcare to the patients. Okay, and so in order to kind of uh, integrate this into a broader context, we need to have uh, set up within the healthcare domain, right? So hospitals typically use electronic health EMR systems, electronic medical record systems, for example, right, where they keep track of all the clinical data and then diagnosis, clinician notes, and so on and so forth, right? But all of this data that we collect from the patients on a day-to-day basis using these wearable devices, we need to be able to integrate that with the larger context and then process the data so that we can provide some valuable information to the physicians. And so, we need to deploy these devices on individual patients, for example, and then we can set some goals up, for these devices. We track the progress of patients, collect a lot of data. We can synchronize that with the other data coming from EMR systems and things like that. And so we forward the raw data and then analyze it. Maybe we can do some trending charts and do some visualization and then present that to the healthcare providers so that they can make some diagnostic decision or what kind of treatments to be given to the patients. And so the wearable devices can play a major role in providing quality healthcare for chronically ill patients. Okay, so in order for that to happen, obviously we need to have a good database backend, so to speak, right? And so these wearable devices are going to be pumping in data, continuously or near real time or quite frequently. And so we need to be able to acquire that data, put it into a big data management environment. Sometimes the data may be dirty. We may need to do some preparation and cleaning. And so then we can put it into some big data environment, for example, so that we can use the big data analytic tools to process this data and then generate some useful information for the clinicians to kind of act upon. And so we can think of a sophisticated backend data management environment and then provide APIs so that the end users can use these APIs, build their own applications, and then use them to pull certain data on demand, or important data could be pushed to the end users. And so in order to be able to do all of those things, we need to make sure that we have a good environment set up to be able to facilitate all of these kinds of activities. Okay. So if we do set up a data repository, a data warehouse, or a data lake where we constantly upload data, then that gives us the ability to kind of analyze the data, maybe build machine learning models, use the data for training and validation and testing. And so we can analyze that data, build lots of predictive models, and then communicate the results to the end users, be it doctors or nurses or other healthcare providers. And then, we can also do predictive modeling based off of the data that we have collected, so that we can try and predict if somebody is going to have a bad episode of chronic failure, things like that, right? And so having this data and putting it into a broader context makes a lot of things possible in terms of being able to proactively monitor the patient's health and then provide care as and when needed. Okay, so some of the things that we can do if we start to collect these data at a personal level, for example, so if I'm using Fitbit or smartwatches and stuff, I can collect data, my own performance data, right? How many steps did I take today? How did I do for the whole week? How did I do for the whole month, right? And so since the data is available, we can do all kinds of visual representations, analyze the data, aggregate, and drill down and those kinds of things. So it becomes very easy once we collect this data. And there are lots of apps, you can use your smartphone to tap into this data and then generate all these useful charts and graphs. And you could do comparative charts, what did I do, this month, previous month, or, the last 6 months, for example. And so we can set goals and also trying to make sure that we are reaching those goals as well. We can build applications where they can say, well, you didn't meet your goals for this week, so you got to, make up some ground, or, so we can make a lot of recommendations as well, right? And so these kinds of applications are very useful to keep the patients engaged and kind of participate so that they take care of their own health, basically, right? And so these applications and devices can be very, very instrumental. Okay. So a longer term, so if you look at a community of users, then we can start to build some applications that can monitor a group of patients or patients with a certain type of diseases. And so, they can all connect with each other, talk to each other, provide support. And so we can, connect these chronically ill patients and actively monitor them, provide tools for them to motivate themselves, right? And so at the end of the day, patients have to take care of themselves. There's only so much the healthcare providers can do, hospitals can do, right? And so, having these kinds of programs and devices and applications keeps them in the game, so to speak. Okay, and so in a broader context, so we can actually even build a clinical decision support system infrastructure by combining, a lot of the data that comes from a number of different sources, right? And so obviously from a patient level, we can use a lot of these wearable devices to collect a lot of individual data. We can also connect the hospitals, EMR systems, emergency rooms, and also elder care, homes and stuff, where we need to monitor, older folks, making sure they take the medications and, do what they're supposed to do. So we can imagine an environment where all of these data sources are connected so that we get a complete picture of the patients. Hospitals are very interested in this because typically what happens is, after the patient gets treated, they get discharged. But if they come back to the hospital within a certain time period, if they get readmitted, then, the assumption is that the hospital didn't take care of them very well, right? And so the insurance companies don't pay them much. And so hospitals are very interested in monitoring the patients even after they leave the hospital premises. And so all of these wearable devices may be very useful in making sure that the patients don't come back to the hospital, right back. Okay, and so we see a lot of use for these kinds of applications. So typically, we can monitor the health of patients by using, one or more of these wearable devices. Not everybody's going to have all of this, but people may have, 2 or 3 of these wearable devices. And so we can create what is called a body area network. And so all of these devices can, send data through reliable channels. And so we can aggregate them, send it to the hospital backend so that, we can process and provide necessary help to the patients in terms of what they can do to help themselves. Okay, so it's all well and good, right? So I painted a very rosy picture. All of these things are going to be working smoothly, and everything is going to be hunky-dory, right? But well, in reality, there are a lot of things that we need to worry about, in order to make this actually work well, right? So even basic stuff, in terms of data collection, right? So we assume that there's very good connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi and cellular services. What happens if the service is not reliable, right? And so whatever data that gets generated and transmitted might be corrupted, right? And so how do we deal with dirty data? And so we need to worry about those kinds of things, right? And so it's easy to say, well, we collect this data, store it, and process it. But we have to put in the necessary infrastructure. Basically, we need to have a good backend database or data warehouse or a data lake, a large repository, right? How do you manage that? What kind of APIs we provide for end users so that they can pull the data when they need and on the right data at the right time, so to speak. Okay. Storage also would be an issue, even though storage is not that expensive compared to, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago. But still, we're generating very large amounts of data. And so data management eventually will become an issue as well, right? And so, there at some point you reach a limit, right? And so we need to worry about data storage issues, data management issues, data quality issues, who has access to what data, because people can misuse it, particularly sensitive data. In the US, for example, people are very protective of healthcare data. I'm sure you have heard of the HIPAA rules, and so privacy is very important here, almost to the extent that different parts of the hospital won't even share the data with each other. So it's that bad. So we have to worry about data management, data curation, data lineage kinds of issues as well. And then also interoperability between various systems, right? And so in a large hospital, every unit is on a silo. And so the systems that they use don't probably talk to each other. And so that's why the whole EMR system came into existence. But even that didn't solve all the issues as well. So data management is still an issue. Okay, data preparation, processing, and cleaning up. These are sort of the usual issues that we face in a big data environment. Okay, privacy issue, as I mentioned, is also very critical here, at least in the US anyway, right? So we hear of all the cyber crimes that happen, in different industries, banking, automotive, insurance, and so on and so forth. In healthcare, it hasn't been that bad, but I'm sure there'll be a day when personal health data becomes quite sensitive and valuable, and so people are very concerned about the privacy of their healthcare data, right? And so, people wear Fitbit, they keep track of the logs of their jog or walk. They put it up on social media and stuff like that, right? But there are lots of cases where that actually resulted in problems. So, for example, there was one case not too long ago, soldiers, jogging around the army base, for example. So they are logging exactly where they're going, how far they're running, what is around the army base. So all of this data is published, and so then people may get hold of this data and probably do something bad, right? And so we have to be very protective of the healthcare data as well. Okay, so then the next issue is, how do people think about the privacy issue? In the US, I mentioned people are very protective of it, but if you think of Asian countries, people really don't pay attention to these kinds of issues, right? And so if you think of India, healthcare data is given to the patients. Patients carry their files with them, right? And so, but that would never happen in the US, right? And so privacy is big. And so how do people react to loss of this healthcare data, right? And so that's the other aspect that we are studying, as part of this project as well. So the relevant literature that relates to this is, fear appeals theory. So, for example, what if somebody gets hold of your, very sensitive healthcare data? How would you react, right? And so the reaction would be, well, you'll be petrified, right? You will be very afraid, what people are going to do with that data, right? And so how do people react to, events that are pretty fearful or dangerous, right? And so the fear appeals theory provides a nice background for us to be able to study how people perceive the importance of healthcare data. And so the uh, coping theory mechanism actually is quite applicable in this situation as well. If you think about, if you run into a dangerous situation or an event, what is our normal reaction? We first try to assess, is there a threat? Do I perceive a threat? Right? If there's no threat, obviously, you don't have to worry about anything. But if you do perceive a threat, then we do what is called the secondary appraisal. Basically what that means is, can I cope with this dangerous situation? The ability to cope, right? And so if you think you can manage it, then you try to solve that problem. And so that's typically referred to as problem focused coping. But if you think, oh man, there's nothing that I can do about it, and then you get very afraid and very emotional. And so that's typically referred to as emotion focused coping. And so when people reach, dangerous or, a bad situation, either they could do problem focused coping or emotion focused coping. And so we don't know how people would react, right? And so we did an empirical study in terms of figuring out how people would react if all of a sudden their healthcare data is stolen or compromised by somebody. And so we came up with some hypothesis and then built a model. And so first we figure out if there's a threat. And so if there's perceived threat, it'll have a negative impact on perceived efficacy. If you perceive a threat, then either you're going to do problem focused coping or you're going to do emotion focused coping. And so we kind of hypothesized that if you perceive a threat, there is a negative relationship with the problem focused coping and a positive relationship with the emotional focused coping. And the converse is true for perceived efficacy, right? And so we collected data using this research model, and then we analyzed the data, and then see what hypotheses are supported by the data. And so we had about 4 hypotheses. And so the hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 2 and 3 were supported by the data. But the hypothesis 4, perceived efficacy, did not have any impact on problem-focused coping or emotion-focused coping for that matter, right? And so basically the conclusion is that, when your healthcare data is compromised, and if you think there's not a whole lot that you can do about it, then you get very emotional, and so you fall back to emotional focused coping. And so that's sort of the major conclusion of this pilot study. Okay. Anyway, so it's nice to say, well, all these healthcare wearable devices are very useful, in terms of being able to collect data, do timely diagnosis, and provide quality healthcare. But then also there's a dark side to it. What happens if the data gets compromised? How would people react to it? And so we need to balance both of them. So the trade-off between the positives and the negatives. And so that's sort of a quick summary of this project. Anyway, I'm over 30 minutes time, so I better stop. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if people want a copy of this presentation, I'll be more than happy to share it with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, this session is going virtually. So if there is any query from the attendee side, we will share with you.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you again for the opportunity. I'm very happy to be part of Confluence 2022.
Thank you for your enlightening words, sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you give insights about data analytics and privacy issues for wearable technologies in healthcare. I believe your words have set new levels of expectation that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. We are highly grateful to you have you with us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
enjoy the
sir.
rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
So the next session will be on the
Bye.
same room itself.
Yes, sir. Yes,
If I
sir.
want to participate. Okay. All right. Very good. So can I stay on, or do I have to log off and come back in? Or does it
Sir,
matter?
sir, it doesn't matter if you want to
Okay.
attend.
Okay. I mean, I would like to listen to at least, one or two more presentations before it gets too late. It's already 11:30 or 11:20 here in the night. And so
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Ankit, sir, are you here? Ankit, sir.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Good
Hello, sir.
morning or
Good morning,
good
sir.
evening, good night, wherever you are. Happy to be here. I see Dr. Abhay Bansal is also here. Hello,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bansal. Good to see you. I mean, good to read your name right now.
Sir, can we start?
Yeah, whenever. Should I start now?
Good morning,
No.
sir. How are you? Dr. Madhulika this side. I hope you remember me.
Hello, Dr. Madhulika. How are you? Good to
I'm
see
good.
you.
Yeah, sir. Same here. Thank you, sir, for inviting and associating with us.
Thanks for the invitation. Always happy to be
Yes, sir.
in my hometown.
Oh, okay. Okay, sir, you can proceed.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So let's see
Sir,
if I.
good morning to
Yes.
all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for keynote address for Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Ankit Agarwal, research professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Northwestern University, USA. Sir has contributed diligently in the field of artificial intelligence and big data analytics and is a man of distinct vision. Sir has done specialization in interdisciplinary artificial intelligence and big data analytics via high performance data mining. Sir is co-leading the AI group at the Center for Hierarchical Materials Design, a $60 million NIST-sponsored Center of Excellence. Sir has co-authored 150 plus peer-reviewed publications, co-developed and released 15 plus software, delivered 15 plus invited keynote talks at major conferences, universities, and companies all over the world. With these technical acumen and distinguished work, sir, we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
All right. Thank you so much for the kind introduction.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Let's see if I can share my screen.
Yes, sir. It's
Do you
visible.
see my screen? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
It's visible.
Okay. Do you see it in full screen mode now?
Yes, sir. First screen.
All right. Oops. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks again for the kind introduction and the invitation. It's a pleasure to and an honor to be here and presenting this this talk. So today I'll be talking about some of our work on integrating artificial intelligence and HPC, high performance computing, for accelerating science. These are my team members and collaborators, because coming from a CS background, most of this work that we do with domain collaborators like material science and other domains is in collaboration with domain experts. So we have collaborations with different universities, national labs, federal agencies, and industry, and so on. And these are the funding agencies that have supported our work here. So, okay. Okay, so let's begin. So before I go into the talk, a brief background and introduction of our the research that I do and our group as a whole. So in this era of big data, we strongly believe that there are two fundamental technologies of computer science, high performance computing and data mining, that need to be integrated more than ever before if you have to solve the big data challenges. So in our group, we call it artificial intelligence and high performance data mining, where we integrate them. And I personally am also very interested in applying this into various domains like material science and social media and healthcare and so on. And I'll give some examples from material science, particularly in this talk.
Thank you, Ankitji. Before you start, it's really nice to have you. And because of COVID, we are all doing it virtually. It was always good memory we cherished before COVID, and we always feel those were the best memory we could explore. And we look forward to see you soon if COVID gets over. We are all missing, and we look forward and thank you for your time you have spent it so early in the morning. We really appreciate, and I'm sure it will change life of many students and faculty who are listening, getting recorded, getting circulated all over the places. Thank you very much, Ankitji and Vijayanji. Thank you very much to you also from Auckland University. I've come, I said I must pay my regards to you, that you all have come and sparing your valuable time. And we look forward to have various collaborations, tie-ups, anything is possible in collaboration, we can do it. So thank you very much, Ankitji, and we look forward to see you. You can please continue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bansal. It's a pleasure to see you. And of course, I remember very fondly. We were there, I think, 2 years back now. So last 2 years has been very, very strange for everyone. Yes. But yeah, we very much look forward to being able to travel again and see all of you in person.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir, as well from my end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So shall I continue?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is going to be the overview of this presentation. I'll have some brief introduction about different terminologies. There are so many buzzwords floating around nowadays: AI, machine learning, deep learning, HPC, data mining. So we'll try to just clear it up a bit. And then most of the time I expect to spend on illustrative examples from our group. First off, how to integrate this AI and HPC to make it work on big data. And then some examples of how it can be used to accelerate science. In particular, these are some material science applications, and we'll look at some of these. Okay, so let's begin. So this is one of my pet slides, paradigms of science. If you look at how science and technology has evolved over centuries, not just years or decades, we can very clearly identify these 4 paradigms of science. So in the very beginning, all science was purely empirical. Everything was based on observations. You look in the sky, look at the stars, look at different things around you, different stones, different materials. And today it is famous as the experimental branch of science. Then in the 17th century, when calculus was invented, we could take real world phenomena and express them as mathematical equations or laws. So things like Newton's laws of motion, for example, or laws of thermodynamics. These are good examples of the second paradigm of science, which is model-based theoretical science. Then with time, these equations became more and more complex and larger, and it was difficult to solve them analytically by hand. So when computers were invented in 1950s, we could now take these equations and solve them on computers and then supercomputers. So that brought about the third paradigm of simulations or computational science. And some examples of that are density functional theory, molecular dynamics, or all the weather modeling, climate modeling that we do, all the simulations. That's part of this. Then over the last 20, 30 years now, Just the sheer volume, velocity, variety of the data that is generated by these first three paradigms has far outstripped our capacity to make sense of it. So even as computer scientists, we have become increasingly adept in generating more data, in storing more data, in retrieving more data. But when it comes to analyzing and extracting meaningful insights from this data, our capacity has been quite limited. So that's where this fourth paradigm of big data-driven science comes from the picture, where data itself is a resource. In addition to all the physics we know, all the computational power we have, just the historical data can inform us to build good predictive models and so on. And in the context of materials, I described this in a perspective articles from a few years ago. You're welcome to take a look if you are interested. So this whole idea of getting insights from big data, it's nothing short of finding needle in a haystack. And I like this example very much because not only it signifies the difficulty in finding the needle, because needle is very small, hidden somewhere, and it is very difficult. Of course, it is difficult. But more than that, it is easy to find the wrong needle. Because if you're not careful, if you just take some data and take some algorithm, AI algorithm, data mining algorithm, and put it together, this will give out some numbers, and it won't know where the data is coming from. So if you're not very careful, and if you don't know exactly what algorithm to apply, what are the strengths and limitations of each algorithm, and what are the strengths and limitations of each technique, then we can very easily fall into the trap of these wrong needles. And I'll come back to that later. So what is AI? AI is the ability of machines to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. And I'm sure you have seen these kind of diagrams that deep learning is a subset of machine learning. It's a subset of artificial intelligence systems. They're all part of AI, and they're connected to at different levels. One of the classifications of AI algorithms is presented here: weak AI, strong AI, and super AI. And interestingly, all the AI that we have today, even autonomous driving, self-driving cars, the state-of-the-art example of AI, even that is an example of weak AI. So weak AI is when we have an AI model which can do very good or equivalent to human or even better for one particular task, but it cannot do everything else. So strong AI would be when AI can do practically everything the human does, and super AI is all the sci-fi movies that you see where the AI takes over the world. So that is not happening anytime soon, fortunately. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is the field of study that it's basically focused on learning without programming. So these algorithms, their performance improves as they are exposed to more data, and these concepts have been there for many decades. You can see this is from 50s, but they have always been hungry for big data and big compute, and that's where deep learning comes into the picture, which is nothing but a rediscovery of neural networks fueled by the availability of big data and big compute. So we always had neural networks for 70 years now almost, but big data and big compute were missing. So in the last 10-20 years, we have access to big data and big compute, supercomputers. So that's why deep learning has taken off the way it has. I'm sure you're aware of how successful deep learning has been in the last 10-15 years. So I don't need to go over this. But like any other technique, deep learning has its own advantages and challenges. So being the foremost AI technique right now, it's important to recognize them. So it requires big data and big compute. We already saw that. And how to get the optimal architecture for a given problem. That's a challenging problem. It's not a solved problem. And then how to interpret these models, again, is an open problem. But the advantages of deep learning typically outweigh the challenges. And the biggest advantage is that it's feature engineering free. So we no longer need to handcraft attributes like the way we used to do before. We can just give it raw data. So like in computer vision, we just give the images directly without any extracting manual features like texture or curvature, this, that. Just from raw pixels, deep learning can figure out the right features to learn from. And it's more accurate, as you can see. Deep learning gives better accuracy for big data. For small data, it is not so accurate. So this crossover point is something which is specific to a problem and a data set. So we need to be able to find that, and I'll show some of the works where we have done that. And it's also faster because although it takes big compute to train the model, once we have a model, it runs very fast. So you can get a lot of predictions in a matter of seconds or even milliseconds, microseconds. So those are the pros and cons of deep learning. There are different types of deep learning networks, as I'm sure you're aware. The most traditional type is a fully connected network, input layer, output layer, and a bunch of hidden layers. For image data, we have something called the convolutional neural networks. For sequence data, we have recurrent neural networks and its variants. And these are an interesting class, generative adversarial network, where there are two neural networks, not one. One is called the generator, one is called the discriminator. And the goal of the generator is to produce fake data. So you can think of generator as a group of criminals who are trying to produce fake currency, and discriminator like the police who are trying to distinguish between fake and real currency. So as they are trained, these two networks are trained together at the right speed, at the right rate. Then they make each other stronger and stronger till they achieve the Nash equilibrium, theoretical Nash equilibrium. And at that point, the generator can be used to do some amazing things. So if you've heard of deep fake images and deep fake videos and so on, this is the technique behind that. So we talked about AI, machine learning, deep learning. So what is data mining? How does that fit in? Data mining is focused on data. So it is the process of discovering information from data to get hidden patterns and actionable insights. And not surprisingly, it uses methods at the intersection of AI, machine learning, deep learning, algorithms, statistics, and database systems. So how to mine the data in that sense to get insights. And then HPC, or high performance computing, is the process of aggregating compute power so you can do more in less time. So imagine just having a big task and distributing it in a bunch of processors or computers, and then aggregating the result. So how to do that efficiently is one of the main things in HPC, and it utilizes again a lot of technologies at the intersection of algorithms, architecture, networking, system software, storage, and so on. So as I mentioned before, in our lab, we try to integrate them to address the big data challenges. So high performance computing drives the data mining algorithms so that they can work on big data. And then that in turn drives the knowledge discovery and the big data analytics in real world applications. So we'll see some examples of that. So first, how to integrate these two. So first example I want to give is of scalable deep learning. Again, as we all know, deep learning is very popular, very powerful, and these networks take a long time to train. So big compute, as you mentioned, and especially for images, images are very high dimensional. So convolutional neural network, depending on the amount of data you have and the network parameters, it can take days or weeks or even months to train some of these models. So parallelizing these models is very important. So in a series of works over the last few years, our group has done work on parallelizing these algorithms. So as we saw, CNN is very popular for image data, and it's extremely compute intensive, and it's important to parallelize. So there are different methods for parallelization, and these are two of the most common methods. One is synchronous SGD. SGD is stochastic gradient descent. So the gradients of the error with respect to the weights are backpropagated to update the weights. So in synchronous SGD, we just break the mini batch or the size, the part of the data that we use for updating the weights. We break it up into different parts and give one part each to different nodes. So in this case, we have 4 nodes or 4 processors. So we break it into 4 parts and let each processor work on it. And then at the end, do inter-process communications to aggregate the results. So this is called synchronous SGD. But as you can imagine, this inter-process communication is an overhead. It reduces the throughput because it's basically an overhead and waste of time. but it's needed. So an alternative to that is local SGD, where you have, let's say, 2 processors and they work on their own mini batches, and periodically they communicate. So they don't communicate at every step, but only periodically. So that is called local SGD, and both of them have their pros and cons. And you can have large scalability at the expense of accuracy. So here you see, if you increase the batch size, if you increase the size, then you can get more scalability. So because you can distribute it to more number of processors, and you can get more speed up, but your accuracy will go down. So here you see, this is a learning curve. Y-axis is the accuracy, X is the number of epochs. So as you train a model, the accuracy increases. But this green curve, which is the large batch size, it is scalable, but it is not accurate, because the accuracy is much lower than these other curves of small batch size. But the small batch size is accurate, but it's not scalable. So how to fix this? So there are, as I said, a series of solutions in these papers, which deal with communication efficient gradient averaging, overlapping this computation and communication, adaptive mini batch size refinement. So in this, for example, we start with a small batch size so that we get good accuracy, and then slowly increase the batch size so that it becomes scalable. And then also another idea is to use local SGD and synchronous SGD in a hierarchical fashion. So maybe these do synchronous SGD, but there are groups of 4 processors, many groups of those, and they at a higher level do local SGD. So there are all these different ways we can handle this. And I'm not going to go into details here, but just to show you some results here. For one of the cases, which is image super resolution problem, using the EDSR network on this div2k data set, we observed speed ups of up to 81 or 82 on 128 nodes, which you see here. So on up to 128 nodes, we got a speed of 81, which means that the neural network training, which usually takes more than 4 days, we could complete in less than 1.5 hours. And then another example is ResNet training on CIFAR10, which I'm sure many of you may have heard. This is a benchmark data set for machine learning. We got 32x speed up on 128 nodes. Here you see this point, whereas other methods, they are not scalable after 16 or 32. So actually their speed up goes down because of the overheads. But we got up to 32x speed up, which means that the training, which takes more than 24 hours, could be done in less than an hour. So this is one way to tackle the big data challenge, that you parallelize your algorithms so that if you have enough compute power, then you distribute your workload in an intelligent way and then aggregate the results. So again, more information in all these papers if you are interested. The second example in the same lines I quickly want to just mention is scalable clustering. So deep learning is one of the AI algorithms, and clustering is another very important and popular algorithm, which works on unstructured data and much bigger data sets, which are not labeled. So DBScan is one of a popular data clustering algorithm, and it can identify arbitrary shaped clusters, eliminate noise, and so on. And this was proposed many years, 20, 30 years ago. But it has been always challenging to parallelize it because of the sequential data access order. So just like in deep learning, because each layer communicates in one direction and then backward, it is difficult to break the order and parallelize. So if you're doing 100 things and they are all independent, then you can give it to 100 processors and they can do it in parallel. But if each step depends on the previous step, then it is difficult to parallelize. So that's what happens here. So for a long time, it was very difficult to parallelize these algorithms, and people were not able to get more speed up, scalability to more than 10, 20, 30 processors like that. But one of our postdocs some few years ago, he developed this this algorithm based on disjoint set data structure with domain decomposition and all these steps, which resulted in significant speed up. So here you see on big data with millions or in hundreds of millions of points on up to 8,000 processors, we got speed up of about 4,000 plus. So you could really speed up your clustering by 4,000 times. And this is using MPI, but there are other examples of other algorithms, optics and Slink with MPI, MapReduce, OpenMP. So there are, again, a series of papers here from our group which deal with this problem. And there are more examples for association rule mining and so on. So I'm just giving 2 examples here of clustering and deep learning to give an idea how HPC can be used to accelerate these algorithms so that they can work on big data. So now let's see how they can work to actually accelerate science. So here I'm giving some examples from the material science domain, and the first example is of LMNet. This is a deep learning network that we created a few years ago, which was found to learn the chemistry of materials from scratch. So let me explain. In material science, scientists typically use a simulation called density function theory to calculate the properties of materials. And it requires the composition as well as structure of the material, and it is very slow. It can, again, depending on the complexity of the material, it can take hours or days or weeks. So in collaboration with one of our material science professors in our university, who has developed this OQMD database of DFT calculations, we use that for the training, and also some data from another data set, Jarvis from NIST. And we, over the years, we built a series of models. Some are composition based. So for example, if we have Fe2O3, ferric oxide, we can use this information to calculate a library of attributes like average atomic mass, average atomic number, average electronegativity, and all these numbers can become your vector by which you represent this material. And then you can build machine learning models on top of it. So those are the composition-based models. And similarly, we can do structure-based models where we can quantify the environment of around an atom to get that representation, and then use that for building machine learning models. So this is great because a domain we should be able to add domain knowledge whenever we can, and that's a great thing to do in building machine learning models. But as computer scientists, we were also interested in something diametrically opposite. That what would happen if we do not give any domain knowledge, because that's where deep learning excels. So we built this LMNet a few years ago where it only uses elemental fractions. So for example, in this Fe2O3 example, we do not provide any of this information to the model. We only provide the fact that it has 2 atoms of iron and 3 atoms of oxygen. So 40% iron, 60% oxygen. And it doesn't even know what is iron, what is oxygen. It's just columns. It can be in any order. And the idea behind that was that what if we don't provide any domain knowledge and see what the best it can do? Just like the computer vision algorithms, they can just look at raw pixels and see what and predict in self-driving cars that here's a pedestrian, here's a stop sign, here is a red light, and so on. So when we did that, we found 20% more accurate models and faster models than the state of the art. So here you see, this is the error, so lower the better, and this is the training data set size. And this top curve is random forest with the elemental fractions. So the same input as we are using for LMNet, and this is the learning curve. When we give more attributes like this, so all these numbers are a way to add periodic table information to the model. So this will make the model stronger. So this green curve is much better than the blue curve, much lower, because it has more information. But the LMNet model is this red line, which uses the same input as this blue curve. So with the same input, we can do much better with just a few hundred data points. It can beat this curve, and a few thousand data points, we can beat this curve. So, and we also found that this LMNet model can also learn chemistry by itself. So somehow this model knew that sodium, potassium, cesium, lithium, all these group 1 elements are somehow together without our giving any information like that. And also we did some more stringent tests to recover convex cells, and this is some material science thing, so I'll not get too much into it. But this was one of the first works where we showed that how deep learning can be used for chemistry and materials property prediction, and also for inverse models for discovering new materials. So once we had a very fast model to make predictions, we could scan billions, or half a billion here, so millions of compounds to identify the most stable and best performing. And we also have a tool where you can go and put the material of your choice and get the predictions. So this is a 17-layer network. where we use deep learning for this prediction task. So the advantage in that work was that we had big data available. We had hundreds of thousands of points from the DFT simulations. But for experimental data, that's not the case, because experiments are very difficult to perform and very costly. So mostly we just have 100 or maybe 1,000 data points if we go to experimental data set. So what can we do there? So if you want to take the reap the benefits of deep learning, there is this idea of deep transfer learning, where you start with a big source data set, which can be DFT or something big that you have available, and do the model training, get a source model, and then transfer that knowledge to the small data set by using the source model as the initial point, as a starting point. So when we did that, we found so this is the modeling from scratch. You can see it starts with a very high error and goes down till here, but still not too much. But this transfer learning idea, even for very small data, even with a few hundred or less than 200 data points, it gives much lower error than the scratch models, and eventually the best model is about 50% more accurate. And there's some more analysis here. So a couple of years ago, we got this 2019 the Nature Communication article, where the properties were the same, for the source and the target property were the same. But very recently, just November last year, we extended this to cross property. So what if our source data set is a different property, but the target data set is a different property, for which the big data is not available? We found that even then this works really well. And it also has extrapolative potential. So in this test, we only train the model in this region. So these are the values it was trained on up to this blue line, and it was tested throughout. So you can see that the scratch model and the transfer learning model, proposed transfer learning model, both do reasonably well in the interpolation regime. But for extrapolation, the scratch model just fails. And the error is big, because the diagonal is where you want all your points to be. And the transfer learning model, although it is worse than this part, it is still closer to the diagonal. So this transfer learning is really very helpful for extrapolating, which is good and very desirable for materials discovery, because you want to discover new materials that you have not seen. So being able to extrapolate is a big advantage, and it's not there are not many models which can do that. In fact, machine learning field as a whole struggles with this, that it is good in interpolation but not in extrapolation. So more details in this Nature Communication article from a couple of months ago. So this is when we have small data, but we also saw that sometimes we have big data available. So whenever that is the case, one way to tackle the big data challenge is parallelization, that we already saw. Another thing we can do is deeper learning, because if deep learning is so powerful, so good, why do we stop at deep learning? Why not make it deeper and deeper and deeper? So there's a problem with that, because if we arbitrarily make this network deep, they suffer from something called a vanishing gradient problem. So here you see, for a 17-layer network, this is a learning curve, error versus number of iterations. So error goes down with time. But if you make it 24 layers, the error actually increases, and 48 layer, it increases further. And that's because of this vanishing gradient, because the way these networks are trained, you backpropagate the gradient of the error with respect to the weights to update the weights. So if the network is very deep, by the time the gradient comes to the beginning of the network, it almost dies out, because these are very small numbers. They keep getting multiplied with each other. So they become close to zero. So there is no more training. So building upon the ResNet idea from a few years ago, one of our students proposed this individual residual learning idea, where he introduced these skip connections after every fully connected layer. And it worked really great to solve this vanishing gradient problem. So in 2009, we got a KDD paper on this. And some of you may know KDD is the topmost data mining conference. And then very recently, we applied this on material specific, experimented on a bunch of data sets, all the way from 4,000 data points to 400,000 data points, with different properties and different material representations to get some insights. And that is available in this 2021 article in Scientific Reports. So we found that using this idea of individual residual learning, this error, which was 0.108 with 48 layers, it can go down to 0.038. So almost 65% reduction in the MAE, or mean absolute error. And then we also found that with different data sizes, and if you plot the relative MAE, so the x-axis here is the MAE of the best machine learning model. So anything above this x-axis means that deep learning is doing worse, and anything below this axis means the deep learning is doing better. So we can very clearly see this trend that about 20,000 data points. If your data is smaller than that, then machine learning probably will give you a better model. But if it is more than that, you can get even up to 40-50% better models with this idea of deeper learning using IronNet. So again, more details here if you're interested. The next example I want to show is of generative adversarial network, the GANs that I talked about in the beginning. So here we use this for microstructure design. So again, there are two networks, generator and discriminator. And by proper training, we could generate these microstructures, which are very similar to the original microstructure that were used for training. And these are not just visually similar, they're also statistically similar. And then when we combine this with an optimization technique, we found that we can discover the optimal microstructure for a particular property in just about 100 iterations with much better properties. So 17% better property, but just from noise. So the way these generators work is that once it is trained properly, you just put random values here. So in this case, we have 4x4 metrics, which serve as the design variables. And with the random numbers, you can get an image which is as real. It's actually fake, but it looks realistic. So this is very useful for our domain collaborators, where they can use this method to generate new microstructures and increase their data size. And there are some more advantages of this, which I'll not go, which have to do with materials background. I think this is my last example today. Industrial materials design. So there has been a lot of interest from industry who have approached us over the last few years to learn and apply these techniques in their workflow. And this is one example from Toyota Japan, who approached us a few years ago, and then we had a lot of visits back and forth, and some very interesting projects. So most of it, of course, we cannot share because of the NDAs, but this is part of it which was published. So in this work, we got some data from them, and this is a very challenging data set, because a typical processing workflow at a big company like Toyota may look like this. But to start with some materials, and in a series of processing steps like rapid cooling, molding, hot deformation, they undergo, and then you can calculate the property, or measure the property rather, at different points. So we got some data on this, and this is experimental data, very small, so just about 100 or so data points, very heterogeneous because it has numerical information, image information, and it can have all kinds of different varieties, and very noisy because it's experimental. So one of our students developed this combination model where we combine the image and the numerical data using the idea of transfer learning, because it's very small data, just 100 points or so. So using ImageNet based transfer learning, we can extract semantic image vectors from a pre-trained VGG16 model, and then concatenate it with the numerical data to train a machine learning model. So a lot of details which I'll not go through, of course, but the result was that we could, when properly built, these models had less than 5% error for two of the most important properties that they care about, which are technically called coercivity and remanence. And I forget which one is which, but these are the most important properties for magnets. And that's great for them, because these companies, they do these things at scale. So if they have a model which can tell them ahead of time that, okay, this material is likely to work or not work, then they can only perform, they can use that information to only perform relevant experiments and avoid higher end processing for unpromising candidates. So we can avoid these higher end processing if we know that something is not going to work. And that can help reduce waste and reduce save resources, reduce SEM man hours, the equipment time and the man hours, and so on. and that can result in huge savings. And then all that time and resources can be spent on identifying the promising cases and promising regions and routes of the material space, and accelerating the discovery of new materials. So again, more details in this articles. And here is a recent AI perspective article that I wrote on most of the examples that I presented today, up to that time, and more from other groups as well. I describe in this article, and this is a very gentle introduction to deep learning and its application in this field. So if you're interested, please take a look. So let's see how I'm doing with time. I think I'm a little over already. So I'm just going to let you know that there's a lot of tools available on this website. If you go, and there's a lot of code available on our GitHub page. So if you're interested, you can use these tools, play around with them, or use the code to build on it, and so on. And I'd like to end my talks with this kind of humorous take, that some people think that AI, machine learning, and big data analytics is like drinking from a fire hose to quench the thirst. And that's really not the case, because there have been numerous examples of AI gone wrong. And this goes back to my earlier example of finding needles in a haystack. So if you're not very careful, we can very easily fall into the trap of taking some data, taking some technique, put it together, and get some numbers out of it, and think that it's great. And this is very important, because you can see there are some big players involved here, because these techniques are so in demand right now. AI is so hot, and everyone wants to learn and call themselves a data scientist. And there's no harm in that, as long as you learn these techniques properly and carefully, just like anything else. So just like I cannot call myself a material scientist without going through that education and training and learning those things. What is happening, unfortunately, is that people are jumping onto this without spending the required effort. So if you spend the required effort, then of course you can become a qualified data scientist, and that's what is lacking. I was recently attending a talk from one of the people from Google, and he said it in a very nice way, that AI and the machine learning gives opportunity for great science, but it also gives opportunity for terrible science, for the same reason, because you can very easily think that you know this, and you apply, and you fall into the trap of wrong needles. So this is one message that I always like to give all the students and all the aspiring people who want to learn these techniques, that give it the proper attention it deserves, to learn the fundamentals and the strengths and limitation of these techniques, and not just not the way it is usually been happening lately, because it's very risky that way. So with that, I think this is also along the same lines. I think it's very important to have collaborations between the computer scientists and domain scientists, whether it's material science or healthcare or climate science or whatever, because only then we can understand the challenges in each other's domains and come up with good solutions. So I think with that, I'll stop, and thank you for your attention, and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your enlightening words, sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you give insights about AI and high-performance computing for accelerating science. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. We are highly grateful to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
So if there are any questions later also, please feel free to reach out.
Yes.
This is my email, and
so students can post the queries virtually. So if there will be any query, we will share with you.
Oh, okay. I see.
Because this session is going virtually.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the chat, or so probably.
So you will not be able to see.
Oh, okay. So you can see and you let me know. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I think we are over time.
Thank you, sir.
It's already late night here, so I hope,
Thank you, sir.
hope to see you in person sometime, as Dr. Bansal said. So hopefully this will be over, and maybe next year we can meet in person.
Definitely, sir.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sir. Sir Hussain, sir, are you here?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for keynote address for Confluence 2022 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering. Today, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Alamgir Hussain, Vice President and Professor, Artificial Intelligence of Cambodia University of Technology and Science. Sir has contributed diligently to the field of artificial intelligence. Sir has extensive research experience in computational intelligence, medical image processing, digital diagnosis, bioinformatics, cybersecurity, and many more. Professor Hussain has led many funded projects as an international-led investigator worth over 16 million pounds. Sir has published over 350 referred research articles, contributed to 12 books, received the FC Williams 1996 Award for an IIT Journal, UK, Lifetime Achievement Award, Channel S, London, and Best Paper Awards for 5 conference articles. With these technical acumen and distinguished work, sir, we invite you on the platform to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Supriya. And on behalf of whole Amity Universe, on behalf of our Patron-in-Chief, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, everyone, I welcome you, Professor Almgir. Thank you so very much to be with us, spending your valuable time in our Confluence, which is 12th in series. And Professor Almgir, for your reference, Amity has 11 campuses in India. We have 17 global campuses. Recently, we have taken over 170-acre campus in New York and one small campus in San Francisco. We have campus in Dubai, Singapore, London, and thank you. And we look forward to have working with you under your mentorship. We look forward various tie-ups, academic research tie-ups, and post-COVID, we would like to invite you to India. And in India, we are the first university who has launched BTech program in artificial intelligence. And if you have gone through Indian news, a lot of funding government of India has announced in area of artificial intelligence. So I'm sure your expertise, which you have in artificial intelligence, we can always work on joint projects, patent, publications, and make the world best place to live. And we look forward to have your collaboration, and we look forward to work with you. Thank you very much for your time once again.
Thank you. Good morning, good evening. Some colleagues probably in the other side of the world, or good morning, some of them, very early morning, probably late night. So is my slide visible?
Yeah.
Right, thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting me. Although it is short notice, I thought to share the new way of my thinking, how AI and new technologies can help, particularly in remote or rural people, because we all talk about high technology, all big issues, but we really look at our poor villages, those who are actually making a huge contribution in developing world and developed world. So my presentation is focused a bit more towards concept, rather specific, deep problem domain, and particularly how data-driven technology can solve many problems for villages. That's the context. As it is multidisciplinary activities, I may cover, or I may actually give some briefing about baseline work as well. So defining how AI can work for various purposes. So if you are AI expert or you are good in it, just ignore that slide if you feel boring. But I thought to cover, because of multidisciplinary team could be a tier around us to learn from each other. Right, so I'm here in Cambodia last 5 months from UK. I worked UK universities about 20 years with my PhD and postdoc in the University of Sheffield, and as a professor and lead of number of research institutions in UK. One of the core objectives I thought to come here to develop AI-powered village. People are talking about digital village, and in most cases just looking to health problem or a specific problem. But I thought, can we think of holistic solution? And that's one of the reasons I'm in developing country. So last 5 months, I took various efforts that how we can transform our knowledge, particularly AI-powered activities into villagers level. So let's look at a few things around it. Seems like my slide is moving a bit slowly. So first of all, my briefing. I born and brought up in Bangladesh, but most of the time I was in UK. And I was a bit naughty as well when I was little. I thought to give you some briefing. I studied different school, college, university, and then went to Sheffield for PhD and postdoc, and then PGC learning in Sheffield Hallam. That's my academic journey. And also did something in Japan. Thanks to funding agencies, because all these were possible only due to funding agencies. I then started my career in the University of Dhaka, then Sheffield, then Sheffield Hallam, then in Bradford, then Northumbria University at Newcastle, and Anglia Ruskin University at Cambridge, also Teesside University near Newcastle. Finally, I'm here. This is the campus we have in Cambodia. It's called Cambodia University of Technology and Science. We are offering market demand-based degree, not just traditional computer science degree, offering data science, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, robotics, automation. So new dimension of the degree in many cases, rather just traditional degrees. So my profile in brief already indicated, I don't want to repeat. But yeah, this is where my contribution mainly with 12,000 citations currently, and various research and innovation areas, funding, international activities with more than 23 countries, and a number of different awards. So that's my profile in brief. I thought to share with you that may help to develop communication or further future research and innovation activities. So the concept, so many IoT devices in the world. And if we look at the activities, these all are focused to, let's say, urban areas, smart house, smart city, smart transport, all smart activities in urban areas. Whereas we have more population in rural areas, but we are not capitalizing this opportunity for rural villages. So I thought, shall we concentrate to there, to bring our, to transform our knowledge and activities towards rural villages, but that need intelligent systems as well. So I thought to think of holistic solution, that if we solve villages only agriculture problem or health problem, it will not solve the problem. We may need to think of solving the problem, health and well-being, education, training, empowerment, agriculture, business, and finance together, so that they can actually cope well and grow well and help in GDP contribution of developing and developed countries. So as a whole, this should be connected with each other and connected using AI, connected using smartphone, cloud computing, IoTs, big data, infrastructure, and of course, game and immersive technology, the other technology element. So if we can connect them together and contribute in different angle, many of these are actually linked with each other. For example, if we look at human health and well-being, diagnosis, I'll give the example throughout. Diagnosis is one, and this diagnostic technique can be used for agriculture in similar way if we consider image processing as an example. So usually I see the same system for different data and knowledge. So we can think of same doctor with different data and knowledge as an aid for the doctors. So before I show actual complexity, I thought to let you know, particularly those who are from different domain, how AI can bring different potential in different applications. So if we look at application all around us, many mobile apps currently use AI, and we can see robot manufacturing process, driverless car, they all are using hybrid AI application in different format. So when I say hybrid, there are many AI algorithms. In some cases, we are not only using machine learning, we are using machine learning optimization, fusion model together. So I'll give example as later slide. So what is AI for the colleagues who are from different domain? Is computer system usually say where we use human intelligence, but not only human intelligence, you might see other intelligence as well, physical, biological, which commonly known as nature-inspired intelligence. So for visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, translation, for many other purpose every day what we do, we can think of computer system or electronic system to solve this problem. System, usually we define that if you give any input, the system can respond based on the input and give the outputs. Usually algorithm is the key role player. And like human body, so if we see something, we respond based on that like a system. Now, this is nature-inspired intelligence. We can see bird flocks, we can see ant colonies. Their intelligence we also use in computer system, commonly a part of artificial intelligence. So this is an example to understand actually how AI works. For example, fusion algorithm. So when we select, I try to identify a fruit out of a basket of fruits, we use rules. What is the color, size, shape, texture, volume, and that helps to identify the orange out of the basket of fruits, and similarly mango. So this is pretty similar the way doctors use NICE rules to classify and make decision for treatment. NICE is an institution in UK, because I worked over there so many years, so that's example always there. National Institute of Health and Care Excellence. So doctors actually follow the rules and make decision. Pretty similar way we actually identify orange or mango from a basket of fruits. So that's where artificial intelligence can use rule-based system for information fusion. Then if we look at most demanding, previous speaker also indicated, most demanding algorithm is the machine learning algorithm, or most prominent one in the world now. Everyone looking into it. Machine learning is the way actually human can learn, machine can learn same way. The way human can reinforce learn, machine can also reinforce learn similar way. So that's called reinforcement machine learning as well. And within there, deep learning is the most popular one due to various reasons, but particularly clustering or classification much better than usually or traditional machine learning. So when we train the algorithm saying that, okay, this is the disease and this is the title of the disease as an input of this, an output of that, the system can learn and develop a trained algorithm. So when we see new image, it can actually identify whether it is benign or malignant or other cancer. This is the same way dermatologists learn and identify type of skin disease. So if you look at the context, human learn and make decision, system can learn same way. And we can train new things as well. And the third most popular algorithm usually used for optimization. For example, optimal path finding from one place to another place. There are many trade-off parameters. So human cannot do actually more than 2 or 3 parameters to find the optimal solution. It is quite difficult because if 2 variables still possible, but more than 2 variables create problem. Therefore, we need optimization algorithm to solve the problem, like genetic algorithms, swarm intelligence I indicated earlier. So just to give you a little bit more about system, because this is where the focus is. System may have one input, one output. In some cases, more than 1 inputs and more than 1 outputs. This is what is the natural requirement. In some cases, we say feedback system, just take the output to feed it back to control the system. In some cases, we also have reinforcement model or adjustable or tunable model, like monitoring the system and control the control system so that it can offer adaptive framework. Now let's look at same AI-powered doctor, but different data and knowledge. We can think of machine learning algorithm to solve human problem, animal problem, plant problem together. So that's the concept, that how we can bring these together to solve the problem at rural area. So this is an example, like, okay, if we consider there are huge cervical cancer images we have, we can consider this is our existing data, and we can develop a knowledge using machine learning algorithm or other artificial intelligence. And we can verify or add knowledge from cervical cancer expert as well. And this will help us to develop a new process that if we have new input, that can be processed and use the AI algorithm to use knowledge model for identification, for decision making, for prediction, based on the requirement of the users. So same framework can be used for multiple purpose. Now, when we have new data, we can also reinforce our existing data and reinforce our knowledge model. This is what is happening in practical scenario as well. Doctors learn new things and they also update their knowledge out of that. And when we have existing data, we actually use data for training and testing. Particularly machine learning plays vital role for that, to generate the knowledge model. So generating knowledge model, verify knowledge model, then use this knowledge model for new inputs. If it is, let's say, new image we have, then it can identify what type of problem these images have or not, depending on the requirement of the users. So it's the same framework we can use for any type of problem for decision-making prediction. Only the thing is we may need to tune the algorithm. We may need to use multiple algorithms in some cases. As I indicated, hybrid algorithm in many cases essential. So I give some example what I did last many years, and many PhD students worked with me or postdoc worked with me. And these are lighter technology for accessing health services. We did retinal image analysis long time back using mobile phone. We did mobile-based skin disease analysis. So this is for human. And if you want to know more details, these are the published documents, which will give you a detailed picture in the journal articles. So the whole target is not just using internet. Target is only using mobile phone to have real-time diagnosis, so that we will not be depending on cloud computing or missing information when we are transferring data or images from one place to another place. And decision support system should be there, as I indicated earlier, that the framework we can use for any areas, even in business areas. So this is another work funded by Newton Research. Previous project also funded European Commission project. And this one is foot and mouth problem. This is again using mobile phone. You can see the publication in IEEE Access. Conceptually pretty similar. The framework is pretty similar what I indicated, that use the existing data, develop the model, and then train and verify the model is working, but that requires clinical trial. So this is weakness of computer science domain, that unless we really do the clinical trial, it is quite difficult to achieve the final goal. So that's where in some cases, when we do computer science related work, particularly medical domain, it stopped due to clinical verification. But this is something where we can use for animal and plant without any, let's say, ethical issues or clinical challenges. And the other work we did, like colorimetric test, is a common element for any pathological test. We can use colorimetric test for human, animal, plant, soil, so any domain. This is an example for TB testing using mobile phone, again funded by New to Fund with Malaysia, and how we can use tuberculosis disease using mobile phone. The concept can be used for urine test, saliva test, and in future you might see DNA sequence analyzer attached with mobile phone. So other diagnosis can be done using mobile phone as well. So if you take, for example, urine in a transparent test tube, you want to test, let's say, ketones. So you add sodium nitrophosphatide, it generates color. Take the image can be analyzed to understand the concentration. Now, if you look at different spectrum, probably you need to add additional device like spectrometer with mobile phone or some microscopic lens to have expanded view. So there are opportunity to build that dimension in many areas. Now, agriculture, same system for data-driven diagnosis. So this is what is our focus, that okay, how we can help our rural villages using AI and new technologies. Now, to develop AI-powered village, just one individual university or institution cannot do that. We need to work in a multidisciplinary team. We need to work with farmers. We need to work stakeholders, businesses, so that it will help in developing sustainable environment. And one of the challenges in Cambodia, they have more female farmers than male farmers. Usually, scenario is here about 51% female and 74% people living in rural area. So unless their development is there, the contribution to GDP from them will be quite difficult. So we are looking to holistic solution, agriculture, health and well-being, education, innovation, business together. And the plan is, okay, can we develop a mobile app that can actually give rural villagers what they need to develop in terms of educational skills, what they need for their health, for basic diagnosis, and share that diagnostic result with doctors in urban area. So rural and urban can have an integrated model to look after each other. Similarly, agri-tech, business tech, training. So business tech, like there are many banks, but who are offering best finance and who are offering, let's say, insurance, where is the nearest best market they can sell their product. These are missing, these are not there yet. So therefore, having mobile solution may actually help them in many ways and guide them using AI-enabled digital assistance, for example. So we call, can we make them AI-powered citizen so that they can actually address the challenges much more efficient way. And AI for learning, empowerment, assistance, training can help actually in many ways to reduce hunger, poverty, and inequality. So that's very attractive area. So we started a few projects for the last 5 months. First project we started is a knowledge transfer project, so-called UK knowledge transfer project framework. That how AI-powered drone technology can be used for various purposes. So one element is if we use a drone, the cost reduce almost like 10 times, health problem reduce a lot because that reduce the amount of chemicals or fertilizers, and service time reduce almost like 15 times. But diagnosis still challenging. So we thought, can we use hyperspectral camera with drone to analyze the condition of the plant? And that will help to actually spread fertilizer right on time, rather spreading based on time. That we have to spread after 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5 weeks. Instead of doing that, can we monitor, diagnose, and spread the fertilizer based on the condition so that it will be more effective and less fertilizer will be needed. And of course, supply chain management associated with their business is part of the projects. So we started this project with camera drone technology here in Cambodia, and it goes very well last 4 or 5 months. And this is what the idea is. Okay, they are spreading fertilizer, but they don't analyze the condition of the plants. For example, these mango trees, mango farm. So if they understand the condition, probably they can spray the right amount and at right condition for maximum impact. And the other project we started is Innovate UK funded project, how to increase still water king from production 100%. Currently, almost everywhere in the world, production rate is from the baby to full king prawn size. Production rate is about 75%. So 25% loss. Just one example, that one rural village here, they have turnover about $1 million, and they are losing about $250,000 every year. So that's huge amount of money, just one particular farm. Now you can imagine this is not only king prawn problem, it's a problem of all different types of fishes. So the idea is, can we bring IoT, AI, and other new technologies to support them to increase the productivity. So mobile app can help in parameter analysis of the water, IoT with IoTs, microscopic lenses, and AI can help in analyzing within the mobile app. For water testing, diagnosis, prediction, supply chain, and decision-making process, AI can contribute in many contexts to these particular activities. So this is an example that if we look at one particular pond, and this is actually I visited and we took the picture from various farms. I already visited actually 12 provinces at here last 5 months and try to extract the data and challenges associated with that to develop a framework. So this is a toxic effect due to food they sprayed. So we need to see actually how they can optimize it and make sure they are maintaining the water quality out of that. And if we want to make decision at here based on the different parameters of water quality analysis, and that requires fusion model I indicated earlier. So if we have big data, we can actually train the algorithm, then bring the parameters together to fuse and make the decision out of that to have appropriate level of food and maintain the quality of the water for maximizing the production. So again, same doctor and different data. You can see we can use what we develop for human. Similar strategy can be used for water. Similar strategy can be used for fishes with different diseases. You can see all images contains different information. And if we can train the algorithm, machine learning algorithm, that can give more useful outcome as an aid for the farmers to make decision based on the condition. And I also visited a farm, one of the largest dairy farm here. They produce 12,000 liter every day, 12,000 liter milk. So that turnover about $50 million every year. So it's huge industry 4.0 level activities. And that gives understanding that how we can solve using same doctor at here, like same doctor for different data. So you can see foot and mouth problem we solve for human. This is animal foot and mouth problem. So, but contextually we can use similar algorithm to develop similar strategy, decision mechanism. Only thing is different data and different knowledge associated with this data and experts. So it's data and knowledge in a sense I'm trying to indicate data coming from field, but knowledge in many cases coming from reported articles or experts who are working in this domain. So having data and knowledge together may actually give better outcomes so that the doctor can use as an aid for that. So I thought to share this idea to grow our activities globally, to develop the partnership, because this is a big problem for developing country, particularly a country like India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, South Asian countries. Most of the countries has these similar challenges. So that's my end of presentation. Thanks to all stakeholders for their for supporting various projects and activities in Camtech. And these are some of the funding agencies I had various projects with. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you
Any
for your
question?
enlightening words, sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you give insights about the AI-powered village for a developing country. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. I believe your words have set new levels of expectation that our students aspire for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. We are highly grateful to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So I believe there are no questions, or question will be forwarded to me.
Sir,
That will be great.
So questions will be forwarded to you because the session is going virtually.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
sir.
Thank you, sir.
don't take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
And
you so much,
same
sir.
with you.
Thank you, Supriya ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good
Thank
morning
you.
to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for keynote address for Conference 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote session in person, current world scenarios impede us from doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep the keynote session in virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered from your session. Today, I'm profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Vaisete from NUS Singapore. Professor Dr. Vaisete has received his BSc honors in mathematics from the University of Singapore and a PhD in applied mathematics from Harvard University. We welcome you, sir.
Hi, let me share screen first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that works. Yeah.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Thank you so much.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to the conference. It's always a pleasure to be at Confluence. So Confluence is a conference on cloud computing, data science, and engineering. Also, first of all, I forgot to mention the title of the talk. So I'm going to talk about something that I've been working on for the last couple of months, and I'm very excited about it. It's something that I've been doing with a couple of colleagues in Tehran, the Institute for Research in Fundamental Sciences. They are Mustafa Rizazad and Hamid Sabazi Assad.
Thank you, Professor Tay. It's really nice to have you.
Oh,
But
very nice to
Professor
see you
Tay, we
again.
are missing your trip to India. This is COVID who stopped everyone, not in a position to leave the boundaries. Borders are getting closed. Always advisories are available. So it has stopped everyone. But still, we said, let's keep refreshing our memory, keep friends always with us so that they remember, they don't forget. But thank you very much, Professor Tay, in spite of your so much of busy schedule. You always come and give your address to all the students and faculty, and they always cherish your presentation, research idea which you gave. It's wonderful. And whenever we come through study abroad program to US, to Singapore, visiting NUS will always be a great motivation to all our students. So thank you very much, Professor Tay. And we look forward to see you soon. Pray God that let pandemic to be over now and we start moving. Thank you very much, Professor Tay.
You're most welcome. And I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person because it's always fun to talk to your students and to interact with them. So this is the best I can do to give a technical talk online about citations. So the Confluence is a conference on cloud computing, data science, and engineering. But what is data science? If we think about natural sciences, what they do is like they create a mathematical model of some physical system, and then they analyze the model and then extract insights from the model. So when it comes to data science, my interpretation of data science would be that, well, you look at empirical data and then you model it, and then you work with the model and extract insights from the model. So for this particular talk, I'm going to talk about citation data, something that is that many people are interested in. But first of all, what is citation data? If you go to Google Scholar and look up Manindra Agarwal, for example, you have this list of papers, publications by Agarwal, and they are listed in order of number of citations, not in chronological order, but in order of citations. So now if you just plot the data, so in the x-axis, you look at the paper ID, this is publication 1, publication 2, etc. And then on the vertical axis, you give the number of citations like this. Then you see that the data points is kind of like that. And then the question is, what is the model for this data? We have this empirical data, but we are looking for a model, right? Now it's not obvious how to go about this, because Google Scholar covers everything, right? It covers computer science, it covers physics, it covers biology, engineering, psychology, economics, etc. Can you actually come up with a model that would work for different disciplines? So this is the objective, to come up with a model for this. But before I go there, let me point out another bit of information that's provided by Google Scholar, which is the H-index. Now, the H-index is used widely, but first of all, let's understand what the H-index says. Now, for this, let me pick a health scientist. Manindra Agarwal's citation data is very skewed, very steep, hard to see the details. So let me pick this health scientist citation data, which is easier to visualize. He has published something like 35 papers, and the paper with the maximum number of citations has about 116 or so citations. Okay. So what is the H-index? To know what the H-index is, first of all, you plot a line y equal to x, diagonally like this, and then where the line crosses the citation data, in this particular case is 14, when it crosses the citation data, that gives you the citation, the H-index, 14. Okay, so the H-index is a way of summarizing the citation data. Same as if you are looking at a normal distribution, you use the mean and variance to summarize the normal distribution. In the case of H-index, it is a parameter to summarize the citation distribution. It's kind of a compromise between the number of publications and the number of citations. Now, the H-index, why should anybody care about the H-index? Like I say, it has been widely used, and it has been used to compare researchers. In fact, some grant agencies have used H-index of researchers to decide on whether to fund a researcher or not fund a researcher. It has been used to rank journals. You look at all the papers that are published in the journal, and then you similarly plot the citation data and get a H-index, and then you use the H-index to compare journals. Some people use it to compare departments. You look at all the all the staff in your department, look at all the papers that they will publish, and then draw that citation data, come up with the H index for the department, and then use that to compare two departments. And it has even been used to compare countries. Incredibly so, it has been used to compare different countries. But there are issues with the H index. It's controversial. I won't go into the issues with the H index now here. Suffice to say that the H index, the shortcomings of the H index has triggered many alternative suggestions, proposals for indices. And recently, there was a review of all these indices. And interestingly, it's just a huge number of indices. So you look at all these indices, and then the question is, now, how do you analyze the relationship among these indices? In order to understand the relationship among the indices, you need to come up with some model of the index, or some model of the citation data itself. And the usual model for citation data is a power law like this. The function will be a over x to the power of b. And it has the shape, kind of the shape of the citation data, but it has a couple of issues. One is that it has bad limit behavior. So what do I mean by that? If you look at the health scientists that I that I look at just now, while for the power law, as you take the limit to 0, the function goes to infinity. But for the real citation data, the limit never goes to infinity. It stops at some finite number here. Similarly, at the other end, for this power law, no matter how far you go out, the function is never 0. But then for a citation data, at some point, the number of citations will drop to 0. Certainly, if you publish only 20 papers, you are not going to have citation for your 21st paper because there's no such thing. Right? So the power law has these two issues, but there is another problem with the power law, and it is not tractable. So what do I mean by not tractable? So to understand, to illustrate what I mean by not tractable, let's go back to the H index that I mentioned just now. The H index is where the diagonal line crosses the citation data. So the H index, if you were to have a function, then the H index will be defined as the point where f of h is equal to h, right? This would be this equation would define the H index. But as I mentioned, there are many other indexes, and one of the most important is the G index. So in our notation, the G index can be defined as the integral from 0 to G of the function divided by G. So it's kind of an average. Now the question is, given this definition of the H index and this definition of the G index, what is the relationship between these two indices? If you assume that the citation data is modeled by the power law, then you can actually prove, given the power law, you can actually prove that G is of this form, where and it's H times this, the H index multiplied by this expression, where the B here is the exponent here. Now this expression here is a closed form expression, so that's good. But the problem with this expression is that it's not very easy to work with, and it's very hard to prove properties using this expression. So what can we offer instead? So our simple model is so simple. It is, in a sense, a special case of the power law. Specifically, it's just the reciprocal, y equal to 1 over x, except that you shift the y y equal to 1 over x curve to the left by C, and then you shift it down by A. When you do that shift, then what you get is this function A, this function here. So this function here has 3 parameters, A, B, and C. Then the question is, what are A, B, and C? Okay, so these 3 parameters are actually calibrated using the empirical data. So let's say M is a maximum number of citations here, M. Then I will calibrate the point where the function crosses the y-axis with M. And if you let N to be the number of publications here, then I'll calibrate the point where the function crosses the x-axis by N. And where it crosses the diagonal line, again, is just H. So this is what I mean. The function evaluated at 0 is M, function evaluated at N is 0, and function evaluated at H is H. So now you have 3 equations, 3 unknowns, A, B, and C here. And then it doesn't take a lot of effort to show that A, B, and C actually have this expression. So this is just simple algebra that a junior high school student will be able to do. Okay, so this is what I mean by using the empirical data to calibrate the parameters of this particular function. So when you think about what the physicists do after they have created a model, what do they have to do? Well, they have to make sure that the model fits the data. So this is what we have to do again in this instance. Go back to the health scientist, and if you use the M, N, and H values for this health scientist to calibrate the A, B, C in the function, you see there is actually a very good fit of the citation data. Or if you go back to Manindra Agrawal has M, N, and H like so. And you fit these 3 values into the A, B, and C, you get this particular function. The fx will have this particular form. You see that the curvature for Agrawal is very different from the curvature for the health scientist, and still the function is able to fit the data pretty well. We tried this for many other researchers, and let me show you 6 of them. So this one is for someone who works in computer architecture with maximum number of citations, just 170, very modest. Whereas this one is for someone in machine learning, and this one has something like 13,000 citations maximum. And despite the difference in the M values, the function is a very good fit. Here in this case, for a chemical engineer, it has a modest number of publications, only about like 41. And this one here is somebody in computer networks who has almost 1,000 papers. Again, the curvature is very different. The density of the points is very different, but the function is a good fit. Here we have somebody with a small H value, and here we have somebody with a large H value, one in bioenergy and one in pharmacy. And despite the very different types of areas, the different number of points, the function works very well. So at least for the sample of, we tried 226 authors. For the sample of 226 authors, the fit is pretty good. Now, the next question to ask is it tractable? Now that the problem with the power law also gives you closed form expressions, but the closed form expressions are not easy to work with. Whereas in this case, the A, B, and C looks kind of yucky. Is it easy to work with? So to see whether it's easy to work with, we go look at the G index like this. And then if we substitute the A, B, and C into the F and then evaluate this expression and then do the appropriate approximations, you find that G is actually approximately H multiplied by this expression. The E here is the Euler number. And you see that it's actually pretty manageable. This is the natural log, and it's the closed form expression actually looks quite nice. Okay. Okay. So now that is the approximation. What we need to do next is to test it against the real data. So here we have 226 authors. Every point here represents one author. For this one author, let's say, we look at the empirical G value for this author, and then we look at the value that is computed with this expression, and that gives you this particular data point here. It turns out to be an outlier. This is actually the computer scientist that that I showed you earlier, who has a very steep curve. But for most of the other authors, the approximate value is the value computed by these expressions is actually approximately equal to the empirical value. It lies on the line y equal to x. If all the points lie exactly on the blue line, then that would say that the approximate value is exactly equal to the empirical value. But here it's just approximate, but it's a very good approximation. Okay, so this expression is reasonably accurate. Then the question, and so to compare that to the power law, if you look at the power law would be this expression here. Compare that to that. I will claim that this expression is easier to work with than this expression. So to justify that particular claim, let's see what kind of insights you can extract from the model. So one of the issues that people looked at when they compare the G index and the H index is that they noticed that the G index is approximately proportional, linearly proportional to the H index. That means it's a constant multiplied by H index over time, constant with respect to time. But if you look at this expression here depends on the M value and on the H value. M is the maximum number of citation and H is H index. And these two values change over time. So there is, on what basis do we say that this expression here is constant over time? Again, we go back to the empirical data, and the empirical data says that approximately M is actually linear in time and H is actually linear in time. Okay, so you look at the M value over an author's career and calculate the M value over time. Is approximately a constant multiplied by time, and similarly for H value. Now, under this linear model, if you plug this linear model into this expression here, then the time just cancels out, and then what you have now is M naught and H naught, which are constants here. And in fact, yes, it is a constant. So what our simple model gives you is not just a closed form expression for the index, but you can also use this closed form expression to prove certain properties, like the fact that G is a constant multiplied by H. What else can you do with the, we did a bunch of other things using the model to look at other indexes, but what else can you do? So remember that there are people who calculate the H index for a group of authors, whether it is a department or whether it's a journal or whether it's a country. So how can we, what can our model say about this kind of a group H index? So let's say you have R authors, and for each author, you have the M value, N value, and the H value. So you have R triples here, right? And then out of this, you put their papers together, you have the citation data, you get the H value for this citation data for the group. how does the H star value depend on all these parameters? So now, if you work with these ABC values, plug them into this function, and then work through the H star value for this group of authors, you find that the H star value is actually the square root of the summation, essentially the square root of summation weighted by mi over mi minus hi of the hi square, right? So this shows you how the group H star value depends on the individual H index. Okay. Again, we have to do a reality check to see whether this expression is accurate. So what we did was we look at look at 9 authors. We look at the first 2 authors, group their publications together, get the H value for the 2 authors, and that gives you the empirical value. And then plug in the 2 authors MIHI value to calculate the H star value, and that gives you the approximate value. And then we look at 3 authors, do the same thing, 4 authors, do the same thing, until 9 authors. And you see that as after trying this 8 times, the approximate value computed with this expression, when compared to the empirical value, is actually pretty equal. The gradient here is 0.9, the R square here is 0.98. So it's actually very good agreement between the approximate value and the empirical value. So here you see how this very simple model lets you do analysis of how the group H index depends on the individual H index, essentially via a weightage, the weightage being dependent on the maximum number of citations per author. So the conclusion is that we have a simple model that starts from the empirical value of Mn and H, and it's a tractable model, and you can use it to design and analyze citation data and indices. And in fact, this is the manuscript that we put in the archive recently, where if you are interested, you can go there and you can see how the model is used to analyze various other indices, and how the technical analysis actually is done for, let's say, the group H index. Okay, so I'm done, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your enlightening words, and it was a pleasure to listen to you, to give insights about a simple equation for citation curves. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. Your talk was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in the field. I believe your words has set new levels of expectations that our students are aspiring for. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude, knowing how busy you are. We are appreciating the time you took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, and best
Thank you,
wishes.
Professor. Look forward. Thank you for a nice presentation. We really enjoyed. And thank you once again, Professor Tay. And Professor Tay, you remember students who did a project under you? They are all in Singapore. They have not come back now. So they're doing good.
Well, it's a pleasure to have met them and to work with them, and I'm glad that they're helping us. No, India doesn't need them. We need them.
Yes, and Professor Tay, Dr. Garima, I have asked, we are going to make a small project group where we want your mentorship guidance, so that, and not could be much more value to you, but could be for young engineers. It can be a great advantage and, big blessings if you will get associated with them for some guidance, for some publication with those projects, they can do it in conferences, yeah, in good journals. So we look forward, and I've asked Dr. Garima to make a small group where
Yes, sir.
in the research area we would like to work with you post-conference. Thank you so very much, Professor Tej.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And best wishes for the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sir.
So very good morning, Mr. Amit.
I think some problem is there related to voice noise, something at the background.
Yeah, I think we are not able to hear him.
Yeah, we can hear we can hear each other, but I think the panel members are not audible.
Dobaara check kar lo.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning,
Best.
Dr.
Good morning,
You all
sir.
are properly audible. You all are properly audible, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah,
Either they
I
can
will
recheck,
Amit ji,
they
maybe
can
he
log
will
in,
join in once again. Yeah.
or there could be some issue.
Maybe we can check with any other speaker from HR Conclave. Mr. Amulya sir, is he there?
yeah, I'm just checking with him. He will soon join here.
So Madhuri, as we discussed in the morning, probably I can just give a short introduction to the topic and then you can carry on and I'll quit after that.
Yeah. So I'll just extend a welcome with calling you for further
short
things.
intro. Yeah,
Hmm,
intro
hmm.
and introducing the
Yeah.
speakers, and then after
Then we
the
will
intro,
move on to Bansal sir, and then I'll kick on to the other things.
after you, then Dr. Bansal, and then after Dr. Bansal, maybe I can just introduce the topic shortly, and then we'll hand over to the MCs, and then the MCs will carry on with the flow.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Shah. You are not audible, sir.
On mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear you now. Very good morning to you. Welcome to the session.
Thank
Very
you.
good morning, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saji. Thank you to be with us.
Hi. Thank you, sir. How are you?
All good.
Okay. We'll start in 2 minutes.
Yes, just a couple of minutes.
Warm welcome to Mr. Tuteja ji. A very good morning.
Mr. Tuteja.
Yeah,
Good morning.
hello, hi.
Good morning. Good
Yeah.
morning, Mr. Tuteja. We can
Welcome,
see you
Tuteja.
now. And welcome. This was the first time you have joined our session in Amity, and look forward to see you again in the near future, hopefully to our campus. But
Definitely.
welcome to Amity
Thank you so
session.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Ms. Shalini, Mr. Bino?
I think they will join. I think Mr. Amit Sinha, we are just waiting for him to join,
Yes,
and we
yes.
can start after
Then we
that.
can start. Yeah, we can
Yes,
then start.
Yes, yes.
I just need some help with respect to changing the background. I'm somehow struggling with that. So if you can guide me, then I can just do that.
Yeah, sure. So you have the background with you, right?
I have it. Yeah.
Okay. So the bottom corner on the left-hand side, you have the stop video icon that you must be seeing.
That's right.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
yeah,
click
choose
on
the-
it and it choose virtual background. Yeah. And you can add that.
It's pretty
Antara, we are
apparent.
not. Yeah. Antara, we are not able to see you, beta. Are you there on your?
Yeah, the MCs. Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm here. I'll fix this part, ma'am.
Yeah,
Just
you're
a minute.
not seen. Yeah, you're
now,
not seen.
Now we can see Devika, but where is Antara?
Ma'am, I'll fix this. Just a moment. I'll just do it.
Okay, okay, great. Yes, good. We can see you now.
Mr. Tuteja, some more help? Should I?
You know, I'm just trying to make it happen. I think it should be done in a jiffy.
Okay, okay. Yeah, thank you.
So Mr. Amit Sinha is, has he joined? Anju?
No, I think there is some technical glitch he is facing and he should join anytime. Anju is just trying to resolve that. Yeah.
So who will be the audience? Mostly the students?
The delegates actually of Confluence.
And the students, of course. The students,
And of course, yes.
Okay.
Students, of course, as the topic is industry expectations from young professionals, which are the students. So students, of course, will be there along with the students in the conference. In the conference, we have lots of large number of delegates from all across the globe. So they are here to present their research findings and research papers. So we are expecting many of them also to join the industry sessions.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tuteja, for using our background. It's completely visible now. Thank you.
Sorry to have kept everyone on hold for this. My apologies.
No, that's
no problem.
That's
No problem. We can.
okay.
So
we are just waiting for Mr. Sinha to join in, and then we will begin our session. Mr. Sinha and Mr. Mukesh Batra, sir, is also trying to connect. It's facing some joining glitch.
Should we ask Maksud to help? Shalini, Maksud from IT. Madhuri, should we ask IT?
मैम मैं देख रहा हूँ वो लॉबी में है वो मतलब ज्वाइन हो नहीं पा रहे हैं वो आई थिंक कुछ इंटरनेट बैंडविड्थ प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है मुझे
तो आप कुछ हेल्प कर सकते हो मकसूद उनको ज्वाइन कराने में?
वो दोबारा से वहीं से उनको ही देखना होगा मैम क्योंकि उनकी तरफ से इंटरनेट प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है मुझे लॉबी में दिख रहा है मुझे मैं एडमिट कर रहा हूँ उनको एडमिट नहीं हो पा रहा है वो दोबारा से आए दोबारा ज्वाइन हो रहे हैं आई थिंक अब एडमिट हो रहे हैं
अच्छा ग्रेट
ओके
Yeah, I think we have most of them on panel now. A warm welcome to all the panelists. Mr. Sinha is here now. I think Ms. Shalini has also joined us. So we are just waiting. And I think Mr. Batra is also here now. And a warm welcome.
Good morning.
A very good morning. And thank you so much for being so supportive. I actually have to acknowledge, you know, every time we reach out to you. You all are there for us. So great thanks. I think we have most of the panelists amongst us, and warm welcome. We can start right now.
Absolutely, ma'am. The delicate balance of monitoring someone is not creating them in your own image, but by giving them the opportunity to create themselves. A very good morning to our distinguished industry leaders, our esteemed conference attendees, respected faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of the Amity School of Engineering and Technology Corporate Resource Center, I, Devika Soni, a final year student of Computer Science and Engineering, express a warm welcome to all of you to the HR Conclave on the industry expectation from the young professionals in the new normal.
I, Antarakar, final year student of Computer Science and Engineering, request Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relations, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to welcome our esteemed industry guests who took their valuable time out of their busy schedule to be here with us.
Thank you, Antara. Esteemed guests, delegates, respected Professor Dr. Bansal sir, our joint head and chair of Confluence 2020, faculty colleagues, my team, and very dear students. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I extend a warm welcome to our industry leaders. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome our industry leaders, Mr. Amulya Shah, CHRO of Team Computers, Mr. Mukesh Batra, Vice President, Motherson Sumi Infotech and Design Limited, Mr. Joginder Tutita, Senior Director, Recruitment and HR, Extria, Ms. Shalini Johari, Head Talent Acquisition, Endurance Technology, Mr. Bino Kumar, who will be joining us soon, Head of Talent Acquisition, Groupon, and Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha, Head Talent Acquisition, and who is an ex-Adobe and Amazon. We welcome you to this HR forum, which is titled as Industry Expectation from Young Professionals in New Normal. And in fact, this forum is conceptualized with an idea of keeping ourselves abreast with industry demands and market opportunities, and need to know from the leaders that what is that industry is expecting. So with that note, I once again extend a warm welcome to all the panelists, and I'm very hopeful that we are going to be having a very enriching and insightful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome. I would now request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, sir, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to please welcome the esteemed speakers.
Thank you, Devika. On behalf of our most respected Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is also Patron-in-Chief for Confluence 2022, on behalf of Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who is also Patron Confluence 2022. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I welcome Mr. Amulya Saha, CHRO from Team Computers. Thank you, Amulya, to be here with us. And I'm sure your deliberation will give a lot of insight, a lot of thoughtful idea to students to be industry ready. I also welcome Mr. Mukesh Batra, Vice President, HRIS from Motherson, Sumi Infotech and Design Limited. Thank you, Mukeshji, to have you with us. I welcome Shalini ji, who is Head Talent Acquisition on Endurance Technologies Limited, Mr. Bino, Head Talent Acquisition, Groupon, Mr. Amit, Head Talent Acquisition from Amazon, and Mr. Joginder, Senior Director, Recruitment and HR, Extria. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful forum which has been created. And just for your reference, Confluence is a 12th series. And you know, as you are from industry, you are from HR, you always look for something, what next you can get in your employees, engineer which you're going to hire. And Amity always try and take lead to ensure that there should be minimum gap between industry and academia. And that is the reason you could see our theme, which we have kept on cloud computing, data science and engineering. And I'm sure as an industry, you're always searching for experts who could be expert of data science, cloud computing and engineering. And this is 12th series. We have tie-up with industry, academia, and we have called world top researchers and industrialists, CEOs, CIO and HR in this forum. so that they come and debate, because everything cannot be taught in classroom. We always want regular session from industry experts, from alumni. And I'm happy to mention on this note, we have got around 150 plus international speakers from industry and academia, from world top university, whether you talk about MIT, you talk about Cambridge, Cornell, Carnegie Mellon. And purpose is only that student must be developed in a way so that they best fit in your industry. Another new thing which we have done in our curriculum from this year onwards, because disruptive technology is playing very important role. And this is what each and every customer has expected. Even today, if I'm going to buy a car, I always look for if my car can be AI driven, something technology can do it, why I should do it and waste my energy and time. It was not there decade before, but now I know it is possible. If Tesla could do it, why Maruti cannot do it? So my expectations has increased, and they're increasing from time I have seen BlackBerry and now Apple. If company will not do, they have to go from the market. And I'm sure you from industry, you always look for forward thinking, innovative students who can learn, unlearn and relearn. This is something very important. And with that, we have launched honors specialization and minor artificial intelligence, cloud computing, computer network, data science and analytics, construction planning and management, network and information security, IoT, digital manufacturing, augmented and virtual reality. And we are the first university in India who has started global transfer programs where students can do half a program in India, half outside India, so that they are globally benchmarked, globally fit in their personality. We are the only university in country to have 3 continent program because a client which you have international clients and they have different format, different expectation, different behavior. So as a 3 continent BTech program, we are sending our students 3 months to UK and 3 months to US. And I'm sure when they go, when they live in those culture, there is a lot of learning which happens by practicing. Everything cannot be taught in a classroom. As even when I was in industry, I have gone for many projects overseas. Those projects, those visits to overseas countries are itself is a good learning. And that's learning by practice. That is best we always support. And I'm sure if you look for such kind of profile, we have readily available those profile. And we have seen a student going to US and UK, they become manager, they become independent, they start making food. So a kind of smartness and confidence which they have gained after traveling outside India. And that is the reason today, I'm sure you all might be knowing, and I'm happy to mention that we have 11 universities in India. And in next 10 years, we'll have 1 university in every state. That is the mission Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan has given. We have 17 global campuses. Recently, we have taken over 170-acre campus in US. And we want to make that campus as the biggest research and innovation hub. If you from industry feel something, you can do it with us. You need something, you don't have to buy a space. We have readily space, whether it is in US, whether it is in Dubai, whether it is Singapore, whether anywhere. And we have a target for next 10 years, even for global campuses, we want to come up with another 50 campuses globally. So we have very high targets, and founder wants Amity to be among the best university in the world. And I'm sure together with you as an industry partner, industry mentors, I'm sure we are going to do that, and we are going to work together to impact our society, support our society. And thank you very much. This is the total profile, and I'm sure your deliberation, which you are going to give, advice you are going to give, will really help and motivate these students to do wonders. And we have seen Indian brain is the best brain, not only in India, outside India. Even I have kept validatory session today, and I have called all my alumni. They are working with Amazon, they are working with Microsoft, Google, and they are at leadership post. That means that Indian brain is the best brain in the world. And I'm sure together with you, we will further continue that journey. If you have any industry requirement, we have made our curriculum so flexible so that everything can be fitted. And we being private university, we can make our system flexibility. When you go to government, nothing can be changed. And to change by that time, we'll get retired. So we are so fast, we do it in minutes. We do it in seconds. Anything which impacts learning experience of our students, we are always there, and we are always flexible for that. With this, thank you very much once again, and we look forward to have lot of collaboration with you. It's a decade era of collaboration, and I'm sure together, if we work, we'll make a difference. And recently we started Amazon Academy. I myself has taken Amazon Cloud Practitioner and Solution Architect certificate, and I have trained 1,000+ students to ensure that they are industry ready. We have trained 500+ students on Cisco certifications, Microsoft certifications, so that they get industry competency skills for which you are also using their technology for your day-to-day development tasks. So thank you very much once again. And thank you, Gopa ma'am and Dr. Madhuri, for organizing such a wonderful session. I'm sure there cannot be any session the way you have organized different personalities with wide experience. I'm sure they'll help, and they'll help Confluence also to take it to the next level. Many delegates who could not attend, they can always see these videos, these lectures which you are giving will be seen by them, and they are also available on YouTube. So thank you very much, and we look forward to having your participation.
Thank you.
So for the warm welcome. To start with the forum, I would like to call upon Mr. Amulya Shah, CHRO team computer results. Sir is an oriented HR leader with over 23 years experience in setting up new businesses, teams, offices, and supporting multi-businesses, manufacturing services, FMCG, and R&D in multi-geographical locations such as India, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, and Dubai. Sir is an agent of change with a strong track record in scaling businesses and supporting organizational restructuring and growth. Sir has been a digitization facilitator for HR systems and processes, being an architect for employee-friendly policies and creating a great workplace. Sir actively campaigns for diversity in workplace. With so much on board, sir, you barely need any introduction. We are honored to have you, sir. Sir, I request you to kindly address this session.
Thank you, Antara, and great to have Mr. Amulya Shah, who we would request to set the tone of the session. But I take 2 minutes from Mr. Shah just to give a little introduction to the topic, which for today, as you are all aware, it is industry expectations from young professionals in the new normal. So just to give a little introduction of the topic, for the past 3 years, the students have been studying for degree with the hope that all their hard grind at the college will eventually pay off and they will get a lucrative job as a result of our campus placement. But who could have predicted that from 2020 onwards, the world would almost come to a grind, to a complete halt? So what happened next to the class of 2021 and 2022? So that the graduates do, what do the graduates do to boost their career prospects in the post-coronavirus world? We have learned that in many of the colleges in UK and US, the institutions and colleges have stopped offering internships and placement to the students in this COVID world. But thankfully at Amity, we have had a good number of opportunities in 2020 as well as in 2021. Leading to good industry internships as well as campus placements. We have seen various employers and sectors embracing remote working and access to the best talent, regardless of the geographical locations. Many jobs are opening up and many opportunities are now coming, which were not available previously. Employers are looking at new ways of engaging with their graduate talent, and this has enabled us to work more closely with the employers and to place talented graduates at some of the priciest leading organizations across the world. So most of our students, as you all are aware, are digitally very agile and embracing technology for professional purpose, but it slightly differs from using it in social reasons. So at the university, we are developing and delivering workshops for our students on topics such as how to present yourself in the digitally agile era. At the same time, we have been learning from the industry, have been collecting feedback from the industry, and have been emphasizing on development of soft skills and networking skills and empathy amongst our students. These are some of the key skills which have become extremely relevant now, which are not probably not that much important in the previous era. So with this, I would request the panel members to further enlighten us on the topic, and to let us know how we can prepare themselves so that the students can really do well. As Dr. Bansal had just said, we have a great bunch of alumni doing extremely well, and they are placed in the leading companies across the world, studying in the brightest of the institutions across the world. And they have really made us proud and with their great achievement. So we would like the panel to enlighten us, to let us know, and as well as the students, how do they prepare themselves, and how we as faculty, we as trainers in the university prepare our students so that we can carry forward the same legacy the Amity students have shown so far. So with that, I would request Mr. Shah to kindly set the tone of the session and give the introductory address.
Thank you, Dr. Gopa. I think it's a pleasure to be again back for this Confluence. So I've got a long relationship which started, I think, in 1999 when Dr. Balwinder Shukla used to run the MBA classes in Sector 44 or 40, and I have been associated. So it's a pleasure to be here, and God has been kind. I think we have a beautiful sunshine today, marking a good day for the Confluence. And we have a very august panelist as well. So thank you for that. All the panelists and all the, I think, professors, we are all like 70s born, early 70s, late 70s. We have seen a lot of changes in our life. But one thing common with the millennials has been the COVID situation, right? So I consider, many people consider it as the black swan, which we were not ready for, right? But it came and hit us. But for HR people, all the people who are here, HR people, the black swan was not the pandemic, but I think the lockdown. We really had to gear up very, very fast and ensure from the office environment, we moved to work from home and get into a hybrid. So keeping people motivated, hiring, it has its own pros and cons. Amity is a great institution. And as Dr. Abhay Bansal was saying that they are going global. So I had a privilege. I was in Dubai during Christmas and New Year. I was able to see your campus in Dubai. And as the name suggests, you are like Amit छाप छोड़ना चाहते हैं education world में globally. So all the very best. And I think you have a great leader sitting, looking at what next and how to keep the kids up to the mark. And as you said, India is ruling globally. We have the best of the brains sitting at the top of the brands like Microsoft or Google, and now Leena Nair also joining Chanel. So we have males and females, the beauty and the brain actually taking the world by storm, right? So I'll share my screen, and I have prepared something for the students. Okay, which I have taken some examples. I've tried to simplify and take an example from real life, what we have learned. So there are some fundamentals I think are very, very important to go with, whether the world is changing to the ML, AI world, or when we were there getting into the computer world that time in 1990, then Y2K, etc. But there are few fundamentals which remain as is. So I've taken some example from real life, some movie songs, some games, what do you say, some advertisement which I liked and which has a great impact on my mind. So first of all, namaste and all the teachers. I always show this because of the teachers who've taught us in the school and in the institution, we have done well. So we always should be indebted to all our gurus in our life, whether in the college or when we go outside, to the mentors and the philosophers. Okay. So first of all, the fundamental in life is that keep smiling, because you cannot face the problem where your face is a problem. सब चीज मिलने के बाद भी हम देखते हैं लोग परेशानी रहते हैं. So students, you cannot do that. So if you want to become a leader, you want to really lead a good life, enjoy and do well, I think you have to ensure that you are smiling and spreading that smile with a seva bhav, right? What did COVID teach us? And it has left an indelible impression on our minds, and some of you will agree. And apart from these 3-4 things that I have looked at, is that nature is supreme. We tried intruding in nature, and we got back very, very badly. And every 100 years, we have seen this things, pandemic coming in. And whenever we have touched and tried to get over nature and try to subdue it, it has come back to us. So never ever try to, what do you say, play with nature. Don't take things for granted. I think we were thinking that things are going very, very smooth, and 2020 will be very good, and 21 will be very good, and suddenly we were all hit with that COVID. So initially we all had good times, thali pitna and all those things, and people became chefs, celebrity chefs overnight, but then it started hitting us badly, and we were grappling with what will happen. A lot of jobs went in travel industry and restaurants, etc. But then of course in last 1.5 years, I think people have bounced back and they have prepared well because of the technology stuff. So any point of time in our lives, we have to be prepared for worse, whether it is personal or professional. So no 2 days in our lives are going to be the same. So if one day, if we have reached the zenith, I think the next day it becomes our floor. So yesterday, if it is the roof, I think the roof becomes your floor the very next day. So don't rely on your past laurels. You have to look at the new day afresh and keep planning and upskilling ourselves. And as Dr. Bansal was saying, technology kept us going. And you have seen wherever technology has been applied, whether it is Uber, whether it is Ola, whether it is Oyo, whether it is Amazon, they have done well in life, right? So look at Apple making 193 billion profit in last quarter and hitting 3 trillion. Okay, so it's technology which is going to drive us forward. So the more that you spend in learning the technology and upskilling yourself, it's going to help you. Some of the precious learning on professional thing is health is everything. We have seen people who are not keeping well, comorbid, they lost their lives during COVID. In first wave and second wave, and I don't know, third wave. So don't compromise on your health. When you're young, you believe everything is going well, you eat very regularly, no exercise, and you try to abuse your body. But when you hit 40, 45, 50, it's going to come back to you. Live life today. Don't prepare in future. Okay, next year I'll do this. Next to next year you will do this. You never know when the next pandemic is going to come, or you're going to hit by any meteor, as to say. Okay, untie knots of your life. People are, I don't know, people get very bogged down, and there's so much of complexity in one's life. But life is very, very simple. Try and keep it as simple as possible, and you will enjoy whatever you're doing. And one day at a time. So look at your present. Don't think about too much about past and the future. And don't become too people dependent. So people who have seen in the COVID area, when they got stuck in their homes with no parents, no friends, they had huge psychological problems and all. Okay, so you have to bring down your dependency on people. Okay, and become more and more independent. Dr. Bansal was saying you can see that in the Western world, but not in India. Okay, so few things on professional stuff. Be prepared for ambiguity. It can come. Physical workout is must. You have to be internally strong. दिखने से नहीं होता है, अंदर से strong होना बहुत जरूरी होता है. You have to be self-reliant. Be kind to yourself. Don't be too pushy. ये करना. I have to achieve this. I have to achieve this, because the rat race is not going to take you anywhere. So you can only be happy with doing things which you like, or you love, or you are passionate about. You have to reconnect with your family and friends, because once you move out of your campus and get into that rat race of becoming manager, senior manager, DGM, GM, this house, that house, car and all, you try and forget your family and friends. And suddenly when you're alone, when you're like 45 and 50s, you start remembering them. But stay connected, because you have been gifted with the technology advancements. You have WhatsApp, you have Instagram. For us, it was not there. We had STD calls and letters, etc. But now if you really want to connect, it takes 5 seconds, 10 seconds to just say hello on WhatsApp or on Insta, as the millennial kids would do. Build cash reserves for the bad days, right? And make a will, because we are mortals. We are not immortals. So someday it's going to help us. Okay. Be disciplined, organized, execute what you have planned, and maintain your sanity. Okay. So here are a few of the lessons that I want to talk about for all the people who will be moving to the industry. So you remember this ad. This ad is of Cadbury's, right? So you have the new version of it, but this is when I was there. I was in my younger days, and my learning of this ad is कुछ खास है हम सभी में, कुछ बात है हम सभी में. So remember that you are unique, and you have to create your own signature in the world, like the ones who have done in Microsoft or Sundar Pichai or anyone else. So you can do in your own area, in your own organization, in your own society. Remember, You cannot be like others, but there are a lot of good things that God has given to you. So please harness those skills, and remember, you will have one or two good things, which if you use for your own well-being, you'll be remembered more and you'll enjoy your life more. So this Cadbury ad had a huge impact on me. Okay, self-management is very, very important. So nobody is going to come and teach you, itna baje utho, exercise karo, ye padh lo, ye skill upgrade kar lo, because you are more blessed than us. As we said, you're more exposed to knowledge, you're more exposed, you're all digital natives. So it's important that if you make and keep a disciplined life and you manage yourself, you'll be better. And these two lines I've taken from 92.7 FM. If you know, सोच को अपनी छूने दे अंबर, जैसे हवा में एक पतंग उड़ रही हो, तू बदलेगा तो ही बदलेगा जमाना, औरों से पहले खुद को ये समझाना. So normally life में क्या होता है, एडवाइस देना बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, फ्री. But when it comes to yourself, you say कि यार इसको छोड़ो, ये बाद में करेंगे, and all those things, right? So whatever you do for others, ensure that you do yourself, and you'll be you'll see how you grow in this professional life. Okay, two things when you hit the corporate world. One, I always tell that you have to be like water. पानी की तरह बहो, जहां जहां जाना है जाओ, seek help, understand, learn. And if you become a rock, you'll be facing a dead end, and you'll not move up the ladder horizontally, vertically, etc. So just be like water, which gets immersed and moves and flows. और अपना रास्ता खूब बना लेता है. Second is, when you are in the organization, initial 1 or 2 years, you have to be like a sponge. कुछ भी आता है आपको उसको लेना है, introspect करना है, सीखना है what exactly you're learning, and use it for your own skill upgradation. So water and sponge is something you'll always remember, because this is something you use in your everyday life, and it's going to impact you on your personal and professional level. The next lesson that I want to tell you is that mostly people start looking at others and say कि उसका वो इतना हो गया तो मैं इतना क्यों ना जाऊं, right? और उस रेस में बहुत चीजें वो पीछे छोड़ देता है, and then you regret in life. Some people become successful, some people fail, and when they fail utterly, and a lot of things happen. So you have to run your own race. You know your strengths, you know your own weaknesses, you know your own goals. There are a few financial, personal, professional goals that you'll have in life. List it down and run your own race at your own pace so that you enjoy. When you go for holidays, you remember you have your camera and you're visiting Ranthambore, and you'll see the tiger. But so what you'll do is you'll not look at the tiger, but you'll start clicking and making videos, and through the lens you see the tiger, but not the tiger. And in that moment you lose it, right? Because you've gone there for a holiday and you're actually thinking about making a movie, posting on Instagram, rather than looking at the tiger, which is a real beauty. So run your own race, and remember, when you're running your own race, this will happen to you. You'll have critiques, you'll get trolled, but you have to keep going. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना, छोड़ो बेकार की बातों में कहीं बीत न जाए रहना. So this is another beautiful song which I sing a lot, and I'll keep thinking about it. Collaboration is key. If you think you alone can win the race and make a difference, I think that's not how the corporates are working. So we are one big global village, global family. One thing starts in Japan, ends in the US, or maybe in Brazil, and 24/7 things are happening. And that is the power of collaboration. And you'll see the time getting reduced, the quality getting improved overnight, right? Because so many people from so many countries with so much of skill, so much of knowledge contributing. Earlier, it was all in one place. So it's very important that you collaborate, and you'll have your friends, you'll have your team members, and it's important. So this song, of course, is from Devanand's movie. अकेले कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Ensure that you make people happy, and ensure that you're there to help. And when you help, you'll feel more happy, much happier, right? And you'll learn, and people will be there by your side when you face difficulty and when you get stuck. So you remember, collaboration will always remain key when you hit your the corporate world. So One game that I'm very fond of looking at and admire those who play is chess, and actually gives a lot of learning in real life. Okay, so we have different. You've known we say you have elephants and the rookies and the king and the queen. But in chess, you'll see that only going straight doesn't make you win. You have to change, and everybody has a different way of moving ahead, right? And when you're moving, you sometimes have to come back. Very important. It's not only one way that keep going up, and you will win. No, it's not like that. And it's not straight. It's not always forward, right? And each of this, they say, this rookies and kings and the queens have important part to play. In our lives also, we'll have people, mentors, family members, friends who will be like this, who will help you win. And none of them are insignificant. So sometimes your king and queen are gone, but your elephant and the rookies make you win. So remember that everybody in your life, when you hit your corporate world, will be very, very important in your life. You have to utilize them. You have to ensure that you're moving up and down, changing the lane, changing. If I have speed, I can win race. But in real life, it's those who actually start early wins the race. And examples are Amazon and Flipkart, right? Amazon started like a library. He was selling a book, and slowly and steadily. But Bansal brother, they looked at it, and they were first to look at the model of Amazon, and they started Flipkart. And you see where they are, right? So if you are first, but not very, very fast, in the long run, you will win the race in your life, right? So if you've seen anybody who runs 100 meters, they don't run marathon. Okay, Usain Bolt cannot run a marathon, which is 42 kilometers. So in life, we are actually running a marathon. You have to be very, very steady, constant speed with all concentration, body fit, mind fit. Then you run 42 kilometers. And like the marathon, the last 1 or 2 rounds are the fastest. So when you are at the peak on 45 years and 50 years, that's when you run the fastest to win your life's game, whether it is personal or professional. Okay. This depicts the mindset of the people, and you would have come across. So there are people who always think about scarcity. अरे ये नहीं हो सकता, अरे ये तो बड़ा ये तो problematic है, इसमें तो 4 महीने लगेंगे, इसमें तो 5 महीने. But there are other people who are always positive, and they think about abundance. कि नहीं यार ये तो बड़ा अच्छा है, तो green है, right? So and there are a lot of examples. Salesman went to Africa and he came back and said, boss, वहां तो कोई जूता ही नहीं पहनता, चप्पल ही नहीं पहनता, क्या बेचेंगे? But the other salesman says, boss, वहां तो कोई जूता ही नहीं पहनता, हमारे पास तो स्कोप ही स्कोप है बेचने के लिए चप्पल और जूता. So that's the mindset of scarcity and abundance. So if you keep the mind towards abundance, ki boss, this is going to happen and I see an opportunity, you'll always do well in your life. Okay. Fail, because you cannot have wins. So if you are a player of cricket or football, I don't think without failing, without losing a match, you would have won. Okay. And that's how life is. So you have to fail quickly, fail forward, but you cannot keep lying low. You have to get up and then move forward. Okay. And this, I think from movie, I think Vinod Khanna's movie, रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के, कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साए बाहर के. So if you think everything will be rosy, it's not going to be. The life will become more complex, more challenging, and that is what you would like to do. You'll be getting out of your campuses. So whatever campus wanted to do for you in terms of giving you the right concepts and skills and ensuring all these conclaves and the leaders and industry people are coming and telling you, giving you all kinds of help and support, it will end now. You'll be on your own. So ensure when you fail, you learn from it and just move forward. Okay. And this is the final slide when I say there cannot be any excuse. This guy with no hand won the table tennis championship in Paralympics in Tokyo last year. Okay. So if he can do, we all can do. We are all blessed with God giving us good health, 2 hands, 2 legs, a thinking mind, ear and eye. So we cannot say, boss, we will not be able to do, I'm sorry, and make excuses. So because excuses are not a good way to learn and grow in life. So with that, I'd like to wish you all the very best. Your life is starting, and world is full of opportunities. Many millennials are turning entrepreneurs. So those people who are thinking to become entrepreneurs, all the very best. Play well in this world. The field is wide open. It depends upon you how disciplined and how focused you are. You'll do well. Thank you so very much, all the students, and again, Amity, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's always a very, it's so engrossing and pleasure to hear from you always.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your enriching talk and the insightful presentation. Now, I feel honored to call upon Mr. Mukesh Batra, Vice President, HRIS, Human Resource Information System, Motherson's Human Infotech and Design Limited. Sir has over 20 years as HR experience and practicing as performance and HR technology leader. His expertise is a result of his working with various leading organizations like Motherson Group, Rocket Internet, and e-commerce company, Videocon Group, Spice Group, CSAV, Barn, NIIT Technologies, and varied roles and functions. The diversity of his experience is one of Sir's biggest strengths. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. I request Sir to address the session.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry, in between my net was not well, so I had to drop in and then rejoin back again. It's nice to hear all of you, Mulya, especially a lot of things from you, and we're remembering the old days when we started our career with NIIT Technologies, and this is how we moved into that. And yes, Dr. Shukla, we've been associated for almost like many years now, and specifically to the young students, because we've been hiring all the STEM graduates and postgraduates from Amity and a couple of other institutes from the Pan India for Motherson Group, and specifically I'm into a new role, which is basically HRIS business and product, and but have been into HR roles for many years, specifically in mind also. So what we look into when new normal comes in. So what is a new normal? So Amalya also mentioned hybrid work is a new normal globally, and it's a mix of working from office or client sites or anywhere, wherever you are. And this is where we have to live with this. So my address to the STEM graduates or postgraduates from Amity is that when we look in from the industry expectations point of view, we look in very clear couple of things. So we look in three things majorly. We look in the knowledge that you carry, the skills that you have, and the positive attitude. So the weightage more is on the positive attitude, which is what I will say. And specifically when coming down to knowledge and skills, we look in what kind of communication skills do you have? Do you really have nowadays a new technology called as can you have the storytelling? Because English or any other communication effectively is one way, but now do you have negotiating and influencing skills with you? Can you face a customer in front of you? And specifically, as I mentioned, storytelling is becoming, because you have a product or a concept, but then you have to learn when you come. So some of those things we groom you during this journey. And one of those things when we look in from the industry perspective, we think it that do you have a knowledge beyond those textbooks, which is like you're thinking logically, impactfully, or are you having some invention skills? Do you understand what is the problems are? Can you work out around some solutions and all that? So this is where, of course, positive attitude, many of those challenges, can you face the, because during your journey, right from the, as a management graduates or as an engineering graduates, joining from that journey from the campus to the corporate, can you understand the challenges in this journey? Do you have the courage to face these? And how strong are you to sense the responsibilities? specifically the positive approach and all this is what I mentioned. And specifically last, because we are a technology company from our side, lifelong new technology learning, everything. Earlier, it used to be what we used to learn, used to stay back 10 years or 12, 15 years and all that. But today it's all changing. It's a couple of years or even not even the years. Some of those which are recommended by industry leaders like NASSCOM and a couple of others, which we also look into, that virtual reality, cloud computing, robotics, cybersecurity, mobile tech, big data, IoT, blockchain, artificial intelligence are there, some of them, which will continue to stand in the next couple of 10 years, which is what even industries are saying. Then certain basic skills we look in, that are they having some basic meetings and presentation skills, discipline, can they do multitasking, like several responsibilities, so that we can pick up them, groom them into the other geo roles and all that. Because everybody has 24 hours, but then when we work around to our clients who are not based out of all of them in India, so can they take those responsibility working in Americas, Mexico, Canada, Europe, or Middle East, Far East, or Japan regions, and work along with the customers with them and all that. Then one more which we look into is the versatility, like for an example, helping the colleagues, understanding the employees and encouraging them as a leader at the same time. So can those qualities are there? And individually, do these individuals have the ambitious fire in them, in their belly, so that they take on to the next assignments, take on to the determined, combining their own ambitions and the organization or their project or their assignments given to them. Yes, definitely. Amulya also touched upon it. The collaboration or time management and teamwork, also we look in and groom into them. And last one and not the least, the lifelong continuous learning. This is what we look in, that they should actually be learning and unlearning and then picking up new assignments and all that, because we work on projects and we work on multiple projects many times. This is from my side, which is where this is practically what I see it from the technology or from the industry perspective when we go to hire right from the IIMs or IITs or engineering institutes or MIT or anywhere else. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. Thank you so much. We are really grateful to you for sparing your valuable time. I know you are having a paucity of time still. You have taken the time and be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching talk. I feel immensely elated to call upon Mr. Jogendra Tuteja, Senior Director of Recruitment and HR, Axtria. Sir is passionate about leading high-performing teams and building COEs through recruitment and delivery, ensuring that people, information systems, products, and services meet beyond the organization's needs. Prior to Axtria, Sir has held senior positions at Nucleus, Royal Bank of Scotland, Sapient, and others. Sir holds a Bachelor of Science in Electronics from Delhi University and Master of Computer Applications from Bangalore University. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. I request you to address the session.
Sure. Thank you so much, Antara. This is nice. And one thing is there, that whether it's you or anyone else in this forum, please do not address me as sir or Mr. Tuteja or something. It makes me it kind of sounds like I'm much older than what I am actually. So I'm anyways known as JT in the organization. So everyone can just address me as that. Second thing, Antara, which I needed to know was, so I can see about 12 to 13 people in this room. So all the students, they are basically in the MIT University tag, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They are attending the session as attendee. So they are not, I mean, the number is not showing the exact number of participants.
Okay. And they may be approximately how many, if I may ask?
Or so.
There will be a large number of students, Mr. Tuteja. So actually they're not visible, but we have a large number of attendees.
Sure.
Student attendees. They are the largest number, in fact, and followed by the research scholars who will be sharing their research findings in this conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gopal, and good afternoon to each one of you.
Very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, and of course, all the students. So a lot to really talk about, and it would have been wonderful had we all been in person, but I'm still glad that we are meeting virtually. And one of the key things which I wanted to say was that it was always and always a students market out there, but especially in the way that we have seen in the last 6 to 8 months, especially in a new normal, not just the whole COVID thing, but the very fact that the way there are so many industries which are opening up, so many good job opportunities that are opening up. And this is, I believe, the whole global phenomenon, especially in the IT industry and in the management side. So I guess it's a very, very, very good place for each of the students to be in currently, especially those who are passing out this year from their campuses, or maybe the next year or the next. I believe that's the kind of market that I see. The next 2 years are going to be super happening. Now, in that entire scenario, now considering the fact that I'm driving a few initiatives in the organization regarding the campus and the off-campus recruitment, as well as some of the other lateral recruitment, one of the key things that I come across is what exactly is the kind of mindset that a student has currently. I believe it is my responsibility, and everyone else who is out here in this forum, be it from the campus or the industry leaders and all, it is our responsibility to really understand that what exactly is student looking out for. And in the process, also bring in our own experience to help channelize that need in the right direction. So my whole take is there are a couple of things which I wanted to talk about. One is that from the student personality, from the student himself or herself, the KYS thing. We have the whole know your customer, but then the KYS is know yourself. What exactly are you looking forward to? The second thing is around building equity. What exactly can we all do together to ensure that the students out there in the room end up building equity for themselves? And then third and most important is avoid negativity and stay positive. So let me kind of channelize this into the final part. But to begin with, the whole know yourself thing, what is it that you want to do? Now, I'll share a few examples when we end up conversing with the students who are in the third year or the fourth year. So between, whether they're into the internship or whether they are into the final job placement and all, rather than sharing a job description that, okay, you know what, these are the 5 things that we have. And do you think that you'll be able to do that? It's then to actually get to know that, okay, what is it that you want to do? Because the current generation, I can at least say for myself, the current generation is far smarter than what I am. 20, 25 years back, I used to actually reach out to people and ask them, what should I do? Today, the students are really smart. They come and say, this is what I can do. Do you have something in the offering for me? And I believe this is the whole phenomenon that has changed, and for the better. So be really sure that what is it that you want to do, which I'm sure that you are doing. But the best part is, please do study the market trend. Please do study the market trend. Align your goals along with that. This is what I want to do. This is what the market is doing. Well, you are a lucky bunch of people, at least for the last 10 to 15 years and all. Google is smart. It helps you understand the market trends much better than I knew about all of this 20 years back. It helps you really align your goals with the kind of things that are happening in the world around you in a much seamless way than I could possibly do 20 years back. So understand the market trends, align your goals along with that, and then that's always my request. Please choose the industry that you really want to be a part of. Sometimes it does happen that, yeah, fair enough, I need to get a right kind of a job. I need to get a job which is paying me well, which is absolutely sacrosanct. Let me just step in there because there's this X organization offering a role which sounds really funky and it's also paying me well. And lo and behold, 6 months down the line, I end up realizing that, okay, isn't as rosy as I believed. Paying me well, nice, but am I happy? Am I going to have a nice sleep? Possibly the answer is no. Oh yeah, there's this other colleague of mine, other friend of mine. That person ended up choosing an organization which was possibly smaller in size, possibly lesser in CTC. But this guy is actually happy because he has got this kind of a vision of what he wants to do 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years from now. Again, I still remember when I used to give interviews 20, 25 years back, I used to be asked a very set question back then. Where do you see yourselves 5 years from now? Of course, I used to make up certain answers. That's how I was taught in the consulting organizations that I was getting coached from. I don't know. I don't think that most of us, and again, I can say for myself, I really know that where will I be 5 years from now? As long as at least I have my short-term thing in place that, okay, next 2 to 3 years, I want to be there. I guess that's good enough. Let's get going with that. And if you truly believe that there's this X industry where I want to be a part of, and these are the 5 good organizations which actually provide me the kind of scope of work that I can possibly accomplish in the industry I want to be a part of. And further to that, it is giving me the right kind of role as well. So industry, the organization, the role. As long as I'm a little bit sorted into that before I step into a conversation, it turns out to be a win-win situation, because otherwise it may very well turn out to be a lose-lose situation down the line. And we should definitely avoid that. But that said, one of the core things that also comes into place is, please do understand your financial needs. It is absolutely okay to be really forthcoming around the kind of compensation that we are looking at. There's this whole change of market that has happened. 60s and 70s and the 80s, that was a very need market. We all were an evolving country. Whatever that we could get best, we used to be. That's what my father and my grandfather and all, they tell me, at least to the father. Then in the 90s and then the turn of the millennial, those 15, 20 years and all, that still started becoming a market where we started kind of opening up a little, but still going with the industry trends and all. Today, it's a different market altogether. We have seen the riches. We have seen the kind of goodies around us. We have seen the world. We have been exposed to all the nice things that are happening around us. So there's absolutely nothing wrong to have certain financial expectations as well. Be really sorted in that, and then accordingly step into that whole organization, the industry, organization, the role. Because if I end up compromising now because of certain reasons, I may just end up getting a little frustrated, and it brings in some kind of a disturbance in the system. There'll be resignations. There may be role mismatches. There may be performance issues because I did not really think through. Either I did not think through, or possibly I ended up compromising in some way. It's okay to wait for those 2 months to get the right kind of job. It's okay to kind of hold on to the temptation of stepping in somewhere at the kind of CTC which is not to my liking, and then realize 3 months down the line, oh my God, there was this offer. Now you may end up taking that, but what's happening is it has caused a disturbance in the system. So let's be really sure about what we want to accomplish. And this is about the whole entry part, which is about know yourself, because as of now, it's a new world that we are entering in. I don't know the organization doesn't know me. As a student, both of us are just having a leap of faith. A well thought of leap of faith. Still better than what it was 20 years back. In my first organization in the internet, brilliant organization, American Data Solutions, back in year 2000. My core intent was, oh yeah, it's an MNC. I have to step in. It turned out to be great, which is nice, but oh yeah, it's an MNC. Which is where I'm coming to the second point, which is once you have known yourselves, the kind of industry, the organization, the setup, the CTC that we want to be there, and then the kind of role I'm getting. Once that's decided, unless there is something really remarkable that happens that makes me change my decision for some reasons, stick around at least for 2 to 3 years and start building equity. Now, this is where I want to quote my mentor. He's by the name of Mr. Shubhradeep Guha. He is currently with Google. He's a delivery / product head there in one of the divisions. I had a privilege to work with him in Sapient for many years. And he has an ex-Sapient, worked there for over 15 odd years, is now with Google, and he's my mentor. And all that he taught me was, JT, build equity. There will always be temptations, and I can share my own personal example. I am here in Extria for the last 7 years, a little over 7 years. This is the maximum that I have spent my time in an organization. Before this, I was with RBS for about 6 years, and then Sapient and American Data Solutions for about 3 years each, and then a couple of other organizations in between us. But 7 years in Extria, and as of this moment, and I believe that's the moment that's going to be there tomorrow morning as well, this is going to be my retirement organization. And for the sheer reason, because of the advice that came from my mentor, which is build equity. In the last 7 years, weren't there temptations? The answer is yes. Weren't there irritants, which made me believe, oh yeah, I should move somewhere else? Of course, the answer is yes. Aren't there moments when you really think that okay, enough? Again, the answer is yes. But then compare it with all the other happy moments. And this is where the whole building the equity factor comes in. Now, when I say building the equity, the point is when we are in a certain organization, and this is something I'm telling to all the people who will be soon working in an organization, getting into a job and so on. Within your own organization, if we perform reasonably well to good to excellent, there will always be far more opportunities to be switching across domains, to be switching across roles, to be moving across the platforms, maybe move up the ladder and all, than it would be when we keep hopping the organizations. There are always short-term benefits. I'm not denying that. For the first 7 to 8 years of any student, there will always be temptations and always the short-term benefits because the hikes and all are pretty good. And then we end up seeing different people, then so on and so forth. But then we turn out to be pretty unemployable. If my hit ratio of stepping into the different kind of organizations turns out to be pretty 101 with my number of years of experience of 5 years, 5 jobs, trust me, after 6th, 7th, and the 8th year and all, my resume will start getting a little, scattered. It really, really doesn't give a sense that a person has built an equity. My whole understanding of a particular domain gets compromised. My whole virtue of a personality development by means of working with the same set of people, where some are really good, some may not be as much to my liking, some may have a different work style and all, it doesn't really get developed vis-a-vis when I'm working within an organization. And I work with all set of people, it helps me become a far better professional because of the exposure. Now, that said, one of the key things that comes is, you have been a part of the same setup. You must have become pretty lethargic. Or there must have been some kind of a monotonous thing. You know what? You haven't possibly really grown. An answer to all of this is, again, yes, in case I'm not handling my equity in a way that could have been far more suitable for me. Because one thing is, I could have become very sedentary. When I say I, any individual for that matter, who is a part of one organization and is pretty much stuck. Yeah, sometimes it just happens. What you might call like feet in the mud. You're like kind of just getting stuck there. But in case you are an individual who anyways is pretty sorted with respect to what you want within that organization, ask. There are two things, earn and ask. Earning is something you will definitely do in case you are making the kind of an impression where people are anyways seeing what you are doing. But sometimes it happens that I'm in a particular setup where whatever best I'm doing, it's just not getting noticed enough. And I believe that I'm going good. Fair enough, that's okay. We work with all sort of people. If we are not able to earn, ask. Asking will never ever lead to a situation which will not work in long term. Let people around you know this is what you aspire to. Let people around you know this is what I have done, this is what I can do, and this is what I'm missing out on. The current market situation is such, guys, that any organization worth its salt would be happy to give you more rather than holding on to stuff. There is so much of work outside. There is so much of dearth of good people to work with. There's so much of shortage of talent that if I go and ask, and if I show that kind of a willingness to do more, the team around will be happy to accommodate. And all of this comes as only and only if we have built equity. I'm in an organization working in a particular role, have spent about 6 months, and I say, I want to do something else. I want to do something else. I want to do something else every 3 months and all. Yeah, that also kind of creates a noise in the system. Do something. Let's be productive. Building equity comes with the productivity coming out. Once I've been productive enough, because of that, I've built equity. I would be definitely able to channelize and navigate my way through and have a much happier sleep. So net, to begin with, starting is know yourselves while you're in an organization, build equity. All of that, with the last point that I had, stay positive, knock off the negativity. And this is something which is all the more prevalent in the current times when we are all working virtually. When we are in office, there are people around us. And, I kind of get engaged. I know that I'm being looked at as well and so on. In a virtual world, I can just shut down my laptop and then kind of walk around 1 hour, gossip, this, that. There'll always be that kind of thing which is going to hit me and we don't know for how long this is going to continue. Now, this is something where I cannot really give any gyan on how to stay positive and how to beat negativity, but I can just share a thought process which can well be imbibed in your own mindset itself. Stay positive. There are so many of opportunities, grab them, build equity, really immerse yourselves in some good work and stay positive. There will always be temptations. There will always be loose talks. There will always be negativity. There will always be irritants. In the current situation, stay positive. On this note, I would like to say all the very best to everyone around. I'm sure that we are going to continue to engage in many, many, many more ways possible. But the kind of brilliant minds that you are, I'm pretty sure that you're going to rock the world. So go ahead and make it large. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk. Now, I feel honored to call upon Ms. Shalini Johri, Head Talent Acquisition Endurance Technology Limited. Prior to this, she has been associated with leading companies like GOS Global Services India Private Limited as the Deputy Director. Ma'am has been associated with big firms like India Yamaha Motors as the DG and Strategic HR, IR and Special Projects Bharat Forge Limited as HR Manager, and IMS Emsaria Private Limited, Manfoy Management Consultants, Alp Management Consultants, HCL Technology, and IBM. Ma'am, we are grateful to have such an honorable person with us today. I request ma'am to address the session.
Thank you so much, Antra, for that elaborative, introduction of mine. That puts me into embarrassment, as Joginder rightly said, talked about stability. And you mentioned so many organizations in my name. So that sort of, is contradictory to what Joginder just brought out, saying that we're looking for stability. But just to clarify, I spent around 7 years with Yamaha and around 6 years with Bharat Forge. Gus was a short stint, and I would come to that. And yes, this is a new venture that I have just taken, and I am fully enjoying it. I have been hearing so many people, talk about, carry out your hobbies, do what you like to do. Honestly speaking, I wasn't really aware that, what can make a person happy. And it's a very important perspective which COVID has rightly brought in front of all of us while we were locked in our houses. That carrying a hobby and doing something that can make you happy is the best way to deal with a situation or a pandemic like what we are all into. So going back to our topic, we all see that the turbulence that COVID has created. Not just the businesses or the conglomerates or the students are facing, but a small child who is as small as a 2-year, 3-year-old can also feel, not allowed to go out, be inside the house all the time with your grandparents, parents busy doing office from home. So even a child can feel the turbulence, forget about the big businesses or the conglomerates. So basically what we're talking about is, there is a lot of unknown which is going to come, and, preparing ourselves for that. Now, when I look at all of this, what I feel is that the basics would never change. And when we talk about, hiring trends and how the companies are moving, there is a lot of data that one can dig into and can Google and see how hiring trends are changing. But still, what I feel would remain the same is the value system. So, when I, as head of talent acquisition, is given the task to hire around 300 roles with endurance, I sort of, sat down to understand that what is that now I would be looking forward for each role, so A few standard skills which were coming easy to me were has never changed basically. So when you talk about integrity, is something which would never change. Now, whether you're working from home or you're working, I mean, you're physically there in office, integrity is the basic thing that we look in for, and there is no compromise on that. So have a value system is my first thing. And first message to all the freshers is it's important that you bring in your own value system. There could be organizations which would want to learn from the freshers what is it you can bring to the table, how is that you can make the systems and processes more robust, and bring in a value system that can help the organization, you know, reach to another level or heights altogether. We all talk about Mr. Ratan Tata and the way Tata is working. And I'm a big fan, and I have watched a lot of videos of Mr. Ratan Tata, wherein I see him talking about how he never compromised on his values. There were many times wherein the projects were not given to Tatas, despite of you know, their being competitive enough, just because of the fact that they were not willing to compromise on their value system. And we know where Tatas are standing today. So you know, one thing that I would want to tell you is never compromise on your value system, and you would know your value system. So while you are, you know, interacting with the interviewers, or you are facing any interview panel, let us talk about values as well. And I have included in my interview process, you know, we talk about endurance values while we are interacting with the students. See where the value system is matching. Would you fit into this kind of culture? Would you not fit into this kind of culture? What's the harm I feel in taking a psychometric for self? You know, my Hogan was done around 14 years back from now, and it revealed that what gives me immense pleasure and happiness is when I give it back to the society. So money was not a factor which was driving me. It was more if I could give back. And that was a revelation to me. I could never make out why gifts are not, you know, attracting me. Why am I not feeling happy when I'm getting a bigger pay? Why am I not happy when I'm moving ahead in my career? But the answer was somewhere lying deep below, and a psychometric test brought it out clear to me that that really doesn't give me happiness. If I could give back to the society, I would be rather more happy. So, you know, what's the harm? Take a psychometric for self if you're not clear what makes you happy and what is driving you. And understand and bring out something which is there in the thoughts, but is not come on the table. You know, there are tools that can help you figure out. So Joginder very rightly pointed out that take a job which you know, matches what you like to do and what could be your hobby. So you can be more clear, which we were not aware. So for us, the careers were, you know, after MBA, for girls, HR was a easy place to go because you don't have to go out in the market, and primarily the job was more restricted to office. But that's not the case now. When you talk about HR, we are not restricted to office anymore. So things are changing, and things are evolving. We also need to change with time. So my second message is be very flexible and learn to change with the pace of time. Do not come with a mindset or a colored vision. Be open and see, and give yourself some time to see how the organization is progressing. In case you see some change happening in the organization, do not jump onto conclusions. You know, you've already set out this message. So for me, business meetings or office meetings comes easy. But when I have to address a confluence, and especially a confluence like this, wherein I know there is a smarter lot sitting on the other side of the table, I must want to let you know that the message is clear that, you know, we know that the youngsters these days are smarter. So that message is very well there in our minds when we go out for hiring. But what is important for you to understand is that there is some amount of experience that people are carrying with them. Learn to respect that. Go meet people, talk with them, understand what is that they have, and do not have any conclusion drawn immediately. I see a lot of time, you know, when freshers are coming, there's a lot of expectations mismatch happening primarily in the manufacturing sector. Because what we assume is when we go out, there'll be a nice office, a nice neat and clean plant where we'll be working, and we would be doing some nice tidy work, but that's not the case. You really got to dirty your hands. You go out on those assembly lines where there would be 10 workers standing, sweating, smelling, and you got to work in that environment. Sometimes you may not be getting a break also, but that's how the learning happens. The road is not so easy, and corporate, especially when we talk about, after having these beautiful infrastructures in colleges these days, the corporate world is definitely not that easy. So give yourself a chance and be very open for feedback. It is important for all the youngsters to understand that while it is important to be a critical thinker, and I always appreciate that, the flip side is that we should always be open for feedback also. The idea, whether taken or not taken, let us be happy at least we brought an idea on the table. That should not stop, you from thinking or taking a deep dive into the problems or the solutions. However, it should motivate you that at least there was a feedback and you understood what was wrong and what is that you can do better. So be open for feedback is another important point. Now there is a buzzword in the market that I see, especially in the HR function, about emotional intelligence. Though it sounds a buzzword, but when I was in my MBAs, we learned OB, and emotional intelligence is all about managing your emotions and managing people's emotions. So in Three Idiots movie, we very clearly saw that you feel happy when you see that you've got good marks, and and your friend, you feel sad when your friend's name is not there in the list, but you feel jealous if your friend gets better marks than you. So that's okay. It's an emotion. Jealousy is an emotion. Suppose somebody hits my car today. Getting angry is an emotion. However, if I get down of the car and I'm able to modulate my behavior and ask the other person, I hope you're not hit, because you just don't know. There could be a lady carrying a baby, bleeding, might be requiring a clinical care. Despite the fact, the car headlight could be mended. But if I can modulate that anger and modulate my behavior, that is what is emotional intelligence. So learn to have a control on the emotions, and that's what emotional intelligence. So that is another very important factor that we are looking in for people in this changing environment. It is easy to blame anything and everything on the changing world and the COVID environment. However, I still feel that there are people who are coming out as the positive, self-motivators who are changing the whole scenario. There were people who were out in the market, like we see these Zomato guys, delivery guys and all, who were delivering while we were all sitting at our, lockdown in our houses. Majority of them, I don't know whether it was a part of the training or not, when we used to open the door, they had a smile on their face. Now, how were they doing it? We were scared to even step out of the house. They were coming with the delivery during those COVID scenarios wherein they didn't even know whether this house has COVID or not, but they still had a smile on their face. So, this is about harnessing your emotions, how you can modulate your emotions, and how you can modulate your behavior and not get affected by the emotions. So these are the few messages that I want to convey to all the youngsters, and this is what we as corporate look from the freshers. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much for having me here. Thanks, Sanju, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks. I know it was really a short notice. We planned this session in a very short notice, but still you could spare your valuable time and being with us.
Pleasure.
It was really indeed a very great session. We learned a lot from you, ma'am. Always listening to you is really an amazing experience altogether. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shalini.
Thank you, ma'am, for the enriching talk. Now, I am profusely elated to call upon Mr. Bino Kumar, Head Talent Acquisition and Technology Hiring, Groupon So Sir has over 15 years of experience in full cycle recruiting and expertise in building high-end engineering teams across product-based organizations, which predominantly involve leadership and lateral hiring.
Antara, I'm sorry to inform, I think Mr. Binu has some urgent work and he could not join in. Can we have our next speaker, Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha for the...
Sure, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, well, it is a privilege to call upon Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha, Head Talent Acquisition Confidential, ex-Adobe and Amazon. Sir is a versatile HR leader with over 20 years of proven track record of delivering business impact at top-tier multinational organizations, spanning roles across strategic hiring, HR, business partnership, driving large-scale complex change transformations, processes and efficiency, and improvements, organization effectiveness, and HR operations in FMCG, telecom, and tech. It is an honor that we are here to have Sir with us today. I request Sir to address the session.
Thank
Over to
you.
Sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes,
Sir,
yes,
you're audible.
Mr. Sinha. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, to all the academia, the student representatives of Amity, all the students, and my elite group of panelists. It was really a pleasure. As the name of this conference suggests, Confluence. It was really a confluence of ideas and pulse of wisdom that I could hear from most of them. Since I don't know, this discussion was scheduled between 11:45 till 1, and we have already overshot the time. I don't know what is the time I'm left with. So I would really like to know if I have about 10 minutes to
Yes, please,
close.
Mr. Sinha.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can have
Thank
that.
you. I would keep it very pragmatic, very short, simple. I would not, because most of them have already shared what the industry expects from the students who are passing out now or in the future batches. Let me start with first the thing that you guys are doing at Amity. Not the students, but the teachers. I must really appreciate, being a son of a teacher myself. I highly value education. It is the only English word that I know of which has all the 5 vowels into it. Frankly, it is one of the biggest uh, service to the mankind that a teacher gives. And that is what I have always been appreciative about. While we study, we do not value our teachers, but as we grow up, we realize that whatever we are today, it is all shaped up by them. So first of all, a great thanks to all the teaching fraternity of Amity. Now going forward to students. See, a lot of panelists shared the idea COVID, and there was a lot of sense of, and there is in the world a lot of sense of fear mongering by many people in terms of COVID doing this, COVID doing that, restricting us and restricting our lives. I see it differently. I see every such opportunity as an opportunity to evolve. It brings about evolution. Now look at, did we not had multiple such scenarios earlier in life? We had famine, we had earthquakes which devastated the mankind, we had world wars which actually led to a devastation of mankind, a devastation of civilizations. We grew up from being a Mohenjo-daro Harappa civilization to here. Or if you look at several thousand years BC, there have been many catastrophes. The best thing about human mankind is the will that we carry and the will that we have. We keep on. Nothing stops the human mankind from growing. And when I growing, I said, I also remember that the professor, when he started this discussion, he said that Amity is coming up with institutions globally in US, in Dubai and whatnot, and they plan to hold 50 campuses across the globe in the next few years. Let me tell you, all this would happen. This is an educational institution and everybody like others aspire to grow. But what is most important for you as a student, since I'm addressing you, there is a need. There is a need of a job. But in my opinion, rather than a job, if we look at having a career. Being educated is very important, but being learned is much more important. I'll just share a small story of how it helps because, and I'm clearly relating it to different campuses. You will get opportunity to travel across continents and be in different, countries, learning the skills and things that Amity would imbibe in you. But more importantly, when you talk of learning, it is beyond education. It is much more than education. So there was this monk and he had few disciples. One day, when monk was sitting in meditation, his disciples came to him and said, "We want to travel." He said, "Very good. And we want to travel and see the globe. We want to go around countries, continents." Then the monk asked, "What do you want to? Why do you want to go and what do you want to achieve?" He said, "We want to go in search of God and enlightenment." He said, "Very good. This is a noble thought." Then the disciples wanted him to join them in their journey. The monk said, "Sorry, I would not be able to do because I think I'm here, I'm meditating, and I would try to find God here while I'm sitting and meditating and get that enlightenment. What you can do is to represent me. You can take one of my things as an offering to different gods that you meet and bring it back when you come back." So they said, "Fine, that is very good. We will start tomorrow morning." He took them to a nearby orchard and give them a bitter gourd. Bitter gourd, समझते होगे आप, करेला. So he gave them a bitter gourd and told them to wherever they go, they offer to the gods and bring back that fruit back with them, the vegetable back with them. So after months, when these disciples returned back, they saw that there was where this guru was sitting in dhyan, this monk was sitting in meditation, and there were a lot of creepers and trees that had come alongside him, but he was very busy. They waited for him to wake up. In the evening, when he woke up from his meditation, they said, "We have come back." The guru asked, "Did you bring back my offering that I offered to the god?" They said, "Yes, sir." "And let us cook it for dinner tonight." So the bitter gourd was cooked for the dinner. When they started eating, when they sat for the dinner, the monk asked, "How does it taste?" He said, they said, "It is very bitter." He asked, "How would you have had tasted with before you started?" They said, "Bitter." Now there was a learning in this. Irrespective of wherever you go in the world, if you don't open your eyes, if you don't open yourself to the outer world, one would still remain the same. The Karela still remained a Karela despite traveling through several continents with them. So while the institute provides and facilitates this opportunity for you, it is for you students to open up your mind and don't be conditioned towards thinking in a particular way and being in a situation where you do not get the real learning that institute is trying to provide you. Rather, you just look at having a degree which has been spawned across various continents. Now coming to the next thing, which is the current pandemic, the skills that we need to, and even if there was no pandemic, life is about to grow, the skills that we need to imbibe as a student. As a student, industry might have varying expectations. As a student, you would have various desires. It is very important to first recognize what do you want to do in life. It is the most important point because you are the most important amongst all this thing. Don't try to do what others do. This friend of mine in the class got placed for this many lakhs, so I should follow him. No, you are unique and there is no benchmark for you. You have your own potential, you have your unique potential, and you have a scope which you yourself would not know till what level you can grow. So in the current world, when things are changing, if you look at our generation, when we started, there was a telephone where you would have to dial. But today you have mobiles. In our generation, there were no online shops. there was a need. People realized that there is a need, and then they started with things like Grofers, Amazon, and various other Snapdeal, etc. Various other e-commerce sites across the globe, Alibaba, and many of them became millionaires, billionaires. Money would follow. It is more important to follow your passion. So the important thing that you need to know right now is the first thing, which is the world is getting digital because we have distances. It has many benefits, but there are many flaws as well. We need to recognize and accordingly condition ourselves. So look at digitalization. Today, there are many digital platforms where you can go and express yourself. You can express your frustration, you can express feelings, you can reach out to friends. While those are important, there are certain professional forums where you must go and visit. Now, when I say professional forums, people think of going to LinkedIn, and then as a student, you would go, what is the first thing? Yes, I'm looking out for a job or an internship opportunity. Let me ping this HR, let me tag this HR, let me connect with him. Now, that is not the objective you should go with. First, you should address what do you want to do? What is your target audience? Where do you want to reach? What are the key companies that you want to attract to? And then write a good note, connect with them. It is important. But then there are many other digital tools that you need to learn. Online certifications, while institute provides many other certifications, many of the universities have credits in their final degree. There have been, certifications which are historically there for last 20 years, whether it is a Microsoft certification, a Cisco certification, a SAP certification, or a Oracle certification. Beyond this, there are many certifications which are related to life skills, which are related to behavioral aspects, which are related to new age technologies, whether it is digitalization, digital marketing, or if you have done engineering, it doesn't mean engineering stops you from being beyond an engineer. You can think of, there are many engineers who are getting into, if you look at most of these investment banks, all of them hire engineers. If you look at many other companies who are into manufacturing or making of equipment, health equipments, they all hire engineers. So engineers have a scope. This is one profession which has a scope, is, going beyond boundaries of core engineering today. It gives an opportunity, or whether it is running a perfume shop like Grofers, which is online, you have opportunity there. So you have to think loud, think about yourself, what do you want to do, and accordingly choose a certification for yourself, which is available online, sometimes with cost, sometimes free of cost. There are many courses at LinkedIn which will help you. There are Udemy and many other platforms which gives you a lot of learning. Beyond this, the most important, as other panelists also said, are the cognitive skills. Today, you are interacting in a virtual environment with people who are sitting across the globe. You need to adapt to cultures, adapt to the difference of opinions. We are sitting alone in the house. Ideation in a group is better, but we have to think of adapting to the new environment where we are able to ideate on ourselves, think of and how to present our thoughts in a very constructive manner, in an articulate way, which is appreciated. Start appreciating others. Even if you are online, there are a lot of things that current generation might miss because they have not been able to go together and play together. So that is where you need to understand the group dynamics. The group dynamics is very important to develop. You call it emotional intelligence, you call it empathy. Now, if you look at all these businesses like Flipkart, Amazon, they all started with people realizing the needs of others. So it is very important then, from being educated to being learned, it is more important to understand what are the needs of the society and how you can contribute. They thought about it, they were able to evolve with a new business idea. Today, you are not restricted to a job. Your career can lead to you becoming an entrepreneur, a next Sachin Bansal or a Benny Bansal. You can be the next Vijay Shekhar Sharma. You have got a lot of opportunities. You can be the next Jeff Bezos or Jack Ma or Elon Musk. So these are people who have achieved. You are young, you are an ignited mind, you have opportunity to do it. How to do it? You will have to evolve your thinking. You will have to think about others, think at the society at large. Yesterday, they realized that while you are at home, or if you are in old age, how to deliver ration at your home. Today, you can think it differently. It is a digital age. You have many other new things which you can do. You just have to open your eyes and look around it. This is another skill. Then one of the key skills which I always tell to students is learn to grow beyond what you already know and how you already live your life. So importance. Today you are dealing with multiple people in multiple geographies. Try and learn. If not become an expert, try to learn some basics of some foreign language. One of the foreign language where your interest lies. Try and understand. When you connect digitally with a person sitting in Japan or a person sitting in China, he does not understand English as well as you do, and you do not understand Chinese or Japanese as well as they do. So you cannot teach them, and it is not, but it is for you. You cannot help others learn something, but you can help yourself learn something to adapt and become a better professional. You will be highly appreciated. So this is one skill. If you start early, this will take you a long way to create a footprint on a global and leave a global perspective for yourself. You will have a career doors open to larger global opportunities. Lastly, when I interact with students in the last 2 months, I would have I do not want to boast out here, but we have selected or joined more than 1,000 engineers in the last 1.5 months alone, which is a humongous task for any corporate. So there is a huge demand. Don't get into the lure of just getting into a job. I see students have respect for others where they call, oh, it is a HR interview. Okay, so what is the salary you are offering? Now, your career is not about your salary. Do not think beyond job. Think about a career where your passion lies, where you can do something which is different. You are an engineer. You are not just a graduate who did not have a choice but had to choose in any of the subjects that they wanted to study. You are an MBA student. You chose a career for yourself. You are a biotechnology student. There are a lot of new things in genomics that you can do. So there are a lot of opportunities where you can leave a mark about yourself. It is just about aligning it with your passion. Choose a career, not a job. That is more important. In the current dynamics, a lot of people have told you multiple new things. You can do this, you can do that. What I say is, first, try to introspect and then be yourself. These are all the avenues. There are multiple other avenues. There are corporates who always come in industries, and we as a professional are all driven by the demands of the company. It is not that we come to you when we are not in need. Last year, if you look at, very few companies did campus. This year, the salaries are going upwards, skyrocketing. Next year, it would be different. So you do not have to create a niche or create your career only basis what the industry demands. It is important, but it is more important to find yourself. Look for your passion, what ignites you. And then there are many avenues. If you need any help, there are people like us, like other panelists who would help you get a direction to your life. We are always welcomed by your institute to share ideas. We can share thoughts. But my humble request to you would be, don't run behind just getting a job. Run behind getting a career, and to get that career, do whatever is possible in the current environment, whether it is an online certification, learning new course, developing your cognitive skills, respecting others, connecting with the professionals. All of this will help you evolve as a better professional. Beyond this, if you have any need, because we are already much over the time of this conference, so I would like to, close it here. And thank you once again, all the Amity students and elite panelists of this team, and the entire academia, the people especially who are holding this beautiful confluence. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Sinha.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir, for the enlightening words. It was a great honor to have and had heard and all the perspicacity that you've given towards the studenthood. With this, we come to an end of today's HR Conclave. I feel great honor to call upon Ms. Madhuri Kumari, ma'am, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relations, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to please propose the vote of thanks and give the concluding remarks. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, Devika. I must say that as I started off with expecting a very enriching session, and indeed, as I conclude, I feel so elated and so very confident to announce that it was indeed an enriching session. Some of the phrases that I have noted down, and I'm sure that all my student participants must have noted down, are very valuable thoughts that has been shared by all our esteemed panelists for being a great professional. But more than that, what was very interesting that came out from today's session is that it is not that you have to really focus on being a great professional, but be yourself, being a good individual, trying to explain what you want, trying to explore what you are good at. That's the key, and that will be that would take you long rather than just focusing on being a good professional. I would just like to quickly go through the phrases that I have collected and for the benefit of my student participants. Self-management, value yourself, be yourself, as all of you are very unique. Run your own race, my dear students, and collaboration is definitely a key that you should keep in your mind. Fail forward, and please mind that there should be no excuses. A great combination, be on the top of the technological development, soft skills never to be forgotten, and lifelong learning is something which is going to be mantra for your success. Know yourself, building equity, avoid negativity, and stay positive. Earn and don't mind to ask. Have a great value system. Never compromise on your value system. Be very, very open for feedback. And yes, something that you should take it along, emotional intelligence. Don't be conditioned. Be flexible. Be yourself. Get connected, connecting to the world. Professional forum. Take a note of it. Be there. Get connected. Go beyond boundaries. Learn beyond boundaries. Think loud, focus what you want, explore, and be focused. Cognitive thinking and presentation of thought, group dynamics. And finally, but the most important one, my dear students, when it comes to the professional world, choose a career, not a job. So that is some of the phrases that I have picked up from the esteemed panelists, and I'm sure that my students must have made a note of it. And I'm sure if you have all this, then it's going to be a quick and a checklist for the mantras of success in your future. With that, wishing very best to my dear students, and thank you to the esteemed panelists on behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, entire Amity University fraternity. I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists from the bottom of my heart for sparing your valuable time and for providing this capsule to our students regarding how to prepare themselves and to be beyond professional, a focused individual. My special thanks to respected founder president, sir, honorable chancellor, sir, respected vice chancellor, ma'am, and Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, sir, joint head of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, for providing this platform where we as a corporate resource center team could bring in the leaders and provide the best of the industry learning to our students. I would like.
Madhuri. In fact, what suggestion they have given, we must document those suggestions and we must circulate among all the students so that feedback which we have got from industry must reach to all the students. And it's really nice to have such sessions, and let's see how best collaborative work we can do with industry to fulfill their requirements, and how we ensure that our students are industry ready. And let's keep on doing these exercises, these workshops, these get together and session which has been done today. If some could not attend, you should share these videos with all the students who are going for the placement at the moment, so that before hitting for the company, they must know what are their expectations, so that they are well prepared and their rejection rate must get reduced, and they must have 100% selections in all company they are dreaming and desire. So thank you and congratulations to you, Anju, Devika, all, Devika, Priyanka, whole CRC team, and Antra and all, they have done very good. And you should not tell their student, they are look like they're part of our team,
Yes.
right? And looks professional. So that's really good. And it's really
Thank
good
you so
news.
much, sir.
Yeah, it's
Thank
a
you
great learning for both Devika and Traka. And I'm sure you, along with all your students, attend all the sessions. And there are a lot of takeaways. And I'm sure if you do that, then you don't have to experience anything on yourself. Many, they experience on themselves and they learn, and then they realize something wrong happening, then they try to correct, and then there is no time. So it's the right time. All should understand. And thank you, Dr. Madhuri, for organizing
Thank
such
you,
a
sir.
wonderful session.
Thank you, sir. Just would like to quickly put on record special thanks to entire faculty colleagues and my team, and of course the student volunteers, without whom sailing through this session would not have been easy. Great thanks to the MCs, Devika and Antara. You have done a great job. Great. Once again, thanks to IT team for helping us with the smooth conduct of this session. Thank you once again to everyone, and we will be having another industry session on industry academia linkage, which will start at 2 o'clock. So be there with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the esteemed panel members.
Thank you, everyone.
Hand it over to the MCs now to start.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would also like to mention that Mr. Harsha has also joined us.
So we have from academics, we have Mr. Garg and Mr. Lokesh and Mr. Harsha.
Dr. Garg, yeah.
Dr. Garg and Mr. Lokesh and Mr. Harsha, all of them, right?
No, Mr. Lokesh has not joined as yet.
Okay.
Mr. Harsha has joined, and Dr. Garg may join anytime.
Okay, so as Dr. Bansal has just reminded that we will start our session right away because we have to finish on time for the valedictory session to begin on time. So
Absolutely.
I would
Please
hand
go
it over to the MCs now. And MCs, you can please start the session.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you. The delicate balance of mentoring someone is not creating them in their own image by giving them the opportunity to create themselves. A very good afternoon to our distinguished industry leaders, our esteemed conference attendees, respected faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Corporate Resource Center, I, Devika Soni, a final year student of Computer Science and Engineering, express a warm welcome to all of you to the panel discussion on industry academia linkage, a necessity for creating a natural innovation ecosystem. Whereby with this, I request Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relations,
I think Madhuri is also got busy with another session or class. So we heartily welcome all the esteemed panel members from all the leading organizations. Mr. Sanjay Man, President Northeast and South Asia from South India from Reliance Communication Limited Global Cloud Exchange. Mr. Sekhar Sahai, who's the India head of HR from Thales Group. Mr. Ashish Gupta, Vice President and Head of Software from Barco India, and Mr. Satyasekhar Das Mandal from Infoview Systems. So we have these four eminent leaders from the industry. Along with that, we also have some eminent personalities from the world of academia. We will soon have Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technical University.
Ma'am,
join
Sir has joined already. Sir has joined already.
Okay.
Sir is in meeting.
So happy to announce that we already have with us Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, Pro Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technical University. Welcome to you, sir. We have Mr. Harsha Kankaneta, who's the founder of Advisely, also with us. He has already joined, and we might be joined by Mr. Lokesh Mishra, head of AWS. So with that, we have a full house today, and we're looking forward to a very enriching session. Thanks once again for sparing time out of your busy schedule and joining us here today. So with that, may I request the MC to kindly proceed.
Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome. I would now request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, sir, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering Technology, to please welcome the speakers.
Thank you, Antra, for inviting me. And on behalf of our most respected Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who is also Patron-in-Chief of Confluence 2022, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who is Patron of Confluence. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I welcome you all during very important session, Industry-Academia Linkage, which we always take on a priority, and our Founder President always have given industry on the top priority. And I always remember, he always say, anything industry require, I must start. And he never looked back to any other. He says, if industry look, Amity should do it. And that's why if you see in Amity, we have all courses except medical. And all courses, wherever there is a demand, we have started, and it's been widely accepted. Thank you, Professor S.K. Garg, Pro Vice Chancellor DTU, for joining, sir. I know you are not well, but you have joined. Thanks. It shows that your blessings are there with us, and we always want your blessing, your mentorship, your guidance. And even you're not well, but your coming gives us a lot of motivation. That's very important. Thank you very much, sir, for your time to be with us. I also welcome all our distinguished guests, key panelists, Mr. Harsh, Mr. Ashish, Satya, Shekhar, and everyone who are giving a lot of mentorship and guidance to our engineering college. And I'm sure today your session, which you are doing it, and even before you start the session, I want to tell today Amity has 11 universities. And recently we have taken over 170-acre campus in New York City, which we want to make biggest research and innovation hub. And we are proud to say that university from India can take over something in its states. And we are the first in that. And we are the first university from India who has started their campus in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan government has supported us. And we have campus in London. We have got in Singapore, Dubai, China, Abu Dhabi, South Africa, Paris, Sydney, Russia. And as per the vision of Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, we want to have another 50 campus in next 10 years, because he gives a lot of priority to internationalization. He says any student who get degree from MIT must be given international exposure so that they become global engineer and they are ready to take up challenges which are not local in nature, which are global in nature. And I'm sure with his vision, we are going to do it. We have 175,000 students at the moment, 6,000 plus faculties. We have filed 1,600 plus patents, and we have been awarded by Government of India to file and do the best research in India. And we are happy to have that. And we tied up with 200 plus world top universities, research lab. And we are the only university in India who has WASC accreditation and IET UK accreditation for engineering program. That shows that our curriculum, which we are offering to the students, it's not nationally benchmarked, it is globally benchmarked with UK and USA best practices. And we have been ranked 31 by NRF. And we are the top private university in Uttar Pradesh where we are established. And we have been ranked among top 3 by QS and Times Higher. And I'm sure together with all industry, we are working together. We are the first in India to have Center of Excellence of Tata. And we are still exploring with many corporates to have their Center of Excellence on campus, any campus of Amity University, wherever, whichever is possible. And I'm sure it is the time we all have to work together. We have to complement each other. And with that philosophy, Amity is working. And I'm sure today your session, your value, your experience, which you're going to share will be recorded. And at various forums, we are going to share with our students. We are going to do debate with the students that what you have learned out of that session, what Ashish ji talked about, Ravinder talked about, Harsh talked about, what are their outcomes out of that. And if we achieve outcome through each interaction, I'm sure nothing is impossible. We always tell our students there is no shortcut for the success. And for this corporate forum, I want to tell we are the university even recently seeing disruptive technology. We have started honors specialization and minor, because we have already seen how disruptive technology are becoming popular. And we have given option of minor and honors specialization in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, computer network, data science and analytics, construction planning and management, network and information security, IoT, digital manufacturing, augmented and virtual reality. And we are the only university in India who started BTech in 3-continent mode. So could be if you want to recruit an engineer who has a travel history of UK and US, they have spent 3 months time in US, 3 months in UK. And I'm sure these kind of engineer, if you hire who has a travel history of US and UK, they can be the best suited for your global clients, because they want to see if your client is from US, you always ask, is your engineer has some cultural experience of US? If you say yes, he has already traveled and as a part of course he was there. So it always teaches a lot. And when they travel to US and UK, they always put them in uncomfort zone, because in India we are the best, we are having the best parents who takes care of everything for them. They don't have to do anything. But when they go out, stay in US for 3 months, UK, they started doing cooking, and they give a lot of respect and regard when they come back to their parents, that how much pain they are taking to ensure everything is in place without any of their efforts. So these kind of practice which we have included in our curriculum with the study abroad program, global transfer program, is really helping students in a big way, so that they understand how to learn, unlearn and relearn. And that is the mantra we are telling. And we are the only university who has a behavioral science in a course, communication skills as a course, because behavioral science is very important for anybody to grow in life. So I'm sure together with this, I said I must just brief you the vision which we are taking. And I'm sure together with industry, if you have any proposal, you want to work with Amity in any campus, we are always open to explore. Our infrastructure is fully available for all industries, and we will not take day to take a decision if it is something which can ensure the best learning experience of our students. And we are working with the mandate that together we have to change the world. That is the mantra we all are working, which has been asked by our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor. And we want to make Amity among the best university in the world, and to show the whole world that there could be a university from India who can do that. So with this, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Madhuri, for organizing such a wonderful talk and such a galaxy of speakers who are directly, indirectly, every moment they're helping us, helping our engineers to be industry ready. Thank you very much once again. We welcome you in CONFLUENCE.
Over to the MCs.
It's my great privilege to call upon Mr. Ashish Gupta, sir, Vice President and Head of Software, Barco India. Sir has accomplished knowledge leader with substantial experience in the development of cloud services and scalable enterprise software products in large software organizations, as well as the technological embedded startups. His interests include all aspects of cybersecurity, including cloud security, network security, identity and access management, and data security. Sir possesses a strong record of successfulness leading towards multiple software products releases to successful delivery. In addition to that, interacting with large enterprises as product expert. He is an independent thinker, creative and adaptive to organizational needs. Mr. Ashish sir holds graduate degree in computer science from University of Cambridge, United Kingdoms, and business administration from IIM. It's a great honor to have you with us, sir. I request you to address the session, and we're extremely keen to hear what you have in store for us.
Thank you.
Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Devika. Before we request Mr. Mann to set the tone of the session, since Mr. Ashish Gupta has to leave for an important meeting, I would request Mr. Ashish Gupta to kindly share your thoughts with the audience.
Yeah, thank you, Devika, and thank you, Gopadas Gupta ji. Good to be here, and thank you for the invitation here. It was a very nice thought shared by Dr. Bansal just before this. We have to change the world, and that's what is a great thought from Amity and in general the kind of work which you guys are doing in the academia. But the topic which I think have been asked to share my thoughts is related to academia and how academia can work together with the industry and what kind of collaboration can happen. It is extremely important topic. It is the thing which I really feel that creating more bridges between industry and academia is extremely important for India, especially. The seed of innovation happens in academia. That's what I'm firm believer of that. I can share my experience of Cambridge University in 1997. At that time, there was a lot of buzz about GPS and how GPS can be used, how GPS data can be used for maps, for finding the shortest route and that kind of stuff. And my project was related to that in 1997, when obviously there was nothing like maps. It was all physical maps which we used to carry in our cars whenever we used to travel from X place to Y place. At that time in 1997, there was already multiple projects and multiple research which has been already done. And after 7 years or 8 years of that, Google Maps was launched, and that was in 2005. My own project in Cambridge University was related to GPS, and exactly similar use case what we are solving through Google Maps now, and which has become the day-to-day thing for us, and the kind of impact which it has created. So primarily what I'm trying to say is that I think everybody is aware of this, or maybe you have already heard of this, the William Gibson quote: "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." I'm a firm believer that the future is already invented. It just has to be discovered somewhere. And where it has to be discovered in the academia and the large institutions where the research is happening. How it can create an impact to the society, that's what we have already seen. They have multiple instances. Google Maps was one instance. The application of AI and everything is another instance. And that's the kind of innovation which is really needs to be exploited more by the industry. And that can happen only if the industry and academia work together more closely. I also feel that it is going to have a great impact on better utilization of funds. See, ultimately funds for research comes either in academia, industry collaborates, or the government, right? If all three can work together on the use cases which are impactful to the society, there can be better traction in terms of go-to-market kind of things. It can be better traction in terms of how the impact can be created faster. And it's especially important for countries like India, where we have less of these kind of bridges. The other important thing which I really feel is that it provides a better opportunities for the students. I think Dr. Bansal was just now talking the great things which Amity University is doing. It is going to create more. It's going to create more opportunities for the university students to contribute in a better way and execute in a better way to provide solutions to the world. So I completely agree with this, and there is of course there is no point of disagreement here, but important thing is that how we can utilize or how we can create more bridges, and that's where we need some sort of cohesive strategic and tactical steps in this direction. We keep on talking, there's so many industries in Noida also, especially in the software and the IT industry. There's so many universities also, but I don't see much traction coming in terms of forums where we really are working towards creating more such kind of work groups which can be jointly contributed by both industry and academia. And I would look forward for such kind of collaboration work groups with the Amity University also. So just to introduce, I lead the Barco software group here in India. Barco is into visualization products. It's a Belgium-based organization. It has been in existence since last 90 years, 90, in technology space. It is one of the organization which has transformed itself multiple times in the last 90 years. And right now the focus area is on mostly into visualization and application of software in enabling the visualization products. And when I say visualization, it is like cinemas, which you see 50% of the cinema halls globally are Barco powered technology, which means that anywhere in the world, if you go and watch any cinema, it is 50% chance is that it is powered by the Barco technology across the globe. It's not only in Belgium or Europe. We have a lot of products in enterprise collaboration as well, ClickShare and that kind of stuff. So a lot of good work is happening in the organization. And before that, I was leading one of the cloud services group in India at Oracle, Identity Cloud Services. So my interests primarily have been into cloud security and of course the latest new age technologies related to IoT and all that. So good being here. Thanks for inviting. I'll be here for the next 10 minutes here. More thoughts from all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. wonderful to listen such a wonderful address from you. And we will definitely look forward to collaborating with Barco. Maybe we will get in touch with you and look forward to explore mutual collaboration avenues with Barco. Thank you for sparing time despite your busy schedule. You have to go for a meeting, but thank you for sparing time and joining us.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So with that, may I hand it over to the MCs for introducing Mr. Mann, and Mr. Mann would be setting the tone of the session with his introductory address. So over to you.
I'm profoundly elated to invite Mr. Sanjay Mann, sir, President, Reliance Communication Limited, Global Cloud Exchange Reliance Communication. Sir has 25 years of experience as CEO, COO, sales head. He is an expert in business development, strategy, execution, and P&L management in leading telecommunications and IT organizations. Mr. Sanjay, sir, has a deep understanding of ISPs, GSPs, telecommunication, and IT, and its business applications across spectrum of carrier and enterprise businesses. He has helped several telecom and IT organizations realize their business goals using his innovative solutions, sales approach propagated through his vast network in the industry. His specialties being general business management, business strategy, strategic business alliances, sales management, large account management, enterprise business management, contracts, complex negotiations, setting up new businesses. We welcome you to address the session, sir. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. With this, you're welcome to start the session with us.
Thanks, Andhra. Thanks. I appreciate your welcome note on me. Many thanks, Professor Gopa, Dr. Bansal, and Ashish just before me for actually setting the tone. You have already set the ball rolling. So thanks for bringing up such a wonderful topic around industry and academia and collaboration for innovation. Another congratulations, to all my fellow panelists and students here and faculty of MIT University. I am Sanjay Mann. I run enterprise business of Reliance Communications. I am also engaged with a few startups as advisor and investor. Now, to cut the chase, I would speak about 3 case studies where university and industry-led collaboration has yielded remarkable results. And after that, I would welcome any questions that you may have. So the first one in my list is, basically an expertise-led model. So there is a team. Actually, they have formed a company separately since 2011 in Delhi College of Engineering, and these guys are basically into writing software for drones. So drones, as a concept, were being discussed then. They took an early start there, and these days now, several students enroll basis their software skills in this program. And Adani Defense is one company I know, and several other companies are buying software and manpower from this DCE sponsored company. This is an initiative by a progressive and entrepreneurial professor some 10 years back, and now every year some 10-15 students are getting placed in drone and strategic defense production companies from the same team that contributes in there. Not only this, they are taking up projects because they have so much head start in this new age technology that they're taking up projects from the industry, and there is sufficient kitty with these guys to do some R&D kind of procurement and stuff. So this is just one example. And I sincerely believe that MIT has everything that DCE has. You have fantastic labs, you have great students and wonderful faculty. Then another model that comes to my mind is a sales-led model. There is a gentleman called Andrew Ginter. He's a professor of cybersecurity at a leading Canadian university. If you find on LinkedIn, you can find him there. And he also heads pre-sales for an Israeli company called Waterfall. And Waterfall is a data diode manufacturer, which is a very high-tech hardware kind of intervention system for cybersecurity. A team of students works under the guidance of Andrew Ginter, they now form almost 10% of the total workforce in this space in the industry. So, it's fulfilling a skill requirement in the industry. I mean, you can see in this case, clearly they did not invent this technology, but they took keen interest in the side. Again, led by an enterprising person in a university. And once he took lead and he started getting enrolled with some students with him, and now they already have head start of 3-4 years in that direction. It's a very, very upcoming area, growing something like 100% per year. These guys are getting decent jobs. And another model that I could think of was basically an R&D led model. So here we would be discussing a small company called Lavo, L-A-V-O. It's a hydrogen fuel cell company based out of Sydney, Australia. And with University of Queensland funded R&D, they made a hydrogen fuel manufacturing and charging system that is 3x as efficient as regular batteries. And right now, their production is booked for next 2 years. And life of this battery system, which they've made, is 30 years. So that basically liberalizes the requirement of power completely from the grid. Now, this is a typical resources and money-led model. We need someone to fund your efforts. R&D-led efforts take some time to bring fruit because that needs funding and some research-led expertise. And both of these things take time unless there is such success story or success history, or someone has taken initiative to fund, like maybe successful ex-students, which MIT being a pretty old university in that direction, almost more than 30 years. And I know a lot of MITians are in the industry and they are at leading responsible positions, some even becoming CEOs and investors and all that. So moral is that we don't need all the money and resources in the world to get there and get started. Wherever we are, we just need to look for a problem that needs to be solved and figure out how you can contribute. Industry is waiting to leverage your efforts. Universities are relatively low pressure world for a majority of the participants. Lesser expectations from home and society at that. So low cost of failure and hence lower fear of failure and hence higher chance of success. So, you guys can start early and you can get a lot of chances of trial and error right in the beginning. And that is so necessary to succeed in a technology and startup and innovation environment. So with this, I wish each of the MIT University students and participants from faculty a very, very bright success in future. And now I'm open if you have any questions. Otherwise, these are the thoughts which I wanted to share with you.
We can take the questions at the end probably, Mr. Mann, and thank you for that wonderful address. So over to Devika and Antara for the next speaker, to invite the next speaker and introduce him to the audience.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful introduction. Now, I'm profoundly elated to invite Mr. Shekhar Sahai, India Head HR from Thales Group. He has worked with business leaders and their teams in India, Asia Pacific, and Middle East, Africa, and Russia, and supporting businesses with up to 2 billion euros, leading and being an integral part of programs and organizations in startups, ramp up, integration related to merger, insourcing, and reorganizing phases. Leading and being a part of multicultural and virtual teams, and having lived and worked out of Singapore, UK, Dubai, and several other places apart from India, traveling on business to nearly all countries in APAC, some multiple times working across major aspects of HR, including talent acquisition, learning workforce planning, HR operations, change and program management, performance management, leadership development, and employee engagement. Prior to Thales, he has held senior positions in Ericsson, Nokia, and HCL. He holds a bachelor's degree in physics honors from St. Xavier's College and PGDMP in HR from Xavier Institute of Social Service. We welcome you to address the session, sir.
Thank you very much, Antara. Really appreciate that introduction. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, yes, you're audible, Mr. Sai.
Okay. Excellent. So thank you very much, Gopa, Dr. Bansal, Ashish, Sanjay, to set the context. So my name is Shekhar Sai, as Antara said. I head human resources for Thales Group. Now, I'm not too sure how many people know about Thales as such. So Gopa, if you allow me, I'll just take 2 minutes to introduce my company so that the rest of the conversation will then be about, what are we doing in the space of academia, corporate relationship. Is that okay?
That's fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, let me know if it's visible, okay?
It's visible.
Is it visible
Yeah,
now?
it's visible now.
Yes, okay. So, so gentlemen, ladies, students, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So Thales, well, I'll talk about the Thales Group. So we are 80,000 employees company globally, present in 70 countries. Sales in 2021, and the numbers are just out for 2021. Sales in 2021 is not 17, but actually 21 billion. We have, and this is the topic that Sanjay spoke about, right? We have 1 billion euros of self-funded R&D, and this does not include the amount that is, spent on R&D funded by our customers, because we are the company which does a lot of customization for our customers, leading to a lot of spend on R&D. So what do? We are into digital identity and security. We are into ground transportation, defense and security, aerospace and space. To summarize, let's say you get up in the morning and you are taking a flight to Bangalore. If you're flying on an Airbus, most likely know that Airbus cockpit has all the avionics coming from Thales. If you're taking the metro in Bangalore to go from the airport to the city, the communication system on that metro is coming from Thales. Let's say on the way you want to withdraw some money from an ATM machine, the encryption behind the ATM device, that the hardware security modules comes from Thales. Let's say somebody in a village somewhere wants to have an Aadhaar card, then the identification and the authentication system comes from Thales, of course, together with other things. I'm sure all of us have heard about the Mirage 2000 and the Rafale program of the Indian Air Force. So the Rafale aircraft, all the electronics and the warfare systems come from Thales on the Rafale aircraft. If you're watching TV and if it is a terrestrial thing, right, we manufacture communication satellites and multiple other satellites. So that's the breadth of things that we do as a company, and therefore we are a deep-rooted tech company. As I said, out of the 80,000 employees that we have globally, we're roughly talking about 25,000 who are in engineers doing different kinds of things. That's the global picture. In India, we are nearly 1,800 people, a couple of joint ventures, primarily located out of Noida and Bangalore, but a couple of other places as well. Yeah. So I briefly spoke about the defense thing, so Rafale team, the Mirage, the major radars that the Air Force operates come from us. The submarine the sonar systems in submarine come from us. The Army on the optronics, electronic warfare systems come from us. As far as aerospace, I already gave you an idea about if you are walking into a Airbus, most likely the entire avionics suite is from Thales. We also work with the Airports Authority of India for navigational aids. As I said, I gave you a reference about metros. Most high-speed trains in Europe run on signaling system designed by Thales. So And coming back to our digital footprint, we are into biometrics, data protection. I mean, you name it, and I'm sure I will send this presentation to Gopa, and you can then have it from her. Primarily, right, we have two engineering centers in India. One out of Bangalore, which is roughly 300 people, but likely to grow to 500 shortly, and 800 in out of Noida, which is primarily into cloud, digital, and all the good words that are related to the high-tech technologies these days. That's a very brief introduction about Thales. Now, just to come back to what we are doing as far as the academia interface is concerned, I'll just brief, because I represent the human resource function, just so let me talk about things that Gopa was speaking about. Every year, 10% of our employee base is coming from young graduates that we hire from universities like Amity. For example, today, this year, and I'm grateful to Amity that they recognize the internship that the students do at Thales as part of the curriculum. And recognized as that's the eighth semester that they spend with us to complete the BTech BE degrees. And this year we'll be welcoming 40 students on the 17th of February to start the internship. That's one thing that we do. The other one is we have a PhD sponsorship program with Indian Institute of Science, where we sponsor PhD students to come and work at Thales Labs and various other French national labs in on pursuing thesis which is co-developed, co-defined by Thales. So that's another great example of industry sponsor, academia relationship. We also sponsor master's students for pursuing further education in French universities. Right, and every year we do 4 of them, right? So basically we pick up their tuition fees for master students in French universities. But more importantly, two things that I really want to bring to everybody's attention is our collaboration with IIT Chennai, where we are working with IIT Chennai on the Shakti microprocessor development project, which is essentially very essential for India's Atmanirbharta and to power the Internet of Things. So this is that's one initiative that we're working very closely with IIT Madras, IIT Chennai. And one part of that is also happening with Triple IT Delhi, right? Where we are working on safety critical network on chip, right? With the verification and integration with Triple IT in Delhi. I spoke about IIT Chennai. We're also working with a startup, and this is something that both Sanjay as well as Shashish refer to. We're also working with a startup called it's called Rathi Aerospace, right? Which is incubated out of IIT Chennai. And this company is working on alternate propellant for rocket launches. So just a few examples, and I'm sure Sanjay set the tone, and I wanted to bring that whole experience to what we are actually doing practically on the ground to make that happen, right? So that's where we are. Hello?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Yes.
You're audible, Mr.
So
Sanjay.
those are some of the things that we are doing, and I would be very happy to take any questions at any point later.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sai. I have noted the collaborations that you have with various educational institutions like Triple IT and IIT Chennai, and definitely we will look forward to collaborate with you in future. So
absolutely.
Yeah, with that, may I request the MCs to invite our Mr. Satya Sekhar Das as the next speaker.
Thank you. I feel great privilege to call upon Mr. Satya Sekhar Das Mandal, sir, CTO InfoView Systems. Sir is associated with InfoView Systems as a CTO that is responsible for developing and executing an integrated long-term technical strategy for the organization and implement with IT and project management with his core that has built and executed global IT projects for both the large mainframe processes and executive and merge and acquisition strategies, architecture, and implementation. In 2021, he was instrumental in leading the India Development and Innovation Center to deliver successful product innovations and help to increase the development and expansion efforts towards the high growth that also is an inclusive towards the emerging markets internationally. He's also been a key driver in generating 2x revenue worldwide. We also know him with his works such as under AI and machine learning, big data, IoT, advancedly. In addition to that, he's also been a noted speaker at various different events, meetups, webinars, so on and so forth. Sir also holds an MBA and IIM Kashipur in strategy and management. In addition to that, sir, it's a great honor to have you with us on board. I request you to please address the session. Extremely glad to know what exactly you have us for in store. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Devika. Thanks, Antara. And really, I'm very thankful to Amity to inviting me for this, this conference and giving the opportunity to talk here. It's really a very great topic, actually. So, it's a very pain point, actually, being handling the innovation center here in India. It's we are facing a lot of challenges. Okay, I'm going to discuss all those things and some of the suggestions probably I'll be giving here so that we can address those things, right? So prior to that, let me introduce myself, and I will take maybe 1 minute just to introduce my organization. So my name is Satya, and I'm the CTO for InfoView Systems, and I head our Hyderabad Offshore Delivery and Innovation Center. I will take 1 minute to quickly introduce my organization, what we do, before I go with the actual subject. Let me share the screen quickly. Yeah, hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible.
So we are basically, the legacy modernization. Okay, so what we do the digital transformation and the legacy modernization for the old systems. We integrate the systems. We integrate the on-premises systems to the cloud. Cloud to cloud, cloud to mobile. A lot of things actually, right? So we are, we work in various domains. We work with the big data. We work with the AI, we work with the machine learning. Okay, we work with the IoT systems, and we founded in 1994 in US, Michigan, Livonia. Okay, and we have in this 27 years of journey, we had multiple offices. We recently opened office in Canada as well as in Germany. Okay, we have various products all related to the middleware systems, AS400 and AI related, the product. We have the services. That services we generally we offer from our Hyderabad Development Center as well as in our Belarus. We have the office there. Okay, and we have the support services. We work majorly into the various technology like AWS. We are the partner of the AWS, MuleSoft, Microsoft Azure in the cloud, and then the data streaming Kafka and the IBM technologies. Okay, so these are the major areas where we do our work. Okay, now I'll just come back to the actual topic regarding our industry academia linkage for the to create the national innovation ecosystems, right? So if you see the current the structure, how the industry and the different kind of university and colleges works in India. So basically silos basis, right? So we hire the people from the colleges, we hire the people from the universities and the NITs, but what problem we generally face, they are not industry ready, right? So what I would suggest actually, if you have some kind of interface, right, between the college and the corporate, where we can actually explain our pain points to the faculty, to the colleges, and based on that, if they can design the complete curriculum, that will give a better opportunity. Things actually, if you see that in India, there are very less colleges are there who has already started doing this academia and the corporate linkage, and those are especially we can count them actually. They are all related to the national NITs and IITs kind of thing. We also collaborated with NIT Sikkim and NIT Meghalaya for some of the innovation activities. Okay, they have set up their research consultancy cell, corporate laboratories where we can go and we can do the research along with the faculty and the students. Okay, they have set up the industry academia clubs where we can share our ideas, our thought process, and based on that, faculty they design the curriculum and they make ready the students so that once they enter into the corporate, they can provide the services without much training to them. Okay, so these are the things already already started by a couple of engineering colleges, couple of universities, and I would really appreciate if Amity also start the similar kind of the opportunities give to the industry. That will be definitely helpful. Okay, so government also the providing a lot of support related to the industry academia support program, to providing the funds through the different kind of agencies. Okay, even if we spend some of the fund, that we can get the tax benefit under some of the section in the income tax rule actually, right? But despite of all those things, all those facilities whatever available in India, from the colleges side, from the industry side, okay, still we are facing a lot of challenges. Many of the colleges or many of the industry, okay, they are not in a position to start those kind of initiative. The reason behind it that there is a lack of trust, commitment, also time-bound delivery actually. If industry is spending some of the money in the colleges, they are investing something, they would like the time-bound delivery, right? Some of the research what we do, like based on our customer requirement, if you need to invent something, some of the innovation, some of the R&D we have to do, there will be some kind of time limitation. If it's the time limitation that within this timeline we have to deliver, so sometimes we face the challenges if you are from most of the colleges. So that is another challenge. So we have to address those challenges, and then only we can set up a proper infrastructure, proper ecosystem of this academia and industry linkage for the innovation. So that is my thoughts. I would like to if any questions are there, I can probably take that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Satyasekhar, for that wonderful address. We will definitely look forward to collaborate with InfoView Systems, and I think we will meet up after the conference in due course, and definitely share, explore some mutually beneficial avenues to collaborate. So with that, may I request Antara and Devika to invite our next speaker. I think we have Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, Pro Vice Chancellor of DTU with us. So glad to have you, sir, with us, and request Devika to introduce Dr. Garg and invite him for speech.
I feel great privilege to call upon Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, India. Sir is a professor in Delhi Technological University. He is the founder head of Delhi School of Management, DTU, offering 2-year full-time MBA and formal head at Department of Training and Placement. Sir has more than 25 years of experience in industry, teaching and research. His teaching and research areas include supply chain management, manufacturing process automation and technology management, operations management, material management, operations research, manufacturing strategy, production planning and control, and other relevant fields of work. Sir has guided 14 PhD theses and 5 others are in progress, 70 MTech theses and 50 BTech projects. He has published 175 papers, including 75 in international journals. He has authored course material on production and operation management, maintenance management for IGNOU. Sir is a member of editorial boards of several international and national journals. He is a receiver of research papers of international journals, conferences, and also examiner to PhD and MTech thesis of different universities. He is a visiting professor to IIT Delhi, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IMI Delhi. He has delivered lectures in distant education programs of IIT Delhi and radio counseling of IGNOU, staff development programs of Indian Oil, Vardhaman Group, Summers Winter School, and executive development programs. He has visited Chile, USA, and Germany to present papers and visit universities. With so much on board, sir, you barely need any introduction. It is an honor to have you with us today, sir. I request you to please address the session.
Thank you, Antra. I'm thankful to Professor Abhay, Madam Gopa, and Amity University. I have a long association with Amity University, I think for around 15 years, and with Professor Abhay for more than 20 years. So I'm thankful to all of you. And it's my pleasure that I'm visiting 8 to 10 institutes in a year and 3 to 4 companies also, manufacturing or corporate also in a 1 year. So I'm very happy that in the last few years I've observed that lot of industry footprints are available in academic institutions, as told by Mr. Ashish and Sanjay, as well as Mr. Shekhar and Satya, that now industry is coming forward and really doing the hand holding and providing ecosystem for innovation and for the growth of the educational institution. So it's a very happy thing to note that, and all 4 speakers prior to me have also vouched for that, that industry want to come and they are looking for the opportunities or this. So now it is a call on us academic institution, how we can leverage this particular change in mindset, change in the requirements, or change in their corporate level thought process, that now they are also very proactive in participating with academic institutions for obviously for the purpose of developing industry relevant human resource, as well as for innovations, product development, technology development areas. I'm very happy that Mr. Sanjay has also mentioned DC. I'm from Delhi Technological University, which was earlier Delhi College of Engineering. So in my university, this innovation ecosystem is very strong. Since 2003, we are working for various innovative projects. Students are developing, designing, developing, and participating in global competitions, whether it is, as mentioned by Mr. Sanjay, unmanned aerial vehicle or drones, etc. So we developed, and a lot of interest was shown by defense people. Dr. Salvamurthy also visited when he was still in service in DRDO. So he visited our campus and he was very excited. We have having his photographs in our campus at several places when he watched the real flight of the drone at our campus. So in that way, we always get support from automobile companies and others in various developments of super mileage vehicle, unmanned, this super mileage, and what do you call it, Formula One, unmanned all-terrain vehicle, robotics, automation. So we are doing a lot of innovative activity. Having said that, but still, yes, there is a further scope for scaling up these activities, and more important is going further deep into those activities so that we can develop certain technologies which can be commercialized, which can be taken by the industry to further develop on that. So that is the area where still we have to further explore the opportunities. We have to further work with the industry on this, and I'm looking forward that we may get more partners who are not only helping the students in terms of initial sponsorships and other things, but they also help them convert these innovations into commercial products or technologies so that the effect can be multiplying in nature. Another important thing, as Mr. Satya has also said, that there can be further ecosystem can be developed in academic institution with the help of industry, where maybe we can have in some areas industry sponsored or industry collaborated. I'm finding that these days academic institutions are not much in demand of the funds. They are having self-sufficient and good amount of funding is available with the academic institution. The requirement is more hand-holding in terms of providing the right kind of problems or right kind of what should I say, that providing the real projects which are leading to the development of technology, which is industry relevant. These days, we are doing our research. We are publishing a lot of papers also. And I'm happy that now we are having a ranking in the global ranking, Times Higher Education ranking. We are in the bracket of 600 to 800 globally. So based on our research, based on our citation, based on PhD research going on in the university, still I will say that these research areas are internal churning only. We design our own research issues and conduct the research, publish the paper. And hardly any research or very less research carried out in the academic institution see the word of industry or corporate light. So this is where efforts are going on, but these efforts are not converted into fruits as far as industry or technology is concerned. This is where I feel that if we can have industry coming forward to give us some problems which are really of industry level, and any outcome coming from this research, useful outcome coming from this research will be used by, can be used by the industry, then it is going to be a further scaling up of these particular efforts. But at the means, I'm very happy that I'm finding a lot of industry collaborations happening in several academic institutions, including in my university, in the electrical department. Now we have collaboration for development of electric vehicles and research in that area, in the area of robotics, drones, etc., as said by Sanjay. And in mechanical engineering, from where I belong to, we are having collaboration in large, all big automobile manufacturers for various types of vehicle developments. And solar power also, we are having now collaboration research, collaborative research is going on. But just definitely further, there is still much more scope in that. And I do take the point of Mr. Satya that while developing the curriculum, etc., we should take the help and we should take the industry also on board so that our curriculum is also more industry centric. So with these few words, once again, I'm thankful to Amity University, Dr. Abhay, and founder chairman, Dr. Chauhan, and Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Madam, everyone in the Amity for regularly organizing, annually organizing this mega event. Lot of international community get associated with this, and this particular industry institution forum is very exciting, where we get a lot of inputs from the industry. So with these few words, once again, thanks to both student Devika and Antara and Madam Gopa for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful address. Now,
Thank you for your time. Even you're
no,
not.
it's my pleasure, Pastor Abhay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not too much in a presentable mode today.
No, it's fine, but it shows
not a
that
problem at all.
At least you have accepted our request.
But
that
I thought it doesn't matter.
Yes, sir. That's important, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Over to the MCs for the next speaker. I think we have Mr. Lokesh and Mr. Harsha with us.
Mr. Lokesh is not there, ma'am. Mr. Harsha
Mr. Harsha is there. Mr. Harsha is the founder of Advisely. Mr. Harsha is there. So please, MCs, you can introduce Mr. Harsha and invite him for his for sharing his thoughts. Please go ahead, MCs.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello?
Antara, we can hear you.
Okay. Sir, it is an honor to have you with us. So Mr. Harsha Kankala, founder and Advisely. He is an engineer and turned edu entrepreneur and co-founder at Advisely, working on developing a knowledge graph in higher education that can personalize and help the learners achieve their goals in a faster and an efficient way. As a co-founder at Advisely, he focuses on the vision and creating a Google Map, and he has created Google Maps for learning, and he makes sure that it is rightly communicated and delivered. He looks after product strategy, business development, and sales. His focus has always been in education space, and I would love to request sir to please kindly take up the platform.
Thank you, Antra. Hope my audio is clear.
You're clear.
Yes,
You're clear. Audible
yes,
and visible.
Yeah. Firstly, thanks Abhayji, management, and Antra for the quick intro. Myself, Harsha. This is pretty interesting topic that we are discussing today. The necessity for this for the industry and academia partnership, especially to drive and create a national innovation ecosystem. So, though I'll try to stick to the concept at the moment. When we are speaking about national innovation ecosystem, the very first point that comes into our mind is innovation. Is it happening across? The answer is yes. But the problem here is why are we still discussing about creating a national innovation ecosystem? The matter of fact is innovations are happening in individual silos. Now, I was reading through multiple things in regards to this. To my surprise, something which is pretty evident, I think everybody is pretty aware of it. Innovation is more driven by the internal expertise and the environment around. Now, I'll just go, just as an example, if Advisory is innovating, what do we innovate on? Based on our skills and skill sets, so we are innovating on what we can do in education. That's our passion. Some other industry tech, their expertise into something and they're innovating in their own silos. Now, how do we really get together and collaborate? And how does industry or academia drive this entire innovation? And how does nation at large benefit by this? Is something that, it has to be seen at a most granular level of innovation. To the Hawkeye's view of as a nation at large, how are we benefiting with various silos innovations happening across, and how do we collaborate and make it a mega scale innovation which will really benefit the nation in totality? Now, the very first question, how does this, in the 1980s, when they first started this entire concept of innovation at a national level, and when we are doing some research on this back then, one thing that has come out was countries like Norway and Singapore, there's a lot to learn from them. The entire innovation practices, the way they have, being a country of very low GDP to really ruling the entire world with their being a rich countries or highly developed countries, the way they have progressed at such a small timeline is something that we can take as a model in a way national innovation policy or national innovation ecosystem can run. It all started with the way you see R&D as a backbone of innovation. Today, as we speak about R&D, the spend or the expenditure that we invest in R&D, R&Ds have a long-term impact. But I think most of the innovations or most of the expenditure are driven towards, today I'm investing something, what do I get in next 2 years or 3 years? But many a times R&Ds take a sweet time of, let's say 4 or 5 years, or even more than that, 7 years. But that long-term vision of investments in R&D, especially both in academia and industry, is something that when we take both industry and academia, is something that we really have to look after. Until that R&D investments come in and they're structured in a way that we all together, it is not about Advisory innovating. It is not about, let's say, Stumax, another company innovating. It's not about MET innovating. It's not about some other institution, top institution like IIT Madras innovating. Together, what are we doing? And what is the social impact that we are bringing out? We all speak about UN social development goals, SDGs. It's all listed out. It was well put in. So what is the innovation that we are doing and how is it impacting nation and also the UN social development goals? So there's many things that we really have to connect our dots. If not, we'll end up in our own world of innovation, and which might have a short-term benefit, but we'll have a nation will not be able to benefit through that. And that's something that we really have to take care of. And especially with respect to academia, if I have to really focus on that, one thing that I've really learned, I was doing my professional doctorate in engineering from Netherlands, TU Delft, a prestigious campus. Now there, the entire perspective of innovation is very different. something that I would like to share here. During my professional doctorate in engineering program, we were given the knowledge base to innovate and think. So innovation is not about whether I know a specific language or specific tool. Because I know that tool, let me expand that knowledge and do something about it. Innovation is more about the way you think. How deeper are you going, and how do you really have the grit to solve a specific problem? So we were all taught regarding the same. We never taught about the tools. We were never discussed about technologies. What we are made to think is, can you solve this problem, and what all ways you can solve this problem? And you take enough time to think and research about how do you define the problem in multiple ways and all possible solutions in that. So after that, after 1 year of such deep study and research into UDelf, the immediate next thing is we were given a project, not by the college, not by the institute, but by the company elsewhere from UK, London, which has funded our projects. And then they have their industrial problem. I mean, they have a research problem within their industry, and that they thought, let TUDelf guys solve this, not my own research team. Because every industry, no matter what we are speaking about, has a limited number of resources, even in their R&D cells. But if they can extend their thought process saying, okay, I'm an industry, let's say Hyderabad's based industry, a pharma tech, and I really trust what MT guys are doing. Let my research project on, let's say, biomedical engineering, or let's say on biotechnology, let MIT do my research. I will fund that for next 1 year. So students graduate, students come in, go out, but the project is always intact. And there's a key professor who is handling that project. And when such a collaborations happen, if you think of a student perspective, when we were given this project, the very first surprise for me was, do we really handle such industrial problems? Because of course, we have learned, of course, we have given knowledge base, but how do we handle this? But it hardly took 2 months for us to get into it. And it felt like we deserve to get that challenges, because whenever we are challenged, the scope of learning increases. And also we have great professors like many other universities who are driving us to create something for that industry will never forget what TUDelf has done for them. Such collaborations at various institutes, not localized to the problems around, but I mean, Abhay sir rightly mentioned at the start when they were speaking about Amity's vision, global citizens and global education. We have to have a global perspective of problems, get the industries, get their small R&D projects to start with that in this institute can handle. So they always have issues, and let MT solve their out of 10. If 3 can be solved by MT, 3 can be solved by other institute, and together the industry is really moving further in their R&D. That perspective of education is something that drives both student, faculty. Now, Garg sir has rightly mentioned a lot of research and PhDs are happening, but again they are also in silos. I'm doing my research, I'm getting my PhD, but is this PhD connected to an industry? And did industry benefit by 0.5% or 0.2% with your research? That kind of impact matrix has to really come out. And that can only happen with strong collaborations, not on paper, but more in terms of ideology and people. And if that comes forward, I think we have long way to go. And especially if Norway and Singapore and Sweden, countries like this can do, with a strong demographic dividend, what India has, we always speak about being an youngest country. When we are speaking about that, it in a way means we have highest scope than any other country to really do research and innovate. I think that should really come forward. Being very frank and bold, if in a scale of 1 to 10, where are we? We are still at 2. I think we have to really, there's a long way to go. And that means there are a lot of things that needs to come in for us together. In those, one of the important points that I wanted to put forward is collaboration where government and private sector together supports academia. Now, there's one interesting model wherein it is called as two-phased innovation model, two-phased collaboration model. Phase 1 is where the knowledge development is happening. Knowledge development is happening. Now, let's take MIT as an example. When I'm speaking about collaboration with respect to phase 1, MIT is building a knowledge for the entire student ecosystem, where government and MIT is supporting that knowledge base. Now, next comes phase 2, where industry is really coming forward to take that knowledge base and innovate. Now, when this two-phase model, now we have a 4-year degree, how do we create it as a two-phase model where Harsha, as a student in MT, you are in phase 1. If you just finish this, now you'll get to phase 2, where industry will take your support in solving their problems. The two-phase collaborative model has to really come out as a terminology. And where I don't tell like I'm a mechanical engineer, I can end up saying like I'm in phase 2 of my mechanical engineering. What does that mean? Which means I'm already in industry solving their problem. So the two-phase collaborative model is something that we really have to look forward. And with respect to the national innovation ecosystem, which means the entire nation has to come together. One thing that we all have to really focus on is the way knowledge is flowing. When do we innovate together? When we have a right flow of knowledge at the right nodal points. Now, one thing that again through research, what I found was when Norway was trying to innovate, the very first thing that they have done is top researchers and top graduates and top industry problems, everything they have got to one point. So they made sure the entire knowledge is coming inside into Norway, because the knowledge is inside Norway, and then they started innovating, and it took no time for them to become richest country. So the knowledge flow is something that we really have to take a serious consideration. Sorry if I'm running out of time, please MCs do alert me. A knowledge flow is something that we really have to take into consideration. One unfortunate fact, being an engaged country, is most of the knowledge flow is going outside. If you're a top graduate, you're looking for a top post in Google, which is in California or somewhere else. So people are more focused on going outside. How do we really attract them to come inside? But knowledge is within the country, and then we start growing around it. So that's something as a knowledge flow, as an industry, as an academia, we really have to think about it. If not, we'll end up losing our talent, and then we are still in debating and discussing about these things for longer runs. And the next important point again here I would like to put forward is the policy support. How does government really chip in? If government is thinking of a national innovation policy, like the way they have collaborated for NEP 2020, I mean, everybody appreciated it across, saying that this is the best thing that happened in education over a long period. Now, can government really do that with support of all few of the industries, top industries, and budding industries, and also few of the top colleges and the budding colleges? How do we really create a policy around our innovation? Can we really do that? There are a lot of initiatives that are happening, no doubt about it. How do we scale it up is something that we really have to think about. And policy plays a very vital role, because we might extend our arms and legs to some extent. After that, we need somebody to handhold us. I think government really has a vital role there. And more importantly, social innovators. Now, MIT is doing a great, MIT or any other institute for that, they're doing great with what they have inside, like MIT's professors, their collaborations, and their students. There are also social innovators around MIT, around Delhi, or around Noida. Can MIT involve all those social innovators together, fund their projects, and make students part of their projects? Now, social innovators are really, really important. If really country is progressing and we are really moving ahead with what all SDGs, I think social innovators are playing a vital role. And institutes and industry together should always have an open door philosophy. For if you're innovating, if you have a nearby institute, you can always have a free walk-in there. And there's a faculty who will be able to support you. For the technology, there's a computer department. For the sciences, there's a science department. And if we can extend our arms for anyone, we are not just about MITians, we are about anyone. We are global citizens, and we are open for anyone. That very principle, I think, will create a lot of openness in people around. Everybody might not have a degree, but everybody might innovate. With this, just to end, we as advisory, we are trying to build a knowledge graphs, what Antara has introduced. What do we do, and how are we trying to solve this problem? We really wanted to map where knowledge is coming up, and we also mapping where industry is looking for. Can we automatically map like, hey, here is a student who is trying to innovate on, let's say, sensors? And
Mr. Harsha, it was really extremely relevant and extremely contemporary to talk about what you have spoken about. I think we will have to invite you another time for a solo guest lecture, so that we can have more discussions like this. And we will definitely, you are doing something really wonderful, and we would like to leverage, we'd like to associate with you, collaborate with you, and probably we can, our MIT students can benefit out of your huge efforts that you're doing. But today, due to paucity of time, Mr.
I
Harsha,
really appreciate that.
I will definitely look forward to inviting you again to our campus. I would have to request you to kindly accept our invitation for future. And today, since we have another session waiting, I would request if we can end your session here right now. And
Just
I
a
would,
closing point from my
yes,
end.
yes, please, yes, please go ahead.
If you may accept. So it was pretty inspiring from MIT to really to extend their arms for us for a company like us. And I was really honored to know that MIT is also trying to work a lot on AI, and AI education industry is something that we have been putting our heart and soul for last 7 years. We'll be really looking forward to collaborate. I'm sure like there are a lot of things that we can learn from each other, and there's a lot to leverage, and we can really bring in a social impact together.
Definitely.
Thanks a lot.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your relevant and extremely informative speech. And now may I request with that we have come to an end. Now may I request Mr. Sekhar Sahai to briefly sum up the session. Mr. Sekhar Sahai, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, we can
Yes,
hear you.
okay.
And may I request you to briefly
yes,
sum up
please.
the session?
Thank you. It was indeed enlightening to hear to my co-panelists, right? I learned a few things. So interesting that Ashish, to start with, spoke about the seeds of innovation happens in academia. I took that one key line from him, and he also talked about how the future is already here, and it is just not evenly spread or evenly distributed, right? So very sort of insightful, Ashish. Sanjay, moving on, spoke about 3 models of sort of innovation. It's right, expertise-led model, sales-led model, R&D-led model, right? With very insightful examples. Thank you very much, Sanjay. Satya clearly highlighted what we all feel, and we read in the newspapers, etc., that the kids coming out of college are not 100% industry ready, right? Or at least that seems to be the perception, rightfully or wrongfully, and therefore there is an opportunity there for co-design of curriculum. And Satya spoke at length about that. Thank you, Satya, for that insight. And then Professor Garg gave it a very nice sort of positive momentum to say that, hey, lots of things are already happening. Perhaps we all need to do more. But fact of the matter is there is good stuff happening out there, including at Amity or DTU, right, and various other places. So really appreciate that. Harsha obviously spoke at length. I mean, he was very passionate about it. Harsha, thank you very much. He spoke about the research connection to industry and how we are losing talent and what we need to do to sort of either retain them or bring them back, including the effort from the government, industry, and academia. So overall, that's where we are, right? So very insightful. I know, I mean, frankly speaking, there is a lot of happening, right? I mean, it's not a gloom and doom situation. There is a lot happening, right? Harsha, frankly, I would be more optimistic than your 2 out of 10 ranking, right? Because I see that happening. I mean, just one program, right? I mean, just to bring it to the LCA, Light Combat Aircraft program, is a innovation hub for so many offshoot technologies that is incredible, right? And we'll see this happening, guys. So whether you talk about now the PLI scheme for semiconductor that has been launched by the right, there is a design-led incentive mechanism, there is a production. I mean, things are happening, things will happen, things will get on from here. So great having this conversation. I'm extremely hopeful about the future. Amity students are doing great at Thales. We look forward to welcoming more of you guys to the company, right? So with that, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for summing up on a positive note. And I'm sure this has boosted the morals of our students, and they look forward to associate more and more with the industry. So with that, I think there has been a good time management on our part, and I will just propose a quick vote of thanks before we wrap up the session. So thank you once again. Sincere, heartfelt thanks to all the industry panel members, Mr. Sanjay Man, Mr. Sekhar Sahai, Mr. Ashish Gupta, Mr. Satya, and from academia, Professor Dr. Garg and Mr. Harsha. So we had an extremely enlightening session and August gathering of panel members. So thank you so very much for sparing time and being here with us on this session. Look forward to invite you to our campus very soon in better times. So do bless our students, do encourage our students, keep encouraging, keep motivating, keep blessing our students with your blessing, with your guidance, with your encouragement. They have a long way to go, but they can excel better in whatever they are doing. So thank you so very much. And I also thank the Amity University platform, our great, esteemed, respected Dr. Ashok Chauhan. I keep saying I have not seen another person as farsighted as Dr. Chauhan. And of course, the Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, and the whole top brass of the Amity top management, extremely thankful to them for providing us such platforms to interact with people like with industry stalwarts every now and then, and to bring our students on this platform to interact with you all. So thank you to the team members. All of us have worked together to bring this session forward. I hope the session has been good. The session has been enriching for our students, and they will have good takeaways from this session. Thanks students for helping us. Thanks to the MCs who are also students. Thanks for helping us. Thanks to the IT team. And with that, we are here to wrap up the session. A good clap to ourselves. And thank you everyone once again.
Thank you, Gopal. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. And
Thank
if
you.
speaker wants to stay, can stay and attend our validity session also, which we are starting soon now.
Yes, you're most welcome.
Right. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Sir, आप attend कर सकते हैं ना validity, we are starting. Please keep joining.
Please.
All panel members are requested if you can spare some time to please attend our validity session as well.
We'll begin our valedictory section by 3:30.
Okay, so we can
Thank
wrap
you,
up
sir.
for the time being
Yeah,
and probably
we
join back.
We are done. Yeah. Thank you so much.
We are done. Thank you, Dr.
Welcome you, VC ma'am.
Sir, I am starting, sir, live.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Dr. Bansal, great conference.
Thank you, ma'am. All your guidance, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, we have Professor
Good
Biksha from
afternoon, ma'am.
Carnegie Mellon. Ma'am, we have got Biksha from Carnegie Mellon University. Professor Biksha.
Yeah, namaste.
Yeah.
And it's 4:30 in the morning. He's there with
Professor
us.
Biksha.
Yeah. It's 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Professor Biksha.
Thank you.
And we have got Professor Mike Hinchy, ma'am, who is professor and a very senior person of IEEE UK and Ireland.
Good morning.
It's 5 a.m. here
And
also.
good afternoon, Professor Mike.
And before this, ma'am, Professor Mike has given keynote address also. And that too from US so early. I said that shows affection and love you have with Amity.
Very good, sir.
And we are also joined by Piyush. Piyush is also there. Piyush, hello. Because it's all so early in the morning, ma'am. US speakers, they want to join in between, ma'am.
So I think, Dr. Bhai.
Ma'am, with your permission, can we start?
So, Dr. Bansal, you are covering all the time zones.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So, ma'am, with your permission, can we start so that we don't delay, ma'am?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. A very blissful afternoon to the assembly of distinguished guests, the galaxy of intellectuals, invited speakers from industry and academia, HODs, HOIs, and dear students, I, Dr. Garima Mahendru, along with my co-host, Ms. Shweta Bhardwaj, on behalf of the Amity family, welcome you all to the valedictory session of the 12th International Conference, Confluence 2022, on the theme of Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, ASSET. This mega event is organized in association with AWS as industry partner and technically co-sponsored by IEEE UP Section India. We welcome all our distinguished guests. To name a few, guest of honor, Professor Dr. Mohammad Ibrahim bin Abdul Muttalib, Vice Chancellor UTP Malaysia, Professor Ashish Singh. A very warm welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Mike Hinchy, Professor, University of Limerick, Ireland, Professor Dr. Peter Robinson, Professor, Cambridge University, UK. Our guest of honor, Professor Dr. S.N. Singh, Professor, IIT Kanpur. Guest of honor, Dr. Shaifan Fang, Chair, Department of Computer and Information Science, Purdue University, USA. A warm welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishna, from Carnegie Mellon University, USA. A warm welcome to guest of honor, Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Director Strategic, Microsoft, Professor Dr. Sartaj Sahani from Florida State University, USA, Professor Dr. David Grease from Cornell University, USA, Dr. Sameer Shah, Department of Decision Sciences from Drexel University, USA. Our heartiest warm welcome to our founder president, Sir Honorable Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, respected Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries. The two-day conference began with a vivacious start where academicians and industry guests of high repute came together and created an aura of knowledge. As the sun draws its curtain on the day, we come towards an end of this event, but surely also towards the beginning of new bonds built on the foundation of long and strong education expertise. We would like to extend our compliments to all those who, through their efforts, accomplished Confluence 2022. Over to you, Shweta.
Saraswati Mahabhage, Vidya Kamalochane, Vishwarupe Vishalakshi, Vidya Dehi Namostute, meaning, O great goddess Saraswati, you personify knowledge. Shower me with all the powers and glories to assimilate the knowledge. We will have a small visual presentation of the lamplighting to seek the blessings of Almighty.
समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Amity University is a place of diverse cultures and traditions, and we believe in keeping up with them. One such tradition is greeting our guests with the token of love, a tulsi sapling for each of our esteemed guests. I request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor AUUP and Co-Patron Confluence 2022 to present a sapling to our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Amity Education Group and Chairman, AKC Group of Companies.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, DICT and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to present a sapling to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and President, RBEF.
Welcome you, Honorable Chancellor, sir.
May I request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Co-Patron Conference 2022, to present an e-sapling to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abdul Muttalib, Vice Chancellor, UTP Malaysia. We welcome you, sir.
Very warm welcome, Professor Muhammad.
I request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to present an e-sapling to Professor Dr. Mike Hinchey, Professor, University of Limerick, Ireland. We welcome you, sir.
Welcome you, Professor Mike.
May I invite Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to present a sapling to Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar, Professor, Allahabad, immediate past Chairman, IEEE UP Section, India. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Co-Patron Conference 2022, to present a sapling to Professor Dr. Peter Robinson, Professor, Cambridge University, UK, on extended reality, past, present, and future. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, ASET and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to present a sapling to Professor Dr. S.N. Singh, Professor, IIT Kanpur, IEEE India Council, immediate past Chair, India. We welcome to Confluence. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head, ASET, to present an e-sapling to Professor Dr. Xiaofan Fang, Chair, Department of Computer Science.
Welcome, Professor Fang.
Director, Indiana University, Purdue University, USA. We welcome you, sir. May I invite Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Co-Patron Confluence 2022, to present a sapling to Professor Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishnan, Professor, Carnegie Mellon University, USA. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, ASET, Director, DICT and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to present a tulsi sapling to Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Director, Strategic, Microsoft. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to present an e-sapling to Professor Dr. Sartaj Sahni, Professor, Florida State University, USA. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, ASET and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to present a tulsi sapling to Professor Dr. David Grease, Professor, Cornell University, USA. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
May I now request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal and Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Heads, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to present a sapling to Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, AUU.
Welcome, ma'am.
Welcome you, VC ma'am.
Confluence 2022. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Director, DICET, and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to kindly accord the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Garima. On behalf of our most respected Honorable Founder President and Patron-in-Chief Confluence 2020, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, on behalf of Honorable Chancellor, Patron Confluence 2020, Dr. Atul Chauhan, on behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, on my personal behalf, I welcome you all in the valedictory session of 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, Confluence 2022, which is co-sponsored by IEEE UP section. I welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, who is Vice Chancellor of UTP Malaysia. Thank you, Professor Ibrahim, for here to be as a guest of honor, and thank you for all the tie-up, for all the delegates and panelists present. We have done tie-up with UTP Malaysia, and Professor, we have also done tie-up of 2+2 articulation global study program for our BTech Petroleum Engineering. And thank you, Mohammed Ibrahim. I'm sure without your support, your leadership, this would have not been possible. And we look forward to have many more exchange in times to come, as border was closed. Otherwise, there was offer we have got from UTP under his leadership that many students from MIT can go to Malaysia and spend their semester, summer there. Thank you, Professor, and we look forward to have many more collaboration with you times to come. I also welcome our very distinguished guest of honor, Professor Dr. Mike Hinchy, who is professor with Limerick and ex-chair IEEE UK Ireland and UK. Thank you, Professor Mike, for accepting our invitation to be here as a guest of honor. We are missing your presence. You came during last conference. We look forward post-conference, post-pandemic, your visit to India. And thank you for all your mentorship and guidance you're providing for successful conference we are organizing. Thank you, Professor. I also welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Sudhir Agrawal, Director Strategic, Microsoft. Thank you, Sudhirji. Whenever, whichever time we feel we need your advice, your mentorship, whether today you are in Microsoft, before you are in Google and other organization, you have always given your mentorship, your guidance, your time to nurture the talent. And I'm sure together with you, now you're in Microsoft, we are going to do a lot of collaboration, and we are going to show to the whole world, and we are going to impact the society by making student industry ready. Thank you, Sudhirji, for accepting our invitation to be with us. I also welcome Professor Peter Robinson, who is professor of a Cambridge University, on topic extended reality, past, present, and future. And Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor VC Ma'am, I'm happy to mention here, whenever our 3-continent students, study abroad students, when they're going to UK, we always spend good time at Cambridge because of Peter Robinson, and he's always kind to spend his valuable time to be with MIT students at Cambridge. And Professor, whosoever has gone to Cambridge with me and seen your research lab, your work, their career has changed. They all have done a lot of hard work when they come back, and we look forward to have regular mentorship and guidance. And we look forward to have many tie-ups with you. Thank you very much. And we look forward to see you post-pandemic in MIT. I also welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Biksha, who is professor with Carnegie Mellon. Professor Biksha, I have seen your work on machine learning, and I'm sure together we have discussed a lot of things yesterday night also, and your eagerness, your passion, and I'm sure together we are going to file a lot of patents, projects, and publication, and we are going to do a lot of tie-ups under your mentorship and guidance with Carnegie Mellon University. And Professor, just for your reference, today MIT has 11 universities in India, one coming up in Bangalore. We have 17 global campuses. And I'm happy to mention, even I have discussed with you, we have 170-acre campus in USA at New York City, and we have in San Francisco also. And you promised, whenever my 3 continent, study abroad students. They'll be in campus in New York. You will definitely make some program and spend some time with them to explore various possibilities. And we also have campus in London, Singapore, Dubai, Mauritius, China, Abu Dhabi, South Africa, Romania, Nairobi, Tashkent, Paris, Sydney. And Honorable Founder President, here I want to mention from this forum, has given us target that in next 10 years, we must have another 50 campus so that each and every student of MIT should be given international exposure. And I'm sure together with partnership and friends from world top university, we are going to fulfill that objective and we are going to make impact on the society. We have filed 1600 plus patents. We have tie up with 200 plus world top universities. We are the only university who has vast accreditation. It's leadership of our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to have vast accreditation, and we have accreditation of IIT UK that tells that curriculum which we are offering is industry ready. It's not locally benchmarked. It has been globally benchmarked, which helps our students when they're going all over the world. They are getting recognized and they're getting full respect and regard. And we have been ranked top university in Uttar Pradesh, top #1 university in Uttar Pradesh by NIRF, and we have been ranked among top 3% by Times Higher and top in employability. So I'm sure, Professor Bhiksha, we are going to do a lot of tie-ups with you, and we look forward to have outcomes in times to come. And we want to start our friendship from now, and we look forward to see many more things in time to come. I also welcome Professor Dr. Sartaj Sani, who is professor with Florida State University. Any tie-up we do, thank you, Professor Sartaj Sani, for tie-up which we have done with Florida, University of Florida. And with University of Florida, we have exchanged more than 70 students till now, and whosoever we have sent, their experience was so good. Professor Sartaj Sani, nobody came back. And that shows kind of mentorship and guidance you have given to all MITians to be highly successful in their career, to get more than what they dream and desire. And Professor Sartaj, you'll be happy to know, today we have students who has done, who has gone through our tie-ups, and they are there to present their success story among all of us. So thank you, Professor Sartaj Sani, and we look forward to your regular mentorship and guidance in times to come also. I also welcome our very good friend, Professor David, Professor Cornell University. Professor David is always ready to help, mentor and guide, and I want to put on records through my valedictory session that whenever our students of study abroad, 3 continents, they're going to US, we always go and spend some time in Cornell University, and Professor David is always there to mentor them, guide them, and he spends some good time addressing them and tell them what they should do to be highly successful in their career. And Professor David, a student who visited Cornell, when they came back, they came back with a lot of motivation, rigor, and passion, which we want each MITian should have. And we look forward to your mentorship, guidance, and in times to come also. I also have a very good friend now, Professor Fang, who is Chair, Department of Computer Science, Indiana University, Purdue University. Thank you, Professor Fang. And to Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor VC ma'am, we have already done tie-up with Purdue University. We have done tie-up with Purdue University where through that tie-up, because in MIT, any activity we do, we must achieve the outcome. And Professor, in span of 1 month time, 2 of my students are there who are from BTech 8th semester, they are in Purdue. And that is because of Professor Fang. Even in public university, he got everything approved, and he ensured that MIT students should get entry into Purdue so fast, and they all have got 5-year F1 visa in BTech 7th semester only. So Professor Fang, will look forward, and I'm sure we are going to do a lot of collaboration with Purdue universities. We have already done tie-up for our global study program where our students can take degree, bachelor degree also from Purdue, and half program in MIT and half there. And I'm sure Professor will do many more things in time to come. I'm also happy to welcome Professor Dr. SN Singh, who is professor with IIT Kanpur and IEEE India Council Immediate Past Chair. Professor SN Singh is always mentor and guide to all of us, because any conference which we are doing, even Confluence when we started in 2010, all version of IEEE was there, and it is because of Professor SN Singh support, mentorship, and guidance we are going with IEEE, and I am sure in future also with continuous guidance of Professor SN Singh, we are going to have IEEE with us, and we are going to impact at the society at large, and we are going to make world as a best place. Thank you, Professor Singh. And I also welcome our guest of honor, Professor Ashish, who is from MNIT, and who is immediate past chair of IEEE. And Professor Ashish, that was the time, even during your chairmanship, you have also trusted Confluence, and with your blessing, your support, we could take Confluence to the next table. And today we could see that we have 115 plus speakers from 35 plus countries. That shows the confidence we have built together with the IEEE to impact the society. And I'm happy to mention, even today we have our young global engineers who are leading the whole world, MIT, and showing to the whole world that they are the best. And that is what our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor wants. And I'm happy to call all those champions on this valedictory session. They are going to share their story, their global success story with all of us. Mr. Piyush, who is Assistant Vice President, who is there, who is our students, and he's working with Singapore. Mr. Piyush Arora, who is Senior Interactive Designer with Google USA. It's a dream for everyone to be in Google, and our student Piyush is there. Shivang is Operational Lead with ANZ Melbourne, Australia. Mihir Sardana is an analyst with Goldman Sachs, and I'm happy. He's my first batch of BTech 3 Continent program, which passed out in 2018, and I'm happy and I'm thankful to Honorable Founder President and Chancellor for having trust on us, for allowing us to introduce BTech also in 3 Continent program. And Founder President and Chancellor, today he's there with us. With us, and we are going to show the outcome. We have Sanya also, who is with ENT USA, Senior Technology Consultant. Shreya, Software Development Engineer with Amazon. That shows that MITians are spread all over the world, and they're drawing more than what they're dreaming. And that is because of international exposure we are giving. They are doing that. And I'm also happy today to welcome Geeta Sahdev, Assistant Vice President from Berkeley Bank. Ma'am, thank you very much to be with us during our valedictory session. And I remember long back you met and you said, Dr. Bansal, I'm confused which university I should take admission. You have trusted us, and you have seen with your trust, with your confidence, which you have put it on MIT. Your daughter Sanya, she is Senior Technology Consultant with Ernst & Young. And I'm sure you are so much satisfied. You're always calling me, and today I have called you on this forum that what feedback you are sharing with us, you must share with the whole community and tell that what MIT is doing and how MIT is doing, so that we can improve and we can take that feedback. I'm also happy to mention that we are also joined by Professor Sunena Sardana ma'am, who is from Lady Shri Ram College. Madam, thank you very much. I still remember 2014 when you came to the campus. You are academic leader, but still you are thinking where to put, what to put, and with all God blessings and wisdom, you have put it your son Mihir into MIT in 3 Continent program, which was the first batch. And today, whenever I get call from you, I get so much of satisfaction by seeing Mihir's performance, and he has become analyst with Goldman Sachs. And I'm sure your feedback will further help us. I welcome Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, who is Honorable Vice Chancellor with MIT University Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, ma'am, for all your mentorship guidance. You're also co-patron, and whatever target you are giving, we are fulfilling, and we are committed and will fulfill that in future also. I welcome all the faculty members, students from all the campuses of MIT Higher Education and universities, and all the delegates who spent their time and who are from 35 countries, who has contributed in Confluence, are attending this. And I'm happy to mention that we have got 110 plus keynote speakers. I'm happy to mention even Dr. W. Silvamurthy sir has also joined, who is our President STIF and Chancellor MIT University. Thank you, Silvamurthy sir, for joining us. And I'm sure through valedictory session, and Honorable Founder President is also present. Sir, thank you very much for your presence and for your blessing which you are giving. It's your motivation, it's your dream we all are driving, and your blessing and blessing of Honorable Chancellor always motivate us to do our level best. and we'll keep on doing it, and we'll fulfill your mission for MIT to make best university in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for welcoming the guest and addressing the gathering. Now, may I invite Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to kindly address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Garima, and namaskar, and good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to welcome everybody, those who are present here on the valedictory session of 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science Engineering, organized by Department of Computer Science Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, UP Noida. First of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Honorable Chancellor AUP, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir. This all, whatever we are doing today, whatever innovations Dr. Abhay is quoting about, whatever success story we are right now talking about, is the vision and mission of our Honorable Founder President, Sir, and our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir. So on behalf of Amity Fraternity and my own behalf, I would like to welcome our guest of honors this afternoon, Professor Muhammad Ibrahim bin Abdul, Vice Chancellor of AUTP Malaysia, Dr. Satish K. Singh is Professor of IIIT Allahabad, and Professor Mike Hinty, Professor University of Lincoln, Ireland, Professor S.N. Singh, Professor IIT Kanpur, Professor Robinson, Professor of Cambridge University, UK, Mr. Sudhir Agrawal, who is the Director of Strategic on the Microsoft, and Professor Viksha Ramakrishnan, Professor of Cornell University. Thank you very much for joining, Viksha. In the early morning you have joined. I appreciate. And Professor Sartaj Sahni, Professor of Florida State University, Professor David Grace, Professor of Cornell University, and Professor Fang, Department of Computer Science and Information, Director, Indiana University, Purdue University, USA. So thank you very much. And I once again welcome you to Amity University, Noida. And with the huge round of applause from everybody, although we are right now meeting virtually, but we wish someday you all we are invited to come to our campus at Amity University, Noida. We would like to welcome you. I would also like to welcome the entire distinguished keynote speakers, those who have shared their thought, their ideas, their innovations, and to all our researchers, our innovators from various countries, and thankful to them to be the part of this conference. I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Dr. W. Sulamurthy, President of Amity Science and Technology Innovation Foundation. And I would also like to welcome my colleague in the panel, and everybody who present over here. Once again, for the information, although Dr. Abhay has deliberated every detail about the university in a very short and a very briefly, but just to add on some on that is Amity Group of Institution has already established 11 universities, and we have 150 plus institutions, and it's over 175,000 students across the world, including the campuses just quoted by Dr. Abhay. And our researchers are doing their innovation, their research involved in various areas in engineering and technology, in life sciences, in environment, in agriculture, and we have more than 6,000 plus faculty members and 3,000 plus PhD scholars. And we are the leading private university and accredited by lots of, IIT had accredited our university, WASC accreditation has got QA3, we have QS accreditation, we have got NIRF, the Indian National Indian Ranking Framework has ranked us above many premier institutions across the country. And in patents, as we are the research and innovation based driven university. So it's our dream and it's our interest of our affection of our Honorable Founder President for special affection for innovation and research. And our scientists, our researchers has filed 1,600 patents in the field, various fields. And some of these innovations have transferred to the industry for commercialization. And just to add one more cap on this one is, recently we had conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award for the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization. And MIT School of Engineering and Technology, and we always conduct the path-breaking and innovative research in various spheres. Our faculty members, with the help of our Center of Excellences, we have established with the help of the industries like Cisco, like Microsoft, and Tata Technologies, and many other that we have established our Center of Excellences. So with all these culture, these tradition, and the vision of our Honorable Founder President Sir and Honorable Chancellor Sir, this conference on the cloud computing and data science was organized for last 2 days, and the researchers from all over the world has shared their recent advancement in the field, and thereby they promoted, they exchanged their ideas. So this conference, this is a 12th version of the conference, and it was always a successive catalyst in promoting the research and sharing the views and getting the innovative ideas in the field. And the researchers from all over the country and abroad, they always introduce their recent advancement in the area, in the field, and they promote the ideas, new innovations, the results, new techniques in the area. Because we have seen how the disruption is changing the world. We had already gone through an unprecedented time for last few years, and this is being underpinning by the technological innovations. We are now in the era of the fourth, rather it's a fifth industrial revolution, and where the nature of the organization and the future of the work will change rapidly. And the advancement of the new technologies like artificial intelligence, like the cloud computing, this have the potential not only to raise the productivity, but the GDP growth also. And also that can improve the well-being of the common man, including through their healthier life and including the longevity. So along with these type of benefits, so these technologies have potential to reduce the disruptions. So I'm hope that, and I'm sure that this conference was very, very helpful for those new researchers, and also that had must brought the new ideas, new collaborations, and has set a new height in the field of cloud computing and data engineering. And I'm very much thankful to the organizing team of Department of CSC, all the faculty members, the student volunteers who have tirelessly worked, and still they are working for the success of the event. And they have done tremendously good work to make today's event reality. And I'm really thankful to the student volunteers because along with their regular studies, they are working day and night, and they're executing this event successfully. So once again, I would like to welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you. Before you start, we are also joined by Professor Ashish. Professor Ashish, we welcome you for sparing your valuable time to be with us. Immediate past chair, IEEE section, sir. Thanks for all your trust, confidence. You always keep on us. Give us permission to hold Confluence on IEEE banner, and we look forward such support in future also, sir.
We welcome Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh. To unfold the story of success of Confluence, I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Garima Agarwal, Dr. Shilpi Sharma, and Dr. Madhulika Bhadoria, Organizing Secretary, Confluence 2022, to present a brief summary report. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta. I, Dr. Garima, along with Dr. Madhulika and Dr. Shilpi, are honored to have the opportunity to present summary report of 12th International Conference, Confluence 2022. Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, has organized 12th International Conference on the theme of cloud computing, data science, and engineering in virtual mode. The two-day and thrilling conference was organized in industry partnership with AWS and Microsoft and was technically co-sponsored by IEEE UP Section India. Conference 2022 collaborated with the reputed academic partners from countries like UK, USA, Australia, Canada, to name a few. Confluence has been an initiative since the last 12 years to ignite young minds and to be the change of tomorrow as per the vision of our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Patron-in-Chief Confluence 2022, who himself stands as a visionary leader and an inspiration for all the Amitians. With high and positive energy, the conference got initiated under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Patron Confluence 2022, and boundless support of our Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Co-Patron Confluence 22, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, General Chair, Conference 2022, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Over to you, Madhulika, please.
There had been an overwhelming response for research paper submission, wherein 729 research paper submissions were received on conference theme and related domains from student, academician, and PhD scholars from across the globe. With a staggering review process, only 114 manuscripts that met stringent requirement of high scientific quality and significance, originality, were got registered for presentation during the 2-day of conference in various technical sessions. All the paper registered and presented will be sent to IEEE Explore Digital Library and presented will be sent to for publication, and all published paper will be indexed in Scopus. During inaugural session, the guests of honor include Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO Fractal, Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, founder and CEO of edX, Professor MIT USA, Mr. Deepak Talwar, National Security Officer, Microsoft, Professor Dr. Benhen, Waikato University, New Zealand, Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh, MNIT, Allahabad, India, Professor Dr. J. Ram Kumar, IIT Kanpur, and past chairman, IEEE UP section, delivered guest of honor address during the inaugural ceremony. Over to you, Dr. Shilpi.
Thank you, Dr. Madhulika. The conference witnessed more than 110 speakers from 35 plus countries across the globe, including world top universities, MIT, USA, Stanford, USA, Cambridge University, UK, Cornell University, USA, Waikato University, New Zealand, Carnegie Mellon University, USA, NUS Singapore, to name a few. During inaugural honorary professorship was conferred to Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, founder and CEO of edX, Professor MIT USA. MIT Young IT Achievers Award was conferred on Ms. Katha Chanda, Microsoft USA, and Mr. Karan Khare, Amazon Canada. Through a range of sessions like keynote addresses, CXO forum, talent discussions, and industry sessions, audience witnessed new ways to deal with the challenges faced in the areas of cloud computing, data science, and engineering. Pre-conference workshop on cloud computing was also scheduled, where over 450 plus students from different disciplines of engineering participated. A joint session with IEEE Insight titled Inspiring Stories of Young Global Engineers was also conducted on day 1, where young engineers from Google USA, Facebook USA, Amazon USA, Goldman Sachs USA, and Credit Suisse Singapore have shared their success stories. The aura of technical eagerness and curiosity continued to the finale of conference, keeping the spirit of exploration and research high. We, the organizing secretary, owe our sincere gratitude to the speakers, dignitaries, and delegates for their great scientific inputs and many fruitful discussions. It's fair to conclude that the conference was a great success, and it would not be possible without your positive and kind support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the summary.
And And Garima, we are happy. We are joined by Professor Peter Robinson. Professor Peter, thank you very much for joining our valedictory session. And Professor Peter, always when I see you, when I meet you, I always recall my memory when I visited you in Cambridge. Wonderful lab you are working with. And it was really a big treat, which we always get whenever in UK. Thank you, Professor, for spending your valuable time and always be us. Honorable Founder President has given us vision to make MIT among the best. And I'm sure if we have friends like you with Cambridge, MIT, Stanford, we are going to make that. Thank you, Professor, for your presence.
A very warm welcome to Professor Peter. It is an honor to have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and co-patron Confluence 2022, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, with us this evening. As it is rightly said, confident people see obstacles simply as another challenge that becomes the stepping stone for further advancements. Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am has taken many such challenges and overpowered them with extraordinary valor. She has been an epitome of motivation and a source of inspiration for each one of us. With this, may I take this privilege to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am to address the gathering, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garima. Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir. Most respected Honorable Chancellor, sir. Our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Abhay Bansal and Dr. Manoj Pandey, all the organizing secretary, the co-chair. And first of all, I would like to extend a very warm welcome and thanks to all the guest of honors, and Dr. Ashish Kumar, Professor of MNIT, and also the immediate past co-chairperson, IEEE UP section, Professor Muhammad Ibrahim bin Abdullah Multab, Vice Chancellor UTP Malaysia, and Professor Mike Hinche, Professor of University of Limerick, Professor Peter Robinson, Professor of Cambridge University, UK, and Professor Bhiksha Ramakrishnan, Professor of Carnegie Mellon University, Professor Xiaofeng Feng, the Indiana University, Purdue, Professor Samir Shah, Jackson University, and Professor Ahsan Singhji, Professor of IIT Kanpur, IEEE India Council Immediate Past Chair, and all the Amitians from across the globe, and Professor Sattar Sani, the old friend of Amity for last several years. It's wonderful to see you, Professor Sattar Sani, and Professor David Grease, Professor from Cornell University, Professor Sudhir Agarwal from Microsoft, and all the speakers for the last 2 days in 12th International Conference, Confluence 2020, on the theme Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. This conference has been of altogether very high stature than all the previous 11 conferences. And the kind of the discussion, the deliberations have taken place on this conference, because the university across the globe and the industries across the globe have had altogether the different experiences due to the COVID pandemic and disruptive technology or the emerging technologies, how the technology has played a key role in the organization's sustainability and growth, and have also changed the strategies of the all organization of all shapes, sizes, disciplines, and the geographies. Such a high impact was never seen before what has been seen in the last 2 years, and the critical role played by the disruptive technologies, whether the cloud-based technologies or artificial intelligence or business analytics or the or data science, and how the analytics became so important for the decision making for all organizations. And our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, could foresee, the almost, a decade back, how the disruptive technology in times to come are going to reshape the business scenario, the education scenario. And therefore, since the inception of this university, the Honorable Chancellor have emphasized not only teaching the technology, emerging technology or the different technology, but at the same time, he emphasized on how the latest technologies are used in the universities operations, so that the students, the faculty, and the staff, all three are at ease with working with the technologies, and giving that flexibility of working to the faculty and the learning to the student. I think that was the experience, and that was the foresightness of our Honorable Chancellor. So when the COVID pandemic has come, and when it was compelled the world over that all organizations, including the education institution, are required to work from home and have the remote mode of teaching, learning, and assessment, we, without facing any difficulty, could move very easily to the remote mode of teaching. And as we said during the inaugural session also, we did not face any difficulty. Rather, Amity has set a new benchmarks in many ways. And one of the things which we could see, and we could really leverage on the technology, was that we were able to bring the experts from across the globe, from across the geographies, the experts which we could not have got easily because of the travel and the time requires and all those things. But this online platforms enabled it and cut the whatever the geographical boundaries had, the otherwise the limitations. And I think this is the mode which will remain now forever. So the hybrid mode of functioning of the organization, hybrid mode of conduct of the conferences, building the synergies between multiple organizations under one roof, under one platform, can be very easily achieved. Therefore, bringing the like-minded people, bringing the people from the different geographies for developing the synergies and optimally utilizing the resources for mutual benefit and for the betterment of the humanity and the growth of the industry, or the better learning of the students, becomes much easier. Though the national education policy is now emphasizing on the international exposure to the students, but I think that our Honorable Chancellor, even during the COVID time, have been able to give the global exposure to the students, where bringing a lot of experts to conduct the classes by the experts from across the globe, and take the full course or the part of the course and do the online assessment of the students. So this has given the great learning not only to the student, but the great learning to faculty members, when they have collaboratively worked for academics, collaboratively work for the research, and you are able to undertake the long-term research activities or academic activities together. Dr. Bansal, I've seen the last 2 days program, and some of the keynote speeches also I have listened to. And I think now that our Honorable Founder President has always said that the outcome, and yesterday also I emphasized in my during my address during the inaugural session, it's very important how we really work on the outcome. And I know that you have built a very good strategy, and your whole team from the all your 3 organizing secretaries and your co-chair and other faculty member, where you people are working. And so one thing I would like to suggest, so maybe whatever I build, but how we have the regular contact with the these experts. And I was seeing that yesterday, 2 of the alumni, have been, they recognized. But you know that we have almost around our 40% of our alumni from whole university. When you look at, nearly 200,000 alumni of this university alone, out of that, more than 40% are in various countries and are working in the very senior positions, whether it is the UNICEF and whether it's Microsoft or whether it's Coca-Cola or PepsiCo or Google or Amazon, and you name the company, you will find the Amitians in all those companies and all the countries. And so one side, the alumni, which we have been able to really have the very strong connect with the alumni, because the number of webinars, seminar, and the interactive sessions with the alumni have done very regular basis. Same way how we have the long-term association with our distinguished speakers, keynote speakers, the guests of honors, that how we continuously work relationship between the students, whether they are doing the joint project under the supervision of faculty from MIT and faculty from the other university. Their students are also working with our faculty, and our students are working with their faculty. Then our faculty to faculty, they are doing the research together or developing the academic program for short exposure or the long exposure, up to the training of the programs could be there. So not many things. So if we can make a matrix, we have very unique 3-continent program. How can we have the 3-continent program for our engineering students that they are going to the various universities, and their students are coming for maybe the 3-continent, maybe some of the students are studying in any of the Indian campus. Okay, depending on how we have the strength in whether it's MIT Haryana or MIT Uttar Pradesh or MIT Madhya Pradesh, any of the. So also how our students can go to the multiple continents or multiple countries, because it is important to develop the students for the global requirement, and then also orient them to the local requirement, because both the requirement parallelly will be required. So that if the students have the skill set to handle the job roles at the global level, can very easily be trained to the local requirements also. So therefore, giving that high level of exposure to the students are very important, and therefore working the cross-border, across geographies, team formation is extremely important. I'm seeing that, with the Professor Sattar Sahni for last several years, where our students have been with the Florida State University, the students have been going and doing their project and advanced courses, and how they have successfully navigated their corporate career and the research career. Same way that Indiana University, Iowa State University, the Purdue University, with a number of universities where our students are working, and which are, because it's their, the reputation, their performance at the that these research organization or academic institution have only built the reputation of Amity University as per the dream of our Honorable Founder President, as the mission of our Honorable Chancellor, that how to build that strong relationship. It is only the mentoring and guidance which the students have got from the faculty members, and also the kind of support they've got from the university where they have done the final semester of BTech program or the final semester of the master's program, and they are able to bring that kind of the credibility for their university, and also the credibility to their university in the corporate world also. So how can we today take this relationship of academic to the next level of the research collaboration? We know that already we have the large number of faculty research publication jointly with the foreign authors. But how can we now take it from the next level of research projects? So starting with the students, taking to the faculty research, the co-supervision, to the research projects and the corporate training and the consultancy and all. So it's very important how we really add value to the universities across the globe, at the same time how they are able to add value to the Amity University. Then only in this win-win situation only the relationship will be for sustainable long-term relationship will be there. So building this, I'm sure that you're going to have a discussion with each university and chalking out how we build the not only relationship with Amity and those, but maybe the 2 universities together, or 3 universities, or 4 universities, multiple universities. How we can have for the same thing with the multiple universities, and those universities, 4, 5, or 6 universities are working together on same project or something like that. So with this, once again, I would like to thank the IEEE for their continuous support to Amity University and being the partner with Amity University for all our technical conferences. I especially would like to thank our Amityans, our alumni, for their global success. Where is Mr. Piyush Katreja or Piyush Arora or Shivang Kumar or Mihir Sardana or Sania Sadev or Shia Sahani. So wonderful to see all of you back in your own Amity University on the digital platform. And we are really, really proud on all of you that today you are working with a great organization like whether it's Google USA or ANJ Melbourne or Goldman Sachs USA or the Ernst & Young USA or the Amazon USA, and or whether it is a Credit Suisse Singapore and other organizations. We are really, really proud on you. And our Honorable Founder President have always said that each Amitian will be a success story. You are the dream of Honorable Founder President in reality. And you are the inspiration and motivation to your juniors. Seeing your success, seeing your growth, all those students who are present in Amity, they will also have the motivation that one day they will also reach to pinnacle of success and contribute to the industry and academia research globally. With this, once again, I extend very warm welcome to our distinguished guests of honor, and I thank Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor for their continued motivation, support, guidance that each one of the Amity member are contributing to the university to realize their vision of making the Amity truly, truly global organization in the research, academic, and internationalization. So Dr. Abhiban sir, Dr. Pandey, and all the member of Computer Science and Engineering Department, my special congratulations to all of you. And I'm really, really proud on all of you that you have really set the bar of very high of this international conference. Now that we will be looking at the other departments of the universities raising their bar also. because this is the benchmark for them. They have to cross this benchmark. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And what you
very much.
suggested, we'll update and we'll achieve the outcome what you have suggested. We are also joined by our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is also Patron in Chief. Thank you very much, Honorable Founder President, for joining us online. Thanks for your blessings, your mentorship, your guidance. Anything what we are doing, it is because of your blessing, your mentorship, your guidance, and your outcome-based approach we all are following for. So thank you very much for your kind presence. We are also joined by Professor Ibrahim, who is Vice Chancellor UTP. Professor Ibrahim, we welcome you. Thank you so very much for spending your valuable time to be with us, and we look forward to have a lot of association with you to achieve a lot of outcomes so that India and Malaysia can do a lot of projects togetherly. Thank you, Professor Ibrahim, and your presence shows that how much love and affection you have for Amity University. Thank you very much. Professor Ibrahim. We are also joined by Professor Sartaj Sani, Honorable Founder President, to place on a record, Honorable Chancellor. It's night in US, even very senior professor, great scientist, well known in US and India in the area of data structure. He's also present, and his presence shows that how much love and affection he has with Amity. Thank you, Professor Sartaj Sani, to be with us, joining such an early time. And we definitely look forward to have various collaboration which we are doing, and we are going to multiply things. Thank you, Professor Sartaj Sani. Now to you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I take this privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashish K. Professor, MNIT, Allahabad. He received his PhD in the year 2007 from IIT Roorkee. His areas of research are power system, power quality, e-mobility, renewable energy, integration, microgrids, and smart grid. Sir has over 120 publications to his credit in various international journals and conferences of repute. May I now request Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for it's my pleasure to be here with you during this function. I have got the invitation from Dr. Abhay Bansalji, and it was really a commitment for me to be here because I could not make it yesterday just because of my health issues. So, Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, General Chair of the conference, Professor Abhay Bansalji, organizing team member of Confluence 2022. And distinguished colleagues, delegates, and my dear friends from IEEE, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be part of the valedictory ceremony of this successful virtual conference, Confluence 2022. That is 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering, organized by Amity University. Amity University has established itself as a synonym for academic excellence, research, development, and innovation. I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me to this platform for interacting with global leaders of technology, industry experts, researchers, and my IEEE voluntary colleagues. The conference 2022 is technically sponsored by IEEE Uttar Pradesh section. IEEE Uttar Pradesh section has its starting from 1992, that was May 11th, is one of the 13 sections of the IEEE India Council located in region 10 of IEEE worldwide regions. I belong to IEEE Uttar Pradesh section, which I am representing here today. The IEEE Uttar Pradesh section is determined to work closely with the Amity University to leverage each other's strength to achieve mutual benefits under the leadership of our section chair, Dr. Satish Singhji, who himself has taken the lead in reaching out to the IEEE volunteers and engaging them. Through Confluence 2022, we are proud to be associated with Amity University. I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me to this platform for interacting with global leaders of technology, industry experts, researchers, and my IEEE voluntary colleagues. And on behalf of IEEE Uttar Pradesh section, I'm really happy to be present here. The beautiful thing about IEEE, this conference 2022 is that it has covered the range of issues in the area of engineering and technology. And it's truly international perspective of delegates and participants is the most important thing. I hope the delegates enjoyed the discussions on making things better for humanity, embracing the new challenges and the developing networking with peers. A big thank you to all the authors, presenters, panelists, reviewers, and steering committee members, organizing team members of Conference 2022 for their hard work, passion, and commitment in shaping an exciting and high-quality conference program. Also, I would like to convey my best wishes to Amity family and its leaders, especially Professor Abhay Bansalji and their team, for their future endeavors to be successful and influential in such events. I hope they will provide more such occasions of interactions with global leaders of technology, industry experts, researchers, and most importantly, our upcoming leaders, our younger colleagues, the new generation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Ashish. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time and your compliments. And we are always there, and we will fulfill your expectation target you're setting from IEEE section. Thank you, Professor Ashish. Garima to next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It is more than a privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Mohammad Ibrahim bin Abdul Muttalib, Vice Chancellor and CEO, University Technology, Petronas. Professor Dr. Mohammad Ibrahim bin Abdul Muttalib graduated from University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia, with a Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical and received his MSc and PhD in Process Integration from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. Due to his immense contribution, he had the privilege of working as a reviewer with numerous groups, including the National Research Group grant schemes such as IRPA, eScience, FRGS, and Techno Fund. Starting from 1st November 2017, he had been given the responsibility to cover the duties of Vice Chancellor for University Technology, Petronas. With this, I request Professor Dr. Mohammad Ibrahim to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. To the Honorable Chancellor, and also to all the respected guests for this conference. First and foremost, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me sort of a short airtime for me to share a bit in terms of how well have we worked with MIT to a certain extent, and also to sort of address and give a good wish or best wishes to the conference. We have been working with MIT for the last 3 or 4 years already, and we are working also on a program where involving a student exchange coming from MIT over to UTP, and we are also looking from the angle of where we could also send cross back from UTP to MIT, probably in the area of computing or something like that, depending on the strength that we can leverage with it. And I must say, so far we've had a very pleasant experience, and because of COVID, actually we were not able to do a physical exchange, but we God will, we will pursue that as soon as the border is opened up again, yeah, for the international traveling. But so far we have had a very good relationship with MIT. We have done some virtual program cross, yeah, for between UTP and MIT, where we participate in MIT program and MIT participate cross back to our program. And I look forward to a very positive future, yeah, for the relationship between MIT and UTP. And I must thank the Vice Chancellor and of course, not forgetting the Honorable Chancellor and Pro-Chancellor of MIT University, who have been backing up this relationship. And not to forget, of course, to Prof. Abi and his team. They have been instrumental in actually working on the engineering side with our team here in trying to make this relationship a reality in terms of the. And for this conference, I think it is timely. Indeed, it's timely to have this kind of conference in order to explore and see how digitalization, artificial intelligence, the kind of the new technology that can propel business as well as education forward. Yeah, and I would like to wish the whole lot of the participants and also those who are joining this conference. I hope you all will benefit a lot because there's a good lineup of speakers the way I look at it, and I must congratulate the organizer for the ability to actually put together a very strong list of good speakers. Yeah, and I hope all the participants will enjoy this conference. And last but not least, thank you again for giving me a short time to say my piece, and I wish all the best. Have a good and fun conference.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. And we are already working with you. We know Petronas' strength in petroleum and energy. We have already done articulation of BTech Petroleum Engineering, and I'm sure together we are going to come up with a lot of options to make impact on the society, and we look forward to have your leadership and your support as always, sir. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Professor Mohammed Ibrahim Selvam. How are you?
My dear Dr. Salma, how are you?
Yes.
It's a pleasure hearing from you.
What a pleasure. You organized a wonderful conference last year. It's still memorable.
Yes.
Innovation and society. Great conference it was.
Yeah. How can I forget? You are one of our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pleasure to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It is more than an honor to have with us Professor Dr. Mike Hinchy, Professor, University of Limerick, Ireland, as the guest of honor. Sir is a professor of software engineering at University of Limerick, Ireland. Prior to joining LIRO, Professor Hinchy was director of the NASA Software Engineering Laboratory. He continues to serve as a NASA expert, author and editor of more than 15 books and over 200 articles on various aspects of software engineering. At various times, Sir previously held positions as full professor in Australia, UK, Sweden, and USA. He is president of IFIP and vice chair and chair-elect of IEEE UK and Ireland section. He is also editor-in-chief of Innovations in Systems and Software Engineering, a NASA journal and journal of the Brazilian Computer Society. May I now request Professor Dr. Mike Hinchy to please address the audience. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
Hello, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I wish it was in person. It's always a great pleasure to join my good friends in Amity. You always are such wonderful hosts, such hospitable hosts. It's a real shame that we're not together, but we've seen this very difficult 2 years almost, where times have completely changed, and we've seen how reliant we are on technology for everything from having food delivered to identifying people who are sick, to tracking and tracing, and unfortunately, how important technology is in treating people who are sick and taking care of them. It's been a very difficult 2 years, and it's been wonderful that we've been able to use technology such as we're using today to keep contact, that we haven't lost contact over that 2 years. But we've seen that you know, this situation has gone from various stages of being bad to being better, to being worse, to being better again. And I do really hope that it's going to finish soon, and that we will all be able to get back together, and that we'll be able to have the next event in person. But it is always a great pleasure to join my friends at Amity, and thank you all for your hospitality. And I am hopeful that we'll be together again soon. And thank you everyone for all the efforts you've put into the last couple of days. I know it takes many, many months in preparation. It's not just 2 days, but it's a lot of effort in getting it prepared. And well done to all of you, as always, for putting on an excellent event and for making us all feel very welcome. And as I say, hopefully the next time it will be in person. So thank you all very much, and I wish you well, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mike, and we look forward to see you soon. We are all waiting
I hope so.
to get over. And we look forward, and we always cherish our past memory we had with you when you were in India last time. So look forward.
Thank you very much.
Look forward. Thank you, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. It is a proud moment for us to have Professor Dr. Peter Robinson, Professor, Cambridge University, UK, as our keynote speaker. Peter Robinson, sir, is a professor of computer technology at the University of Cambridge Computer Laboratory in England, where he is a part of the Rainbow Group working on computer graphics and interaction. He is a computer scientist with an interest in neuroscience. His research concerns problems at the boundary between people and computers, involving investigating new technologies to enhance communication between computers and their users, and new applications to exploit these technologies. His idea is to develop augmented environment in which everyday objects acquire computational properties through user interfaces based on video projection and digital cameras. I now request Professor Dr. Peter Robinson to please address the gathering and present a keynote address on extended reality, past, present, and future. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a huge pleasure, as always, to be with you. Of course, I'm sorry that this time we have to meet remotely, and I'll talk a little bit about the ways that we use technology to meet remotely and some of the history of how we've got to be where we are. I do remember just a few years ago visiting you in person in Amity and having huge pleasure at the CONFLUENCE conference back in 2015. It's been far too long since I've last visited, so I do look forward to visiting again. It has been a great collaboration. Well, the things I want to talk about today are the ways that we interact with computers. And as we think about this, a good place to start is a very long time ago, 1945, when a man called Vannevar Bush, who had been coordinating the scientific effort for the Americans during the Second World War, realized that managing information would be an important problem for the post-war society. And he wondered how you could gather information together and present it to users and allow them to build links between different pieces of information, which would be important for making new discoveries. And he imagined that you might have a machine, he called it the Memex, which would be a giant information store. He perceived it as using microfilm as a storage medium, with levers that would allow you to steer your way around the documents. And it was a great idea. And well, we're sort of getting closer to actually having built something like that now. And an important step came just 4 years after he published his paper, when in 1949, the early digital electronic computers appeared. The one in Cambridge was built in 1949. It was a genuine stored program computer. There'd been one running in Manchester a year earlier, but the Cambridge one was interesting in that it was used by people who weren't the people who built it. And it led to scientific work in other departments that led to 3 Nobel Prizes in the following 5 years for work on chemistry, molecular biology, and radio astronomy. And it even had graphical displays. Now, admittedly, they were for the engineers to diagnose what was going wrong with the computer, but you could actually display by putting the right patterns in the memory. You could see things on the displays, and it wasn't long before people played video games on them. But it was a little while later, that was back in 1949, another 15 years or so until the transistor revolution had arrived, better displays arrived, and there was the work by Ivan Sutherland at MIT in the early 1960s when he actually built a system that allowed you to interact with documents, a bit like the vision that had been put forward back in 1945 for the Memex, but it was using a much more limited form. But it allowed interaction, and actually he was much more interested in using the system for design work of one sort or another. But Ivan Sutherland was, still is, a great inventor, and he wondered if you could use high quality graphics to make an immersive environment. And this he did just a few years later in 1968, where he designed a system which had cathode ray tubes, so old-fashioned television sets strapped to the side of your head with mirrors so you could see different images in your two eyes, so you perceived stereo. And you could enter what we'd now call a virtual world. That requires accurate head tracking, and the head tracking mechanism was mechanical. And in the left hand of these two pictures, you can see the levers and pulleys that worked out which direction the head was pointing in so that the correct images could be displayed. And this was a massive thing above your head, and it acquired the nickname the Sword of Damocles, this tracking system. And then other people went into the same sort of investigation, notably continuing at MIT, a research student and now professor elsewhere, Steve Mann, looked into the idea of having portable computing, wearable computing, again, starting with displays in front of the eyes that started by large with radio communication. This was, of course, before there was Wi-Fi or anything like that, and developed a system that you could sit in this virtual world while you were walking around. And that sort of honed the design over a course of 20 years, and the final designs in about 1990 were actually quite wearable, and he went around everyday life in Boston wearing this kit. But meanwhile, in Cambridge, we'd been wondering about displays and interaction, and we'd also been working on digital video, which was just becoming possible then. You could connect a camera to a frame grabber, get the image into a computer, and people were experimenting with that and high-speed networks in the early 1990s to make things like video conference phones. But we thought that it might be interesting to use it instead for interaction. So rather than pointing the camera at yourself, you point it at your desk so it could see what you were doing. I had a very bright research student called Pierre Wellner, who in the early 1990s took this idea of a camera and developed it considerably. He actually had two cameras, and he also built a projector. Now, this was before you could buy video projectors, or at least for a reasonable price, but you could buy very early laptop computers. So he bought one of those and ripped the screen off it, put it onto an overhead projector, if you remember what one of those was, bolted it to the wall above his desk, so the video pointed down onto his desk. And I actually have an early video that he made talking about the technology, and I shall attempt to show that to you now. So with luck, you will see a video playing or not. Not.
No, not yet.
Right. Well, the video...
Many of us work at two desks.
Yes.
We have the electronic desk of the workstation, and we have the physical desk of the paper pusher. Now, these two desks are very separate. Manipulating objects on the workstation is very different from manipulating objects on the real desk. We have the top metaphor supposed to make them more similar. And some people think that it can be extended to the point where you can do everything on the workstation that we currently do on our desks, replacing them entirely. But what if we took the opposite approach? What if we took the opposite approach? What if, instead of making the workstation more like the desk, we made the real desk more like the workstation? We wouldn't need a desktop metaphor because it would literally be a desktop. The digital desk has a couple of video cameras here that point down at the desk so the system can see what the user is doing. There's also a computer display that's projected down onto the desk. The result is still an ordinary desk, but it has some characteristics of an electronic workstation. As I move my hand above the desk, the camera can see where I'm pointing, and the cursor follows my finger. This allows me to use the electronic side of the digital desk, much as an electronic workstation, using my finger instead of the mouse. That's why it's the digital desk. I can use this much as an ordinary calculator. Let's see, 8 times 6 equals 48. Often when we use a calculator, we are simply typing in numbers that are already printed on a piece of paper lying on the desk. This example shows how an application might make use of the digital desk. If we have numbers printed on a piece of paper like this price list, I can put them into this window, and instead of typing in the number, I can simply point at it, 390, and it appears in the window of the calculator as though I had typed it. And I can perform an operation on it, multiply it by 2, and get 780. The camera sees where I point and OCRs a number and puts it into the calculator.
So that was an interesting early experiment. It was a proof of concept that you could actually have an everyday environment that acquired computational properties. The calculator you saw was just the standard calculator that ran on the computer. You had the cameras and the projector that gave the interface, and you could even take a paper document and copy and paste from the paper document into the electronic calculator. And that was an interesting idea, and so developed it a bit further. And the next thing that Pierre worked on was a sketching program, which you see here. So this is ordinary sketching with a pen on a piece of paper. But the piece of paper is on the digital desk, which means that the things that you draw are being seen by the computer. And so when you've carefully drawn one of the windows on this house and you'd like to have some more of them, you can just simply select an area. And what you're doing here is selecting an area of the physical paper with a physical drawing on it, copying it, and you can then copy and paste electronically. So the physical piece of drawing has been copied and is being pasted into the electronic document. So we're sort of blurring the boundary between physical and electronic documents. And this was something that we worked on throughout the 1990s. And there were a number of experiments we did. We looked at ways you might have a maths textbook where you could have graphs that you adjusted parameters for by having controls on the printed book that were then read by the computer system, and it projected a resulting graph back. You could be set a problem and draw a picture of a graph in the book, and the computer would take a picture of it and tell you how closely you had modeled the graph you were meant to be drawing. And we even developed shared systems where two people could work side by side, or indeed communicate with a remote desk, and you'd all share the information between them. And so we'd actually, as you drew on one desk, the hand would be projected on the remote version of the desk. And you would see the two people in remote locations, but actually sharing the electronic and physical documents. And of course, by this time, we actually had conventional video projectors as we now know them, and that made life a lot easier. So the later experiments, we were using actually arrays of video projectors and stitching the images together. But I had another student who was also interested in these problems and wondered if you could just do away with the projector altogether. So cameras seem to be were getting very cheap by then. I'll say they weren't actually. We were still using quite expensive studio television cameras and digitizers, but he wondered if you just pointed a camera at the world around you, you could make the world around you into a user interface. So no projection, just a camera. And we made an early video of this as well.
There are many situations where it would be useful to have access to the facilities of electronic documents, the ability to print, fax, save, or email, but where typing at a computer might be difficult or inappropriate. In a brainstorming meeting, for example, it's much more natural to jot down ideas on a whiteboard, but then they don't have all those useful electronic properties. Brightboard is a system which allows documents on ordinary drawing surfaces be endowed with many of the capabilities of their electronic counterparts, using the drawing surface itself as the user interface. This means I don't need to be distracted from the focal point of the meeting by a keyboard, screen and mouse. For example, suppose during the meeting somebody requests a copy of the diagram. Using Brightboard, I can write the print command directly on the board. Activity on the board is being monitored by a camera, suspended from the ceiling and connected to a computer next door. I stand aside to give the computer a clear view, and when it sees the print command, it uses synthesized speech to tell me so. I can then delete the command and carry on. Using similar commands, I can fax, email, and save the image, and I can also control other devices. I might adjust the air conditioning, for example, simply by writing the required temperature on the whiteboard. Or I could select one of the popular views on our audiovisual network. VP stands for View the Park. I have all this control from the front of the room. Finally, Brightboard can be used on any drawing surface, not just whiteboards. Here, a camera clipped to a bookshelf above the desk allows me to create a desktop scanner and photocopier.
And that was an interesting experiment. But again, the equipment that we were using would cost maybe £10,000, $20,000, even in the money of the 1990s. So it wasn't something that was going to be popular everywhere. But we thought it was quite an interesting idea. But actually the best idea that Quentin had was, as part of that work, working with cameras, was something he did one afternoon when he was bored. It turned out that in our department, the coffee machine was 5 flights of stairs away from where we were working. And so he pointed a camera at the coffee machine so we could then relay video over our network to see when fresh coffee might be available. And when the World Wide Web turned up in 1993, we put the image on the web. So this was in fact the world's first webcam. It was just invented one afternoon when somebody was bored and had nothing better to do. So we didn't bother to patent it. Now it turned out that that was actually really rather a good idea. A lot of people liked looking at pictures on the web. And so suddenly the very expensive cameras we'd been using became mass produced because everybody wanted webcams. And if I may say so, during the pandemic, I think we've all been very grateful for the invention of the webcam. So that was just something that was done by accident, which possibly tells you about the way that science is done. Well, I promised I'd say a little about the future, as well. That was the past of virtual reality and augmented reality, as we call this idea that you'd have the real world with computing in it. And of course, virtual reality carries on. Even big companies now think the metaverse is what we want, where you go into an entirely synthetic world, you wear a silly headset, you walk into walls or whatever. I still don't see the appeal of this myself, but apparently there is money to be made from it. And there are people who want to hide from the real world, but the pictures are still unrealistic. It's a very unconvincing environment. But other companies are looking at augmented reality, and perhaps notably Microsoft's HoloLens is a system that allows you to see the real world, but with the images projected onto it, not using a projector, but you have translucent glasses so you can see what you're working on, but with annotations projected onto the screen just in front of your eyes. So, for example, this person is doing some maintenance work and they can see out of the corner of their eye what looks like a computer monitor. It's actually just synthetic. It's in the view of the glasses, but they can see their real hands working and arrows pointing at what they ought to do. And it seems to me that this actually has a great future. And of course, nowadays, we've moved on from the computers that we had back in Cambridge in the 1940s. Computers now are about 1,000 million times faster and use a tiny bit of the power, and cameras are now everywhere. So you actually carry them with you in your smartphone. And that's great because I like going walking, particularly in the hills. And if you're walking in the hills, it's nice to know which hill is which. And the good news is you can now do this with an application on your smartphone. You simply point it at the hills around you and it shows you on the screen little arrows that tell you which mountain is which as you're looking across the landscape. So this is augmented reality. You don't have to wear a silly hat and glasses. You can do it while you're out walking and not falling off a cliff. And this seems to me very satisfactory. And it's only been 30 years now since we first experimented, and it's actually routinely available. So the technology will move on. Quite where it will go next is an interesting question, and that's something for all the youngsters at Amity to work on. But I'll stop there. I'll just mention that these two people, Pierre Wellner and Quentin Stafford-Fraser, were brilliant research students, great people to have working with me. And of course, they deserve all the credit. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. It's really nice. You have shown the development of technology. Thank you so very much. It's really encouraging, and we look forward to see you soon.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words.
And Professor Peter, when Honorable Founder, Honorable Chancellor, they came to know you are coming, our founder president has also joined the session. Even he was so busy. He said, if Professor Peter is coming, I'll definitely join. And he really liked all your session, which you have done now and even in past also. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the moment of great importance as Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers the honorary professorships. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers honorary professorship upon Professor Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishnan, Professor, Carnegie Mellon University, USA.
Thank you, Professor. Welcome to Amity family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Amity family, Professor Bhiksha. Look forward to work with you now.
So is it my turn?
Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishna works in the area of speech recognition, audio processing, neural networks, privacy, security for voice processing. A major part of his research is focused on privacy preserving algorithms for speech and audio processing. This has security, privacy, and economic implications such as snoopers or malicious systems who may use the data to derive undesired information, create fake recordings, or impersonate the user. His team continues to develop various cryptographic and other techniques to deal with these problems. I would now request Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishnan to kindly address the gathering, as well as your acceptance speech, please, for the honorary professorship. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Did I interrupt? No. So thank you very much. I'm very honored to accept this honorary professorship. I'd like to thank Amity University and its management for the invitation to be here and for the honorary professorship. This is not just an honor, it's actually a responsibility. Now, Amity, as we've just seen, is a world-class university. It's producing world-class students with world-class training. The students and alumni have achieved great things already, and they're only climbing higher. So I expect that the students are going to continue to reach higher each year, and we'll be hearing about increasing numbers of success stories in all fields in science, technology, entrepreneurship, and governance in the years to come. And it's actually quite amazing to hear about the number of patents and the advances in research and development that the students and faculty at Amity have made. This is exactly the kind of direction that the nation needs. And so I am very excited and very enthusiastic to be invited to be part of this story and to contribute to it. Again, I thank the management for it. Now, just continuing, the focus of this conference, which is cloud computing and data science, these are the technologies that hold the greatest promise to influence our nation's tomorrow and to improve our citizens' lives. Now, in 75 years after independence, we have made a lot of progress, but we are still very far from where we would like to be. There's a lot of room for improvement. So, and of course, all of us envision a future for our country where every citizen has full and equal opportunity, access to opportunity, to resources, to services, to education, to governance, to justice. We're not there yet. And the technologies that this conference has been focusing on and that Amity has also been working on hold the promise of being the disruptors that will actually leapfrog us into that future. Now, India has always been very receptive to new tech, the kind of technologies that can propel us into the future. You only have to look back into the early 2000s to see how we seized the software opportunity and made great progress and used it to improve our people's lives. Our cell phones, we grew faster than pretty much any nation in the world. Right now, we have one cell phone connection for almost every man, woman, and child in the nation. That's amazing. I believe that we have more cell phone connections than the populations of the next 4 countries combined. We have the largest mobile data consumption per capita in the world. I'm not speaking total, per capita. Now that's amazing. Think of India, right? We are a poor country and much of the population is not as educated as we'd like to be, but we do that. We have 700 million internet users. That's more than the total population of the USA, Russia, Brazil, Germany, and UK combined. We have by far the largest user base for digital banking, with more digital transactions annually than the China and US, the next 2 nations combined. Blockchains, we are very accepting of blockchains. There are 27 different states that have initiated various initiatives which are to move over to blockchain-based e-governance. And this has the prospect of eliminating inefficiency, bureaucracy, corruption, and making everybody's lives better. We are becoming the largest consumer of AI, not just the kind of AI that you see in your phones, not the kinds of services that you use for entertainment, but we are speaking of AI for governance, for prediction, for planning, for logistics, for finance, pretty much every aspect of life. And this is not just in the private industry, it's also by the government. So there are currently about 100,000 AI personnel and people who are officially listed as working on AI in India. And yet, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is not even the beginning of where we would like to be. And we have the talent pool. The talent pool is immense. And if you don't believe me, you just have to look around the world. And you will see that Indians are not just present, we dominate the ranks of the professionals working on these areas in pretty much every country in the world. We have the talent, we have the ability. What we need is to maximize our potential. And for this, we need to increase our access to knowledge and training, and to increase our talent base to where we have all the talent needed, not just for our own needs, but also for the world. So I visualize a world, and I think this is very possible, where just like in software, we are the AI, cloud computing, technological, and generally tech intellectual hub for the entire world. This is possible. And here's where Amity and institutions like Amity come in. We have the opportunity, in fact, the responsibility to reach the next generation of Indians, to teach them and to bring them out as the success story that we deserve to be. And I'm very glad to see that we're actually doing a wonderful job of it. And I'm honored to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhiksha, for a wonderful address. Area which you have mentioned, we have a lot of similarity at our engineering. Also, we have a research group. As we discussed late in the night yesterday, we are going to work together with a lot of collaboration and outcome we are going to achieve in collaboration. And you rightly mentioned, India has a lot of strength and a lot of productivity, and I'm sure together will make the difference and impact the society at large. Thank you very much, and we welcome you to Amity family.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful address. We welcome you to Amity family.
And before you start next, just 1 minute. We are also joined by our Honorable Chancellor, President RBF, and Patron Confluence 2022. We welcome you, Honorable Chancellor, for your time you spent it during inaugural, time you're spending during our validatory session. Sir, we are committed and we promise you that we'll achieve a lot of outcomes, and we are going to do a lot of collaboration. And today in validatory session, we are going to showcase various things by which you'll have a confidence, and you'll see that Amitian are impacting all over the world, and they are showing that they are the best in the world. Thank you, sir, for your presence, and looks for your blessing.
Dr. Abhay, I'm very happy to be here. I spent a lot of time yesterday with you at the inaugural. I've seen some of the discourses over the last 2 days which have happened. And let me tell you, I am so proud of you and your team, the way you have organized the tremendous intellectual powerhouses who have come online to speak, to present papers is truly phenomenal. And every year you set a higher benchmark for this conference, Confluence, which has been now taking past over the last 12 years. It is testimony to the hard work that you put in. I was very happy to hear Dr. Ramakrishnan, and one can see the immense connection that you have with your country, India, and what needs to be done for the future. And you rightly said, the young generation is the future. It is the responsibility of all of us to give them the right the tools and the right mindset and the right vision for the future, what needs to be done. As Dr. Bansal said, welcome to the Amity family. We are very honored to have you as part. We are very honored to have great intellectuals like you from India around the world, but then you have that sense of responsibility to give back to your country. I look forward to hearing Dr. Fang and Dr. Shah. And I was, Dr. Abhay, one thing I also appreciate with you is how you nurture relationships over the years. Professor Robinson so proudly showcased his photograph of 2015 when he was on campus together with us. And Professor Robinson, in case you're online, it was a brilliant presentation of the early years of the research that you were doing. Vice Chancellor Dr. Mohammed from UTP Malaysia. Dr. Abhay, you have been able to build a great relationship with UTP in the field of petroleum. I think they are one of the world leaders in the field of petroleum science. And I think this was always the vision of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, that how can we collaborate with the leading universities in their fields around the world? How can we collaborate with great intellectual minds like Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Shah, Dr. Fang, and Dr. Robinson, Professor Hinchi, who all have been, and who all become part of the family. So for everyone who is online today, interacting for the first time with the Amity community, please feel as Amity is your family. You know, we have strongly always believed it is important to have strong relationships, continued relationships for life. That is how the synergy builds. That is how individuals can grow. That is how organizations can grow. So Dr. Abhay, once again, my congratulations to you. Well done. You know, I know that you never rest. So the moment this conference will finish, you will start planning your next tremendous venture. But please give my best wishes and my praise to every person of your faculty, every member of your faculty, every student, whoever has worked for the benefit of Confluence. Also to the alumni who are online today,
Yes,
who are getting the Alumni Achievers Award. Congratulations to you. I am so proud on each one of you. And Dr. Abhay, you send me the email IDs of all of them. I will write a personal note to each one of them. We always say that a university is built on the success of their alumni. And it is always for any student to come back to their university and get an award by their alma mater is a great achievement in life. And as you must have been told, I mean, Amity has over 200,000 alumni across the world. The fact that the 4 or 5 of you were chosen today to get the award shows you know, what success you have achieved in these very short years that you have been out of Amity. And you must have also given back to your university, and I'm sure we will all hear when you speak about that. So with that, Dr. Abhay,
thank
my
you, sir. Thank you,
congratulations
Honorable
to you.
Chancellor.
My best wishes, my personal thanks to all the speakers who have come over the last 2 days and contributed to this conference. All
Thank
the
you,
very
Honorable
best.
Chancellor. Just to put on your record, sir, all speakers which I have called, which are 110 plus in numbers, they are all who are continuously working with us, and they are one with whom we have achieved some outcome, and we are going to achieve outcome also. There is no honorarium has been paid to any speaker. It is because they are like-minded and they want to together change the whole world. They are with us, and we have achieved a lot of outcome, which I'm going to update you after this conference.
Dr. Abhay, you know, in life, when like-minded people come together, that is when transformational things happen.
Yes,
you know, so that is your strength. Great. Well
but
done.
even today, we are also joined with Geeta Sahadeva. She is Assistant Vice President with Berkeley Bank, and Professor Sardana, who is with LSR, proud parent, and she always call me and give a lot of good message about achievement of their kids. And I always tell them there are 2 persons in life we'll always cherish the success of students. One is teacher and second is parent. So they have also joined today, sir, with us, and they said we would like to meet and convey our regards to Honorable Chancellor and Founder about what decision they have taken in their life. It was so wise, and even their kids are there to receive award also, sir.
No, I'm very happy that the parents are online. I think, you know, at Amity, right from the beginning, you know, when we started off the Amity Foundation, when we only had a few hundred students, our founder, Dr. Chauhan, used to regularly interact with all the parents. And one of the things he always used to tell the parents is that you have given birth to your child, but once they join Amity, they are first our responsibility, then your responsibility. So, and we are so proud that everyone who works within the Amity community, whether it is in the schools or the universities, has that same philosophy that we work towards the success of every individual child. And when we recruit any faculty member, in addition to seeing their professional brilliance, their capabilities, we always see that, do they have that passion for nurturing the future generation? Because as academicians, as scientists, our foremost responsibility is to make this world a better place, to ensure that we have a brighter future. And for that, as Dr. Ramakrishnan, you said, we have to nurture the future generation. And so, Dr. Abhay, thank you for calling parents online also.
Thank you, sir.
Great,
Thank
great
you.
idea. Great idea.
So next,
I'm also seeing Professor S.N. Singh.
Yeah, he'll be joining, sir. Yeah, he has just joined.
Former head of IEEE.
Yes,
you've always supported Amity. We're very grateful for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers honorary professorship upon Professor Dr. Xiufan Fang, Chair, Department of Computer and Information Science, Director, Indiana University, Purdue University, USA. Congratulations, sir. Welcome to Amity family. It's a privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Xiufan Fang, Chair, Department of Computer and Information Science, Director, Indiana University, Purdue University, USA. Sir is a professor in computer science and the chairman of Department of Computer Information Science at Indiana University. He also served as director of the Singapore Center for Biocomputing and the director of the Center for Visual Information Sensing and Computing. He is a regular panelist and reviewer of NSF and NHL and has chaired or served in program committees in many international conferences and workshops of repute. May I now request Professor Dr. Xiufan Fang to please present the address, and so please your acceptance speech for the honorary professorship.
We welcome you, Professor. Yeah. Professor Fang, please. Yeah, there could be some technical errors. Shweta, what we can go to the next, and then we can have his address a little later. Will that be okay? He was there, but because of some technical problem.
Yeah, due to some technical glitch, he will be joining us shortly. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers honorary professorship upon Professor Dr. Samir Shah, Department of Decision Sciences and MIS, Drexel University, USA. Congratulations, family. We are honored to have with us you, sir. Sir is a clinical professor of management information systems within decision sciences and MIS department at Drexel University, Lebo College of Business. His research interest is in exploring how to effectively use agile software development methodologies to ease the offshore software development project management challenges, where he has published conference book chapter. His areas of expertise are business values of information technology, information system management, information system leadership, outsourcing, and system design. May I now invite you, sir, to please address the audience.
Thank you, Professor Shah. Before you start, I want to update to Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor Ma'am, that we have done many collaborative projects with Drexel University under leadership of Dr. Shah. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for allowing our students to do global classroom project where engineering student did project with Drexel management students. And Professor Shah, I always cherish the moment when my 3C continent students, you hosted them in Drexel University. It was wonderful experience and I'm thankful. I remember you offered them pizza, which they still remember and cherish that in Drexel University. It was a global classroom project you hosted, and you always commit that as and when our students are coming, they can visit, they can do global classroom projects. And that experience which you have given of global classroom outside the boundary of the country, it's amazing. And through that experience, Professor Shah, I have seen a student, they stopped sleeping in the night because they have to work on different time zone. And that habit of challenging themselves, I have seen all they are growing in their career, and they have got admission in world top university through your recommendation and through reference of that global classroom they have done with Drexel University. Thank you, Professor Shah, and we look forward continuous support, mentorship and guidance, and we look forward to have your visit. Could be next time to our New York campus. And I'm definitely, because a student wants to visit Drexel, they want to be in Philadelphia. It's a wonderful place to visit, to explore, and we look forward to that. And thank you very much. And just to update to Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, that outcome we have already received, already achieved through Drexel University. Thank you, Professor, and welcome to Amity family.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Bansal, and everyone else there. I really appreciate this honor. I accept the honor with gratitude. But more importantly, as Dr. Bansal said, we have been collaborating for some number of years. So now I have to even take it to the next level. And that will be one of my goals, to make it even more meaningful contributions, to your institution's goals and interests. I've been fortunate enough to work with some good universities. I used to be at Penn State University prior to joining the Drexel at Philadelphia. We at Drexel, we have about more than 25,000 students, and it's also one of the top tier research universities. And now I'm finally associated with, formally associated with Amity University. So I have now 3 universities to talk about. So thank you and appreciate that honor very much. As Dr. Bansal mentioned, my association with Amity goes, last many years, but even before that, I met with one of your other chancellors, Dr. Asim Chauhan, when I was visiting India many years ago. And that's how actually I came to know about MBT many years ago. At that point, I was at Penn State, and I was also director for the Commonwealth Campuses India Initiative. And that's when him and I talked, and he was very enthusiastic about some kind of collaborations at that time between Penn State and MIT and things like that. It goes, my association somehow, with MIT goes long back many years. And now for last 6-7 years, Dr. Bansal and I have been engaged more on in terms of these global collaborations. And I'm part of the Decision Sciences and MIS group here at Drexel, faculty group at Drexel. And as we all know, one of the challenges of today's IT projects, right? Either they fail or they continue to face all kinds of challenges, or many projects, not all, but many projects continue to fail. And one of my goal for last many years has been, how can we help students, right, to overcome those goals, those challenges, so that they can perform better. And ultimately, this whole statistics or failure rate about the IT projects can be improved. So I thought of this global framework, global classroom framework model. And then, I've been involving Amity students and my students. So they basically work together on a real world project for the entire term. So you can think of this as more like a global co-op in the classroom without leaving the classroom. And that has been helping students quite a bit. So the goal here is not just to equip students with the technical skills, right? But more importantly, to help them build people skills at the global level, right? And I think that is, to me, that's very important. IT is not only about the technical aspects, right? It also has this whole people aspects and business process aspects and all other things. So that's something we've been doing. I think, if I remember it correctly, more than 125 of your students have participated with 450 of my students so far. But the biggest achievement is in this collaboration is that many students who have participated in this project, they are working for some very good top companies here in the US. I'm not sure about in India, but at least my students are telling me. And I'm very happy that, and many students tell us, obviously they have their own strengths, but many students tell me that because of this global project participation, that really helped them to, put step forward as part of their interview process or in that company. So I'm very honored to have that, hear that kind of feedback. So I continue to do that. and again, the goal here is to, how can you prepare the next generation, the students ready to embrace the challenge? How do we help them learn how to deal with business requirement or business uncertainties, right? And above all, how do we teach them that how technology can help align and integrate business outcomes, right? And that's the goal of this kind of collaboration and this kind of project. So I hope to do more of those kind of global collaborations with Amity, with Dr. Bansal's students. I also hope that we take this to the next level. I'm hoping to visit India shortly once this is all dies down, but I need to visit there. So I will be, I hope to talk to you or hope to visit the campus. Generally, we have a stop in Delhi anyway. So, but once again, thank you so much, and I appreciate this honor, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Professor Shah. Anytime you're coming to India, now you're part of Amity family, we'll be happy to host you. And Honorable Chancellor has already given us vision that students must be given projects, they must be given international projects. We must engage our students who go for study abroad program, 3-continent program, and I'm sure together with you, we have started that and we have seen good results. And outcome of that project, we have Piyush Arora, whom we are also giving Alumni Award, who is working with Google now. He's also present. And I'm sure he will also mention some of the point. And that is what we all look for, that how best learning experience we can give to our students so that they become the best and show to the whole world that they are the best. And thank you, Professor Shah, and we welcome you to Amity family. Thank you, and we look forward.
Dr. Shah, congratulations for developing this most brilliant global classroom project. And I just want to inform you that in the past, multiple times our alumni have informed that how tremendously useful this project has been in the success of their careers. And as you rightly said, that when companies recruit young people, they're always looking for people who have proactively done projects or work which is outside the traditional framework of a university education. Companies are looking for young people who have challenged themselves, who have this proactiveness, and this platform that you have given to hundreds of your students and hundreds of our students has really tremendously helped their careers. And Dr. Abhay, I would urge you that with our other university partners, if Dr. Shah allows, to discuss this sort of concept, and let us build this global classroom projects with multiple universities. And Dr. Shah, we'll take your guidance on how we can make a network of universities. Maybe you already have that to benefit young people. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for that.
Thank you. And even Honorable Chancellor, just to mention, Dr. Shah has also started with IIT, but he finds a lot of problem in communication. And what he finds in MIT, students are so good in communication, they could do joint projects. Otherwise, the project he did with IIT, he said a lot of challenges in communication. That's something which in MIT we have got communication skills. When we take them in admission, we ensure they have good communication skills. So they have proved to be worthy for this collaborative project. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
We are also joined by Professor Dr. S.N. Singh, Professor IIT and IEEE Council immediate past chair. Sir, we welcome you. Thank you so very much. In spite of your very busy schedule, meetings, you are present in valedictory sessions, sir. Thank you very much. Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor is also present. They were so happy knowing that you are also coming, sir. Thanks. We remember when Confluence 2011 was offered by IEEE, a lot of challenges were there, and we always remember those times. You were the one who hand-holded us, trusted us, believed us. And sir, we have always proved, and we worked day and night and fulfill the target which IEEE UP section has set. And we always do more than that. And thank you very much, sir, for to be with us, to spending your valuable time to be with us. Yeah, to you.
Thank you, Professor Bansal. Thank you very much. And really, I can see Dr. Chauhan, Chancellor of this university, and the Vice Chancellor also, Madam, is there, and many other stalwarts of the university. And also, those are now going to be alumnus of your university, and also various others. Every time you give a lot of professorship, honorary professorship, and connecting the people. And the main theme of IEEE is to connect the people. And this is the era where we have to be connected, whether socially, technically, or maybe in terms of face-to-face. COVID has made some distances, that's true, but still this digital platforms are basically now available, which are very, very good in the many ways. It's very beneficial in terms of saving the time, cost, and also having a connecting each other and very quick time just we can be connected. So this digital platform, and that's your conference, which is a 12th series. And I can see, I think the last 4 or 5 I have attended continuously in the various ways. And this is a 12th in this. No doubt that 11th was just, the COVID started and it was only left 6 months to complete, then how to handle it. And finally, you went for the online and it was done very successfully. Before that also, it was the face-to-face. It was more student interactive, and a lot of the foreign visitors attended. I was the witness in that, even though in the valedictory, there was more than 40 people were there. And this is a founder, chairman, this Chauhanji was also there at that time. So many a time, and his motivating talk to connect the student to the faculty, to the outside, the people, those are there. It was very well organized and very well motivated. And even though one time I was there for one exhibition was also organized, the projects of Amity University students, it was very, even though alarming, and I saw, even though I was just looking at all the project, it was very good, and they were doing, because the students are very courageous and they want to do something. Normally, these are students, once they are not getting the very higher, you can say in terms of education system for IITs or NIT, once those are going to MIT, and since they are just at the boundary line, and they have a lot of things to do something, because once person enter in the IIT, they normally become sluggish and slow, okay, and now they will get some package, etc. But these boys are basically the energetic, and always know the energy is very, very important for any individual for the growth of this. And it is Amity which is giving the platform to improve their personality, to connect the various people, which I have keep on watching from several years, for almost more than 8-9 years. Just I'm visiting Amity almost every year, twice or thrice. But only the COVID has made the distance. But again, the COVID once will be over, again we'll have. So that's basically the platform Amity is giving. And the Bansal is one of the influence, and he was the part of our IEEE XCOM members in the beginning. Then Khatri was there, so then he left to some other place, and he's in, I think, Ukraine. Then the Rana was made, he's also left. So only I think Bansal is there in our XCOM mentor, who is still in the Amity. And now we have to make another people of XCOM from Amity University. I was discussing with the Satish, new chair, and we have to take normally, this is a volunteer job, so we keep on changing the people, because it is a volunteership, so people should give some time and do something like benefit of IEEE. So IEEE, as you know, this tag name, this Advanced Technology for Humanities. And the many projects which is taken by the Amity University students and the faculty members, that is very much correlated with the humanities. And this conference, which is saying is a cloud computing and the data science. As you know, the data is just like water. As you know, if you are not drinking water, you will not survive. Nowadays, if you are not having data in your mobile, you will not survive. You become mad. So that is also now, and maybe in the future, we'll see the data is going to play a very vital role. Any analog is basically nothing but it is a digital of large number of data. So that's basically now everything we are shifting. Now analog has gone, because the data, with the data, you can play with the analog, you can play with the digital, and then you can have the science. Earlier, it was not science, it was only the information technology from the data, what information we were taking. The IT was very popular, but now people are thinking that data and science and engineering is going to be very vital. And the computing power, as you know, if those are having the high computing power, it is cloud, quantum, many good words are used by these computer science guys. And really, it is giving a lot of benefit to the students. It is not only dedicated to that I can use my own computer, I can use others' computers if it is available in the cloud, and we can get very fast response. So this new area, which is always people are working very hard. And every year you will find there are a lot of developments in the both the data and the computation, which is going to be there. And these type of conferences, of course, going to give a lot of inputs and a lot of new discussions and deliberations which are happening that is a benefit for the society. And if you'll see the keynote speakers, already he mentioned more than 100 plus, the speakers were there, both from India and abroad, and all are basically, they are the stalwarts, simply I say, they are the elite people in their own areas. And everyone's basically, it is not comparable because they are working the different fields and everyone is having the high knowledge bank basically with them. And once they are delivering some keynote lectures and other things, it is a very, very motivating, very, very good for the students and the viewers and the listener. Because if you are going to read, sometimes even though attending all these things, I get a lot of information from others listeners. Basically, I'm not a computer guy, so I'm basically electrical engineer. But I work in this because we are the best user of this smart grid, where we are using the ITs, we are using the communications, we are using the computation of the high power. Always we are doing the very high ending computation. So we are basically the taker, and the taker is the best judge that what people are doing. And I can say this conference and the people and those are in this area, that is a very, very high. Always they give the awards. And I can see they are giving some alumnus, Amitians global awards. And I can see these guys are basically doing a great in their fields. And that is a basically motivating factor. And no doubt this may be a piece of paper or some mementos. It is not only this very small value. It's basically carries a very long way to you. And it is giving the motivation for improving and doing and being connected to your alma mater. And I am sure this Amity is every year, even though with IEEE sponsored, they are organizing 2 to 3 conferences at least every year, apart from many others, even though Springer and other conferences also they're doing. So, and they're having good student branch as well. So as Amity, Noida is one of the, I see, the best, and we have started, I can tell you, we have started one new award in IEEE Uttar Pradesh section that is known as, this is a Educationist of the Year Award. So there is a 2 category, one is the individual, another is the institution. And in that category this year, Amity was another one, but we say that Amity is having not only in Uttar Pradesh, but it is also doing many, many other Pradesh as well, because in the Amity has the 2 campuses in Uttar Pradesh, one is Lucknow, another is Noida. Of course, they are having in Greater Noida also. So 3 campuses, this, I think this is the only state where they are having 3 engineering universities and many more. But I can say, unfortunately, it was debated highly, and maybe the next year they will be considered again for promoting, because they are promoting a lot of IEEE activities in terms of in education field, and that is basically the technical education. And also they are giving a lot of humanitarian values in terms of the student, and that will be again considered. So that's, I even propose this committee should be one in this nominee, because this is only such committee is, and I was convener for that. And I decided this committee is doing a great in that. And in Uttar Pradesh, they are doing a great. So that's basically, I just say, this Amity is the basically giving a lot of technical education in Uttar Pradesh. Of course, students can come from all across the globe, even though India is abroad as well. But being here, it is a lot of beneficial to Uttar Pradesh students as well. And whenever I go, I found that I have landed somewhere, not in the India, I believe I am in the somewhere other state, maybe European country or US, because the culture I found, it is almost a very cosmopolitan culture, and it is a very advanced culture, which I can find. And because they are having all the disciplines, starting with the law, MBA, IT, engineering, I think all the branches, they are having biotech, everything they are having in that campus. And it's a very crowded campus, but it is very nicely managed and properly managed. So Bansal, I think this is today is the end, and you will be having very good sleep, because after the 2 days, before that, you know, if anything event happens in any particular day, before that people start working many days and night, which has basically come to end today. And after that also he will not sleep, because all the papers will be prepared in that Explore farm, copyright collections, all the things, and many, many more things, even though settling the accounts here and there. So it's still 1 month. And then of course, your chancellor said that you have already, you will be thinking to start new series as well, and you will be bidding for maybe again IEEE or maybe you. So it will be sir. Namaskar. Dekhe Chauhan ji is also there. Namaskar, sir. Yeah. And so nice.
Thank you, Honorable Founder President, sir. to be present, sir.
I was listening from the very beginning. So you're right, water, data science is like water. Without water, you can't live.
Yeah.
And secondly, you know, I know him for so many years. I told my person, tell him that I'll be joining, leaving out everything. SN Singh Saab, you are a great source for our success.
Sorry, sir. I have learned a lot from you also. I see this at this age also you are motivating your faculty, your students, giving time. I remember one time he was in the meeting with the foreign people and just I visited for one conference. He said he should not go without meeting me. And I went to his meeting and he stopped the meeting and then he met me at that place. I remember, sir, very well. That's this gesture, this kind gesture. Thank you very much.
Regarding award, you people give so much value and so much time for us. That is the biggest award of the nation or global. What Abhay Bansal has brought from all over the world. But I told Abhay Bansal, especially before SN Singh finishes, I will join on video. So I was attending it. I heard Shah Sahab, Vatulji remarked very well. Shah Sahab ki badi taarif ho rahi thi, was really being appreciated very much. I could not listen full, but we are so glad. SN Singh Saab, aapse to bahut saalon se, I was always meeting you and make it a point that I speak you especially alone. And you have been
only sir, last 2 years we could not meet due to the COVID, but once COVID will go away again, we'll meet, sir.
Singh Saab, par ek baat aapne galat keh diya aaj.
Kya, sir?
आपने कह दिया Abhay Bansal will have a comfortable sleep today. He cannot sleep at all today.
Never sleep. At least today he will take rest again. After that he will wake up and he has to do a lot of responsibility.
Rightly, sir said, MIT never sleeps.
And it was so successful 2 days that even I have difficult to sleep. So much, so many people came from all over the world. My alumni, what they spoke is something heartbreaking. I must tell you, that is why Abhay Bansal would try to sleep.
No, sir, no, sir. And sir, I have called all alumni, their testimony to your vision. And you will today see what you envisaged for all your students to get more than their dream and desire. I'll showcase you all the cases which I have called today. Even parents also, that what my stakeholder says, that is very important, sir. Thank you, sir, for your presence.
Our chancellor has not spent totally from beginning to end, from 9 o'clock to 12:30 yesterday he was there.
Dr. Chauhan, we also have Dr. Ramakrishnan online, who has kindly consented for and we are very honored to have him as an honorary professor. He is from Carnegie Mellon, professor at Carnegie Mellon University, which, as we all know, in the field of computer science is the leading university in the world. So,
correct.
And he is still online. We are very honored to have him as part of the honorary professorship.
But even yesterday night.
Atulji, has Akhil studied there in Carnegie Mellon?
Yes, Akhil had studied. He did his computer science.
My brother's son has studied there. Amol is there. Amol, welcome. That you have seen the importance. Amol has also joined.
Amol, sir, we welcome you, sir. Amol, sir, we welcome you. Thank you for your kind presence and your great leadership you are always giving us. And he's always mentor and guide to all of us, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. And sir, for your reference, even with Carnegie Mellon, with Bakshi, I had 1 hour discussion yesterday night that what outcome we can achieve together, even before conferring honorary professorship, sir. And we'll show you good results, sir.
Great, great.
Yeah. Please continue, Dr. Abhay.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you. Wish you all the best. And again, for the next series as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Singh, may I just add, you had, it shows the closeness to the Amity family you have, that you remembered all the colleagues. You mentioned Professor Khatri. You will be happy to know that the government of Uzbekistan, they wanted one Indian university to open into the field of computer science. And they did a full search in the whole of India. And then they requested that can Amity University open a campus and fund it. So the government of Uzbekistan is giving us tens of millions of dollars as grants they have given to set up the campus there. And Dr. Khatri, we have sent to Tashkent. He established the university there and is now one of the leading university campuses in Uzbekistan from India. We are proud. This was the vision of Dr. Chauhan, that Amity, after doing so much in our country, should set up campuses all across the world. And the campus in Tashkent is one of our 15 international campuses that we have at the moment.
Yeah. I know you have many campuses across. Even I visited even the Dubai campus with your Chauhanji, and he was also your founder chairman was there, and we were there in one conference.
Yes, absolutely.
And the Khatri organized that conference.
Right. Yes.
Sir, I have mentioned in the beginning, Honorable Founder President has given us target to open 50 campuses in next 10 years. So Amity will be everywhere. And sir, I'm getting a lot of admission referred by foreign professors, and they say if you want to take admission, take in Amity, because Amity is not only known in India, it is known all over the world. So they are really appreciating to us, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Alumni are the flag bearers and the face of the university. They help in building a strong influence through knowledge and skill sharing. To appreciate the efforts of such alumni of computer science and engineering at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, who have brought laurels to our institution. We would now proceed with the presentation of the alumni awards. The first award is conferred upon Mr. Piyush Arora, Senior Interaction Designer, Google, USA. Congratulations, Piyush.
Congratulations, Piyush, for the same. And Piyush, you'll be happy to see Honorable Founder President is there. Hope you remember we met with Honorable Founder President. We have explained him about global classroom projects, and you always cherish those moments and photograph which was there with Honorable Founder President Piyush explaining. Sir, he has right now. So you could see Major General KJ Singh is there on the chair, and we all are explaining you about the project we are doing with Drexel, sir.
Great.
So still he cherishes those memory, and he was the one whom we sent 8th semester to Purdue, and he got full scholarship in Purdue, and he got admission in Harvard, got selected in Microsoft, and now working in Google, sir. And he's showing to the whole world that they are best Amitians, sir. Piyush to you now.
Great, Piyush, great.
I request Dr. Agarwal to read the citation.
Thank you, Shweta. An expert in user experience and data visualization. Mr. Piyush Arora completed his BTech Computer Science Engineering from Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh in 2014. He pursued his Masters of Liberal Arts, Extension Studies, Management from Harvard University in 2022. He also accomplished his Masters in Computer and Information Technology from Purdue University. Piyush has also gone to Purdue University in his 8th semester for doing his major project. Currently, he is Senior Interaction Designer at Google, Greater Seattle area, building designing experiences for billions of users across the world. It is with utmost respect, Amity School of Engineering and Technology confers the Amity Alumni Young IT Achievers Award upon Mr. Piyush Arora.
Congratulations, Piyush.
Many congratulations, Piyush.
Thank you so much. Truly honored to receive it. Wow, so this conference and I go way back. I remember this conference from a decade back where I was the student head of organizing this conference. And I didn't know 10 years later, I'll be working in the field of human-computer interaction at Google. By the way, good to see Professor Samisha. I was a part of the first global classroom collaboration project with the Drexel and Amity. And this was, again, in 2012, so 10 years ago. And we worked on building a real world project where engineering students from Amity and MBA students from Drexel build a software for non-for-profit based in Philadelphia. And that was a great experience. And looking back at my career, I can connect all the dots back to Amity, and I certainly wouldn't be here if not for the opportunities that Amity provided me 10 years back. So I guess special thanks to all the entire leadership at Amity University for building such a great institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush. Thank you very much, Piyush.
Thank you, Piyush.
Thanks, Piyush. Piyush, very proud of you. And it's amazing that you still have that photograph of so many years ago.
Yes,
it
sir.
is absolutely great. What memories that you have built up. And Dr. Shah, you must be so proud.
Yes, thank you.
One of the alumni from Amity in front of you today.
Correct. Yeah.
And Honorable Chancellor, he was there in Purdue, which we did a tie-up with them January to May. And he did so well. Dean told, you don't have a GRE score, we'll give you admission with a scholarship. And he was one on full funded scholarship. He got master admission. This is because he got an opportunity to go in 8th semester of a BTech, sir, and it was mind-changing. And that is what Honorable Founder President says, best of East and best of West. There cannot be nothing best out of that, sir. Thank you, Founder President. And DICT was established in 2014. Honorable Founder President has established. And through that, sir, we have given exposure to 1,000+ students, and they are showing to the whole world, and they are setting benchmark and fulfilling the vision of Chancellor that they should get the best company, Fortune 500 company, and more than they dream and desire as per the vision of Honorable Founder President.
Piyush, after meeting my alumni like you, LS, I decided additions, because we have now 2.5 million lakhs alumni. So in this book, we'll give you a very honorable place because we are so proud. Abhay Bansal,
yes,
let's taking them the 2 pages each alumni so that they can tell the success story, and 150 alumni in one edition, and then edition after edition will come, because these people have done wonders. I remember his meeting with him, and one could see that he will make big career. Piyush, I could see that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Piyush. Next award is conferred upon Mr. Shivang Kumar, Operations Lead, ANZ, Melbourne, Australia.
Thank you, Shivang. Honorable Founder President, whenever I take my students for study abroad program to Melbourne, Australia, I always visit University of Melbourne, where we have Rajkumar Bhuiya. Sir, he is world-renowned scientist in cloud computing, and he's Indian. He's our honorary professors. And whenever I go, I met with Shivang. I remember those memories. And we always arrange their meeting with Professor Bhuiya. He always entertain my students. And sir, you'll be happy to know, he offers free lunch to them. And I always say, don't offer you. He says, no, it is our hospitality. You're my guest. All students, he has taken in a hotel and given lunch to them when I've gone for study abroad program. Sir, it's wonderful. And Shivang is another case study working with ANZ. Thank you, Shivang. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, really appreciate this. This is a really big honor for me. When I was thinking about this, I was reflecting back at my journey at Amity. And on my first day, I remember Founder President Sir said, your university is what you make of it. And when I look back, I can see that truer words could not have been said. It's that motto has been a guiding light for me while I was at Amity, and it's continued to stay with me even after. So really big thank you to Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir. Your vision and your mission to give every Amitian the right exposure they need to thrive after Amity has really touched me. I want to give a big thank you to C8 Sir as well for giving me the opportunity to work with him while studying. Working with him, experiencing managing studies and work at the same time was an incredibly enriching experience for me, and it really helped me years later when I was in Melbourne working at ANZ. My professors have been incredible guiding lights for me as well. Garima ma'am, Misha ma'am, Abhay Bansal sir, they taught me that the value of going above and beyond, and I could learn that from them because I could see them consistently doing that. So I really appreciate that. And finally, a big thank you to my parents for relentlessly sacrificing so that they could provide me with the support I've always needed. Thank you so much, sir.
Great.
Great, congratulations.
Even we will pass on to C8 that you're remembering him. Yes, he'll be very happy.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, sir.
C8 is highly successful. He's in the online education, one of the biggest in the country and globally.
Yes, sir.
That is absolutely incredible, sir.
Right.
Congratulations. Sir, even all these alumni ambassadors, they are also coming in our admission board and talking to the parents and students, solving their query that how Amity is the best university for them. And they are always there. And I have seen, sir, I'll share it with you. Even midnight, they came and they are part of my webinar, which I do it during admission and tell that these are my case studies. Just listen to them and decide what you want to be in career. And we are there for you, sir. So thank you, sir. And
Mr. Shivang, you remembered your parents at this time. that is the sanskar which Amity has given.
Yes.
This will carry you. Their blessings will carry you long, and this is the sanskar Amity gives to all our students. Blessings to you, and you will do very well. You make a mark in life.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, really appreciate it.
Great.
Next award is conferred upon Mr. Mihir Sartana, analyst, Goldman Sachs, USA. Congratulations, Mihir.
Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, sir, he's pass out of our BTech 3-continent program, sir. We started in 2014, and he's the one who passed out from our first batch, and he was having wisdom along with her mother, who is in LSR. They decided that 3-continent is the best program for him, who can prepare them globally and make them equipped. Sir, he got selected with Goldman Sachs, and he topped new Northeastern University, sir. He got 10 out of 10, and he got highest increment his company, sir. 7% is an increment which Goldman Sachs has given, and he's so dedicated. He got 15%, and his parents always call me and share and cherish. And today I have called her also. I said, you cherish with everybody what you have shared with me. I'm sure Founder President and all audience will be happy to listen the feedback of stakeholders and parents, what they feel about Amity. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Abe, it means he was wise from that year also. Anybody who selects and decides to go to 3-continental has a great wisdom.
Yes,
and I tell you, everybody who has attended 3-continental will make great success, because I know my 28 years stay to Germany, what does it mean? Spending time abroad, even half a year, changes your career totally. If I would have not gone, perhaps Abhay Bansal would have made me AP3 or AP2 or AP1. So this is why people, those who have gone abroad in 3-continental, they can achieve anything they aspire for. And I guarantee it.
And that is what he is doing, sir. He's testimony to your vision, and he has already proved, sir.
Great, great. So I think he was the first batch.
Now.
Great.
So thanks a lot. I'm immensely pleased and honored to receive this award for being the young IT achiever from Amity. Of course, it's an important and momentous occasion in my life to be recognized by my university, which put the seeds in me for innovation and research. So from here, my journey started and took me to great laurels, including my master's degree from Northeastern University in Boston. So I work for an investment banking firm now, Goldman Sachs, as a financial analyst in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the US, where I use my skills which were developed by my alma mater. Again, this would have not been possible without the hard work and persistence of my learned teachers in this university. Of course, I will remain indebted to them always for the knowledge and exposure that they imparted to me during my 3-continent BTech course. So my gratitude towards all my professors, my family, and my friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are also joined by Mihir's mother. Can also request Professor Sardana, who is from LSR, so for her feedback, sir, she want to share.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all the guests. I've been hearing the galaxy of stars from Amity University speak so well about the teachers and the students. I would say that, as a parent, I draw deep satisfaction after seeing my child grow tremendously in this institute. He was a very unassuming boy when he was in St. Columbus. He was rather a swimmer, and I received seeds of intelligence in him because he wanted to learn better. So I put him in the Amity University, though he had got admission in the IP colleges also. But then I realized that this course in the Amity University is going to open up his horizons for other, activities and other developments that are taking place in the world. So he started, getting a lot of help from his teachers, and radiant rays had started to emerge, from classroom. He became a very searching student, and he kind of built for himself a very positive attitude towards life. he realized that it's not bookish studies which are going to take him, to the places where he wanted to. So he became more positive and more, oriented towards practical learning of the software. So when he passed out from Amity, before that he had already based, because he stayed in England under the Amity program of education for 4 months, where he had decided what he would do next. And then he was sent to America. In America, he had again started developing a great love for Agile. And so he picked up project management. And fortunately for us, he got project management in Northeastern University, which was ranked 5th in the world for projects. And he did so well, sir, that he was given a degree which is given to very exceptionally good students. They call it it's a very meritorious degree. Now, based on that, he went on to do many other certifications in computers, and he was called by Goldman Sachs. So he was interviewed 7 times, and ultimately, you all know that the selection rate in Goldman Sachs is 4% and rejection is 96%. So we were telling him not to base his life on Goldman. We told him to keep applying in every good company in the US. But ultimately he made it, and he was very successful. His bosses also like him. So another one thing I would say is that he's a very humble person. He did not like me telling his professors about his increments and about many more things. So I am a little sorry. I should not have told many things. But being a mother, it gives me great excitement. It gives me immense pleasure to tell you all that his life has changed, his beliefs have changed. All the teachers who were associated with him at that time are still directly or indirectly in contact with him. And he will definitely raise the name of the institute in the long run. I'm very confident. Being a LSR teacher for the last 41 years, I can realize how pleasant it is to know the growth of your students, how nice it is to feel, that every child that is nurtured by an institute becomes an institute in himself. I would bless all the students of Amity and also bless the teachers. Most of them are much younger to me, and would bless them to get the best of everything in life. And please take care, sir. This is a little difficult season. We all are teaching online, yet we are trying to give our best to our students, like the Amity faculty.
Madam, great. We'll invite you. I'm Founder President Dr. Chauhan speaking. We'll invite you
Today,
during
thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. Madam, we will invite you when the parents come for admission with their ward to share your wisdom with them.
Surely, sir. Surely.
It is your sanskars and values and my teaching that me has become so. Now, Amol, Madam has spoken so well. She has given a new word, radiant rays. Amol, could you please tell 2 sentences to Madam? Amol, my youngest son from Harvard, you speak. You tell to Madam what you want to say, Amol.
The radiant rays means, girls, sir, the rays which speak a lot.
Correct.
And they are going to enlighten the aura around. This is what the Institute is doing to children, especially I can speak about the 3-continent course because I know all the peers of my son, at least 3-4 boys and girls who went with him to America are all very well settled.
Right.
There's a girl who's in
I think Mrs. Adana,
Amazon.
we
There
can
are boys in Bank
see
of
the
America.
We can see the pride in you, and congratulations for having such a brilliant son. We are so proud.
Thank you.
He was a joy to teach, and we are always so happy when we see our students succeed. As a parent, you are happy, we are happy also.
And meeting you always remind me 2014 you met me. Husband was there in company.
Lloyd, he was their vice president.
Yes. He was President Lloyd. So we were all worried. I'm sure meeting, you have made a very wise decision and we could see good results. Thank you for your trust.
We are
Amol,
very happy with the university, sir. We are very happy. Thank you.
Amol, would you say a few words to the madam? Are you listening, Amol? Can you listen me?
Mihir, is it?
Just a minute. Is Amol there?
Dr. Chan, we'll just contact him. I think we can, Dr. Abhay, just continue.
Yes,
We'll just get Dr. Amol back.
Yes, that's fine.
But madam should stay there because I want
Yeah, she's there.
Amol to say.
Yeah, ma'am.
Tell me. Right. Okay.
Go to the.
Next award is conferred upon Shreya Sahani, Software Development Engineer, Amazon, USA. Congratulations, Shreya.
Hi all, my name is Shreya Sahani and I did my bachelor's from Amity University. I still remember in the last year at Amity, I got such great opportunities. In the 7th semester, we started, there were companies which came for recruitment and I got placed in for IBM. I was already happy and excited with the job opportunity which I got, but still I was looking for more opportunities because I always had that thing in mind that I need to do some higher studies before I get into job. So there, I think most of the students, they miss these opportunities because maybe because of lack of awareness, which Amity Group is trying to encourage students now. But I'm very thankful to HOD sir, founder, chancellor of Amity, and also to Sartaj Sahni sir, who is from University of Florida. So this was a tie-up of Amity with University of Florida, where Sartaj Sahni sir came and gave us the whole idea about like what the exposure will mean to us and how it will help us. So, and that those things were actually very true. So there was this program where in the last semester of bachelor's, we can go to University of Florida and we can study we have freedom to choose our courses, and we can study those courses, and they will actually get counted to our masters if we'll opt for masters after bachelor's. And from that time, my life got changed. It was a big decision because when you have the job in your hand, it actually pushes you back a little bit because you think that why to take such risk, because you are just you already have a job, and why to take those risks. But it's worth taking since currently I'm working with Amazon and it's been 2.5 years with Amazon. While I was doing my masters, I could just complete my masters in 1 year instead of 2 years, which was a plus point, and I gained one more year for me. I got internships with Amazon, summer internship, and then co-op, whose credits got counted into masters as well. So just 1 year of my study, and with that experience, I could convert that into a full-time job at Amazon. I worked with Prime Video team, I worked with Amazon Alexa team, I've contributed in Fire devices as well, in the working with Audible Homestead team, which works on the Fire devices, Fire tablet, e-reader, all those Audible app, Audible app. So it was like such a great experience in such small span of time. In 2.5 years, I could contribute in a lot of areas at Amazon, and it's still being a great experience, and I'm continuing to contribute there. And it's my first job opportunity, and in all terms, it's working great. So I would highly encourage students to look for such opportunities. Connect with HOD Abhay sir, and connect with Sartaj Sahni sir, who is actually willing to give you those opportunity and help you to excel in those. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's, and feel free to reach out to me at LinkedIn, or I can share my email address, and you can just contact me if you have any questions. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Shreya is one whom we have sent in University of Florida in January 2016, because she's 16 pass out. She was there for 6 months in Florida. She continued her master by taking credit transfer of 8 semester into master program with a scholarship. And sir, she got internship in Amazon with $7,500, and she continued co-op, and finally she joined, sir. And she's doing great, and she always come on admission board, on various forum, whenever, whichever, late in night, they come and talk to our students, mentor them, guide them. And another part, sir, she has also put it her younger sister in MIT for BTech program. She said, don't go anywhere, go in MIT and take international exposure, which they give in 8 semesters, sir. Sir, please unmute, sir. Sir, it's unmute, sir. Sir, it's, sir, please unmute, sir.
Founder President, your mic is muted.
Yeah, can we please unmute?
Honorable,
yeah.
Now it's okay.
To give you a new title, LT, Life Transformer. So what you have done for these students with your guidance, advice, I think they have really transformed their life. So we'll put behind your name, Abhay Bansal, LT, Life Transformer. Because what I hear, really, I feel so proud.
Sir,
my compliment.
Sir, it's your vision which you have given when 2014 you started DICT, Directorate for International Collaboration for Engineering and Technology. That is the outcome of that unit we have established, sir.
Correct. Great, great. I'm so proud. So proud.
Yeah, we can call the next. Shweta, next.
Next award is conferred upon Ms. Sania Sehdev, Senior Technology Consultant, Ernst & Young, USA. Congratulations, Sania. We have her mother here, so can I request ma'am to kindly say a few words?
Mitaji, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time to be with us. We welcome you and thank you for your time, and congratulations for Sania.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Founder President, sir, faculty, staff, students, and parents gathered at Amity University today, a very warm good evening to all of you. We are very honored, sir, to accept this prestigious Amity Alumni Young IT Achievers Award on behalf of our daughter. Under the skillful guidance of her professors and mentors, Sania completed BTech in Computer Science from Amity University, Noida in 2016. Sania was amongst the first batch of students selected and facilitated by Amity University to undertake the last semester at the University of Florida under a semester abroad program. The semester abroad program with University of Florida actually opened doors for higher studies and gave her an opportunity to learn from some excellent professors, which helped her becoming a skilled computer science engineer and has been the main contributor to her career success. We would highly recommend the semester abroad program to all the students in Amity University who are in technical field. At present, Sania is working as Senior Technology Consultant with Ernst & Young in San Francisco, and she remains the very proud and grateful alumni of Amity University. On this happy occasion, sir, we take this opportunity to thank Amity University for honoring the students with timeless skills and conferring upon them an awareness to grow and evolve as young leaders in their disciplines and specializations. And a very, very special thanks to Dr. Abhay Bansal, who is the Joint Head Amity School of Engineering and Technology, and Dr. Sartaj Sahni, the Distinguished Professor from University of Florida, for their constant and unconditional motivation and guidance that have helped shape Sania's career graph in her dream destination. We remain highly grateful to Amity as parents and hope to keep hearing of many similar success stories which establish the spirit of Amity alumni all over the world. A heartfelt and warm good luck message to all the aspiring students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And we remember, Geeta ma'am, we met when it was, the program was launched. Founder President, even I was not having an approval, but I have sent it and she said, sir, please do it, please do it. And I have sent it, the student even approval was in process. She said, no, sir, we don't want to lose this opportunity. Please send. I said, okay, let's put myself on risk and send her even without approval. But I know blessing of Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor will always pardon me for that. And that is the reason we could see Sanya to be there where she is now.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And I'm so very grateful for the prompt action taken by all the team members there at that time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your sharing the experience. It's a delight to have Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Director Strategic, Microsoft, as the guest of honor. Mr. Sudhir Agarwal is an experienced CXO with demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. He is skilled in business process, project governance, software sales, requirement analysis, and sales. Sir has also worked as Director, Business Development, Government and Education, Microsoft, President of SIAB Freelance, Member Advisory Board, Amity University Online, Head Government Relations, Thomson Reuters, South Asia Private Limited, to name a few of his affiliations. It is indeed a delight to have you here, sir, this evening. May I now request Mr. Sudhir Agarwal to kindly accord the address. Sir, please.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Garima. Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank Amity University and the Sutradhar, Dr. Abhay, because he has been the Sutradhar to keep me, bring me, continue to back to Amity. So thank you very much. And all the respected, honored leaders and visionaries, who are present on right now for the session. So my welcome to them and my thank you to them. Whatever I'll be saying, this will be mostly out of my passion and more in my personal capacity. See, when you are doing this cloud computing, sir, the themes like this, my humble request is every student, every faculty member must go through something called cloud adoption framework. Because when we say, when you say something like data center, you say hosting, you say cloud, people must understand cloud is something different like Maggie sauce. So I think it is important that you nurture something called cloud adoption framework. And I remember, notice that Dr. Manoj had said, use the word disruption in the beginning. So, I must say that, education is one segment which is overdue and which is calling for massive disruptions. So I think this calls for a major disruption in our education system. Now, coming to pandemic. So pandemic is a huge challenge we all of us know, but is also an opportunity. See, what we have achieved digital in education space in 2 years, possibly we could not have achieved in 2 decades. So while it became a challenge, it has become an opportunity. And I think it is the time that we leverage this opportunity fully. And we convert this into, making our future careers out of this. Second, sir, we also have a new education policy, which has been rolled out last year. Now, this is again great opportunity. So I'm so honored that the entire leadership of Amity University is here when I'm speaking, when I'm sharing my thoughts. I think new education policy, the onus is mostly on the academia to ensure that we evolve the new education policy, which is future-proof. And I think this digital has also created an opportunity to make our global affiliations more meaningful. Now, when I say more meaningful, in the sense, because when we are doing things digital, that means beyond their logo sharing, beyond, some of the students going abroad and then doing these courses, possibly more and more expertise of the global faculty, global experiences can be brought to the larger set of students, through these affiliation programs. So that is my one request, which I would like to leave with Amity University as an opportunity. And since the entire leadership of Amity University is here, sir, I also have one humble suggestion and a request. I think we have to onboard more and more industry in the education ecosystem. So how do you do that? Like today you are doing so many recognition. Can we think of a program, something called, honorary, you may call it a honorary professional doctorate or something like that, where people who are in the industry, if they want to invest, give their time, attention, money, not money so much, but time and their, sweat equity to the education system. I think if we can evolve a system where we bring, let's say, 100,000, not MIT alone, but I'm saying as an education ecosystem, if we target 100,000 industry people to onboard as a part of formal in the education system, and bring certain, these people should commit certain their sweat equity to the education system, and then education system gives them back something called professional doctorate or something like this. Why, sir? Because in today's world, we have very different requirements, right from mentoring to coaching to technology adoption, technology, how to leverage technology, how to adopt technology, content transformation. There are so many new avenues are opening up. So I have been, advocating this in my own small way, that if we have something like 100,000 industry professionals who are willing to commit their sweat equity to the education system, if they can be made formal part of the education system. Now, these are my 2 cents. You can say that, what I just wanted to bring today in this session. I'm so thankful that I've been brought by Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal for this session. And last thing, I think somewhere, sir, we should also be concerned that the last 2 years, the toddlers, who are born and, who are supposed to go to school, who have missed the opportunity of going to the school in these 2 years, which is a natural transformation of a kid, of natural development of a kid. If some research work you may want to institute, that what will be the impact on these kids, maybe after 5, 7, 10 years, we will realize, because this is the natural growth and opening up of the personality, mindset, and everything. I don't know. I can only say that if some research work can be worked on this, that what could be the impact of these kids after, let's say, maybe 5, 7, 10 years as they will grow. Will they be differently abled kids? I don't know, sir. So with this, I would like to, stop my sharing. And once again, thank you very much, sir.
Please
Yes,
tell
sir.
the great ideas what Sudhirji has told about the cloud adoption framework, about sweat equity, about having 100,000. He doesn't think small. 100,000 people, those who have their some honorary professorship or something like that. So I think if you have not already decided, bestow the honor of honorary professorship to Sudhirji right now, because I need his advice, I need his strategic thoughts.
Yes,
it's something different. What he has all explained, we need his further continuous guidance. So, sir, we will request you to accept our the honor from honorary professorship of MIT Group, and not only this university, there is whole group. So, Abhay Bansal, do you agree, sir?
Yes, sir. I agree, sir. He's always there with us, sir. If I call on phone, he's always there to pick, mentor, guide, and always he give advice. And even for cloud, sir, he has given advice. Even I myself has done cloud practitioner, solution architect certificate from AWS, and I've trained 1,000 students. So we are taking his mentorship, but he has a lot of ideas, sir. And he's strengthening Microsoft in India, sir. And we'll do that, sir.
Sir, we need your continuous help. So we have now bound you with the MIT with this honorary professorship.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
And sir, my last 15 seconds, I'm a proud father of a son who studied in MIT.
Come on.
My niece studied in MIT. My nephew studied in MIT. So, my kids actually brought me to MIT, sir.
Come on.
Yes.
And today my son works for KPMG India, sir.
Right.
My son Subrat Agarwal works for KPMG India, sir.
Sir, Sudhirji, just to add, just to add, Sudhirji, in fact, what you have emphasized on involving industry, we had a provision of involving the industry, the top industry people in our curriculum designing. And we used to invite them, make them part of the area advisory board. And so that that's why we have included, we have already implemented the industry 4.0 concepts in our curriculum. Number one. And second one is because of the vision of our Honorable Chancellor Sir and Founder Sir, and because of the digital infrastructure we have. When the pandemic has started, we have not missed a single class of the student. Immediately we transform into the digital platform, and our classes went on as per we are doing earlier. Third one is about NEP. That NEP we had started already implementing all the 3-year degree courses that we are right now offering. There we have already implemented the NEP concepts, and now we are extending that for the 4-year degree courses as well. So this is just for your
Wonderful.
And now, Sudhirji, you have been announced as an honorary professor for our engineering college. So we will always be there to take your mentorship and guidance. And we want to take this asset to the next level as a target set by Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Founder President. Thank you, sir, and look forward.
Sir, it's such a honor that I had the presence of sir when I was sharing my thoughts, and I'll be more than happy to be part of MET formally. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Take his help also for the making the New York Global Research Hub. He should also contribute. Just tell about the Global Research Hub. 2 minutes to Sudhirji. What is our plan for the global? Yes, Shilomurthy is there. He may tell.
Yes, sir.
Yes, what is Global Research Hub?
Sudhirji, I was listening to all your suggestions, including the last one which you gave. What would be the impact of online education for the children? What kind of changes we will see after 5 years or 2 years? It's a very important question which you raised. I think we must look at what impact it leaves, the isolation, monotony, looking into only the screens, not the people, physical contact. This is a good point. So with regard to the Amity Global Research Hub, Founder President has established a very major facility in the Long Islands of New York. We're facing just the Atlantic Ocean, a big campus with 11 constructed buildings, and we are developing that as the Amity Global Research Hub. So Global Research Hub is virtually we will connect with major institutions across the globe, including in US, particularly in US, like Stanford, Harvard, and Penn State, and many institutions, which is UCLA, MIT, and so on. We will connect virtually with these people through this Global Research Hub, and that will be connected with the Amity Group, because we have today the 11 universities, and these are all research and innovation driven universities. So this Global Research Hub will have the connectivity to whole Amity Group where the research and innovation is taking place. And this will bring the synergy and consortium between the strength available in Amity Group with the other institutions across the globe. So this is a concept of consortium as well as the hub and spokes. So we will connect with the spokes in the major institutions, not only in US, even with the other countries. So this is the concept. We have already started looking at the verticals like sustainability as one area, traditional systems and of knowledge and medicine. So such kind of things we have already started thinking where we should do something niche area where Amity will take a leadership role. Thank you.
And sir, just my 2 cents again. I think we should shift the focus, not I'm saying leave, but shift the focus from research to innovation.
Yes.
Because research, traditionally has a baggage. Let me put it this way. I'm bluntly saying innovation, is more forward looking, which is catchy, not only catchy, and also it is delivering faster results.
Absolutely.
So I don't know.
No, that is why Founder President, initially he was thinking science, technology, then innovation word he added. So the foundation which we have is Amity, Science, Technology, and Innovation Foundation. So everything what we do as research should culminate in a product, technology, or a process, or a solution to the problem. So this will be the common denominator in all our research, which should lead to innovation.
Thank you. And we'll have a separate session. We'll request sir to have next opportunity, because he has so many things we need full day for him to explain, and he has a lot of ideas which I've seen whenever I'm talking to Sudhirji. Sudhirji, we look forward to have further participations, and we will do a mega event soon where we will will announce.
In the month of March, we have
Yeah.
another conference
Yes.
where we would like you to invite.
Yes, we'll do that. Yeah, to Shweta, to next now.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to Amity family. I feel profusely elated to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Sartaj Sahni, Florida State University, USA. Sir is a distinguished professor and has published over 380 research papers and written 15 texts and has 14 US patents to his credit. His research publications and patents are on the design and analysis of efficient algorithms, parallel computing, interconnection networks, design automation, and medical algorithms. He is presently the editor-in-chief of ACM Computing Surveys and is on the editorial board of 17 other journals. He is also a member of the steering committee of several international conferences. May I invite you, sir, to kindly address the audience. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Bansal for his invitation to this conference. As you know, Dr. Bansal is the general chair of the conference, and this is the 12th edition, which I guess the conference that has been running very smoothly and is becoming very well known internationally. I'd also like to congratulate all the organizers and volunteers for putting together another edition of a very well organized and a very highly regarded conference. A hallmark of this conference has always been the large number of very distinguished keynote speakers it's been able to attract, together with the large number of high quality contributed papers on contemporary topics. And I'm quite confident that Confluence will continue in this tradition in years to come. I do want to add to something that the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla, mentioned in her talk maybe about an hour or so ago, which has to do with the global success of Amity students, or the group called Amitians. It's also, and this is really in connection with something that some of the young alumni award winners today have also mentioned. Shreya and Sanaya, for example. This is the senior certificate program that we have been running jointly with Amity University. Actually, as I recall, Sanaya was a motivating force in getting Amity to join this program. And I recall coming to Amity, this was probably back in 2015, and giving an introductory talk, kind of introducing the program to the Amity community. And Sanaya's parents, her mother Geeta and father were there. I'm really glad to see that she came here today to talk about the contribution the program has made to the life of her daughter. Now, we've been running this program since 2016, and it's a program where students can come to the University of Florida campus for their 8th semester. They take a rigorous set of courses. The load is far more than what they would be taking when they eventually come to join our master's programs, actually a 33% higher load than they would. And it's really a proving ground where you come and prove that you are able to succeed. And students who do well in the program are then automatically admitted into our master's program in computer science and computer engineering. And I'm really happy to note that Amity students have done very well in this program. We do get students from now maybe about 8 other universities from within India, and Amity students have fared very well compared to other students. They've had a 100% success rate in transitioning into our master's program, and then going on to get jobs with household names. We saw that both Shreya and Sanaya, who gave a talk earlier today, are working with companies whose names are certainly household all across the world. This year, for example, we received a record number of applicants from Amity. A total of 17 Amity students applied. And based on the success of past Amity students, both in the program and in our master's program following that, we decided to admit all 17 of the applicants. I'm confident that all of those who actually chose to come, some I realize haven't come because of COVID and difficulties with getting a US visa in a timely manner. But all of those who have come, I'm confident, will be admitted into the master's program. They will graduate with flying colors and go on into the footsteps of their seniors, who, as I mentioned earlier, have become very successful in the IT industry. Again, I wish Amity University the best. You're certainly on a tremendously successful track, and I hope you stay on it and perhaps even accelerate. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sani. Honorable Founder President, for your reference, right now 22 students who are part of our BTech program, 22 pass out, they have reached in January in Florida, and they have got 5-year F1 visa, sir. Getting 5-year F1 visa in US is like a lucky draw, and everybody got it. And that is what it is required to get a job in US. And sir, that is what I have requested, Honorable Chancellor, which he has kindly approved. We would like to launch BTech program with Master in Computer Science with Florida, where direct admission is very tough. They look for minimum GRE of 320, where through this articulation, even 305, which is very easy to get, they get guaranteed admission, sir. So I always need your blessing to start some new innovative programs so that success is guaranteed, sir.
I know you are following it tremendously. I read your all emails, and
Yes,
you
sir.
will get it. If you pursue something, you get it.
Sir, finally, your blessings are required, sir.
I'm convinced. Chancellor is also confused.
Yes.
You will get it.
Yes, sir. And we'll be the first in country to launch that program, sir. That is what Amity tradition, first in country, first and fast mover, sir. And that we have a role model case studies with us.
Great.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Professor Satar Sani, for all your guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my privilege now to introduce to the audience respected Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, the Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and President RBEF, Patron Confluence 2022. He is armed with a charming personality and a positive attitude. Ever willing to lend a helping hand, he aims to create citizens not only for the country but for the world. It is his strong conviction to make Amity University a center of world-class education where thoughts are nurtured and great minds are built. With this, I would now request Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, President RBEF, to share a few thoughts with us. Sir, please.
Garima, Honorable Chancellor, sir, has already addressed, given his blessing to everyone. Honorable Chancellor was having so many of meetings, but still he rescheduled all the meetings, and he has already given his blessings and everything, and he's hearing this program. So we can go to the next. And thank you, Honorable Chancellor, for your blessings, your guidance, your mention he has given, sir.
I could not inform you about
Honorable
10
sir,
minutes back.
please unmute your mic, sir.
About 10 minutes back, C5 told me that he's going to other meeting, which I could
Honorable
not tell
Founder
you.
President, your mic
Yes.
is it has to be unmuted.
We can hear him.
Yes.
We can hear him.
Acha, somehow.
About 10 minutes back, Chancellor told that he has to rush to other meeting. So I could not inform you, but he just excused himself about 10 minutes back that he's going to other meeting.
And sir has already given his blessings, mentions his philosophy, his directions, what we should do it in future plan of action, sir. And we'll follow and we'll do that, sir.
Great.
Shweta to next.
Sir, can we call Founder President, sir, for his blessings now, or should we continue with the
No, Founder President for his blessing. Final remarks.
Okay.
No, but have already all spoken, or is
Yes,
somebody
sir.
has to speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, everybody has spoken, sir.
Right. I have specially invited Admin Co-Chair. Admin Co-Chair, you are there? You are in panel?
Yes, sir.
Admin Co-Chair, can you unmute?
Good evening, sir. I'm here, sir.
Welcome you, sir.
I just called you with a very specific request to make.
Yes, sir.
And you have to say yes or no. After
Will be done, sir.
After listening so many worthy alumni of MIT now, in previous days and in previous seminars or workshops, I have an urgent need to make a video or film or CD of 100 our alumni to start with, and then so many editions of 100, because I want to show this to all my students worldwide. What my alumni has done is a source of inspiration. So can you make this in 8 to 12 weeks? 100 to alumni, they are all recorded. They are
Will be done, sir.
Right. he has no quality, but one quality will be done.
No,
That is why I
shall
called
be,
you.
shall be done, sir.
Okay. Vansal, done another job to him because he does so fast.
Yes, sir.
Meticulously. I want to publish a book with 150 my star alumni all over the world, and take 6 months time for that. 150 alumni, the first edition, because we would need to publish such many such editions, because I would like to cover thousands of my alumni. I'm astonished to listen them. You know what they have achieved is something mind-boggling. And Vice Chancellor Abhay Bansal, Manoj Pandey, and Dr. Murthy, we should find out 500 or 1,000 star students with the aspirational mission, where we see that they are going to shine globally. So Abhay Bansal make a concept note that at least we start with 500 star students, those who will be shining alumni. What do you say, Manoj Pandey?
Definitely we will do, sir. Definitely we'll do. Right now, what we have called is of one department. In asset, we have even more than 500, sir. Even yesterday, yesterday we saw one of alumni. She was representing the DRDO contingent in Republic Day parade. So she is Lieutenant Commander.
And Lieutenant Commander from the Navy, sir.
Yes, from Navy.
Yes.
So
we'll make the book.
Naval officer, lady naval officer, alumni.
So this is the pride for
many more such stalwarts, those we can represent, and they will be very good cause for us.
Right. First, we will limit to the science, technology, innovation. We next go we other subjects also, but these star students. But I could see these alumni which you have presented to me. They had from the very beginning the smell, the urge. We could see them that they are going to surpass everybody abroad. So I think we could see them. Now I want to see these students where we've seen this vigor right now. I'll meet them personally. Chancellor will meet them personally, because they are going to be great people to bring the name of MITI. So 500 such star students, first in science, technology, innovation area, and start working from tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We'll do that, sir.
Yes, because one could see them. These alumni to whom we have met today, one could have seen. You saw that Mir went to 3 Continental in the first batch. So I think these students we should identify and be with them.
Yes,
and nurture them, nurture their talent growth.
Sir, even normally we are doing that during our admission processes. We are calling, we are making their videos, we are publicizing through social medias. And even, sir, Saturday also we have one program from electronics department. 3 alumni from Germany, they are joining tomorrow. So, these success stories we are sharing, sir.
Honorable Founder President, for Confluence, you are our patron in chief. And as a General Chair, I would like to make a request to you, because kind of target which Vice Chancellor Madam said, Honorable Chancellor said, and sir, you have said to take it to the next level always. So we require 365 days minimum to work. We should start working from today night. So we request you, sir, if you allow, we can announce 13th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, so that we can extend all delegates, all speaker who has come in Confluence 2022 to block their dates well in advance, because they are world top researchers, professors, and their calendar gets fixed well in advance. So with your permission, sir, can we announce, if you approve, 13th International Conference?
Are you prepared to announce the date? You do it. If
Yes,
you are,
sir. Sir, it's 19th and 20th January, sir.
Vice Chancellor is listening. We also need a permission.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chancellor will ask them, but yeah,
Yes, sir.
19th and 20th of
January, sir. 23.
Right. Manoj Pandey, is it okay?
Sir, yes, sir, no problem.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Murthy?
Can be done.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
I think then I will take the permission from
Yes, sir.
Chancellor. She cannot say no to me.
She will always support, because 1 year advance we have to submit to IEEE also, sir.
Right. But don't forget, 2010, she did the Confluence.
Yes, sir.
That's the first Confluence, so she has
Yes,
very close her to Confluence.
Yes, sir.
Founder President, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Founder President, sir, it was your vision
Yes.
that we should bring the research culture in all the institution, and that can be learned by collaborating, understanding what is happening in other university, collaborating and working together. So it was your vision, and we have tried to do our bit. And I'm very happy today when I'm seeing the Confluence 2022, how Dr. Bansal and his team, that I was seeing Garima and Madhulika and all those faculty, how they have really worked hard, and now being the member secretary and coordinating everywhere. So it is not only the organizing the conference, but developing the organizing skills.
Yes.
And developing the relationship, and we are able to connect with all our alumni, who are working world over. So sir, it's your dream which we all are fulfilling, and Abhay has really made it great.
Ma'am, it's your
And
vision.
whereas, sir, spin you will be seeing, which will be coming the next month, the EC department. So every department is competing with each other, that how we can make our stronger relationship with the academia, research, and the industry across the globe.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Tell the dates again. I want to listen.
Ma'am, it's 19th.
I want her approval.
19th and 20th January, sir.
The next 30.
What days is it?
19th and 20th January.
What
Sir,
dates?
19th January.
What days are Dr.
Is it Monday, Tuesday, or middle of
Thursday, Friday? Sir, we always keep on weekend, Thursday and Friday.
Perfect. I think that's very good.
So that's sir, this we do every year on the time of the concluding the valedictory session. We announce the next conference so that the organizing team start working for the next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Good culture, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
We wanted
Dr.
your
Abhay?
approval. Approved, Dr. Shukla, because without approval.
Sir, we recommend for your approval, sir, and your blessings.
Okay, good. So, Abhay Bansal, Manoj Pandey, well, go ahead and declare
Thank
it.
you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Abhay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Abhay, just 15 seconds. Would you like to call it emerging technologies beyond cloud and data science?
Yes.
This is your call, because emerging technologies, is a canvas which includes your, mobility, which includes your AR, VR, which includes your blockchain, which includes your IoT, anything. Now, within that, you can have sub themes, but you may want to call it emerging technologies.
Okay.
So I think we will think on it. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think I was asked, have everybody spoken? Nobody is waiting now to speak?
No, all spoken, sir. It's your final remarks.
Well, I was thinking, what is it that to whomever you contacted and requested to come middle in the night, early morning, everybody came from ISTAT, the whole inaugural program, seeing in between, what is this that the people have spare time in spite of being so busy? I must tell you, when I give a deep thought, from the very beginning, when I started me independent, I was thinking, what should I do that I get the sympathy, the guidance, the direction, and valuable advice from all opinion maker in the field. So I thought we should make ourselves worthy for that. And then people will know that there is a value addition mutual, there is a synergy of brains. So I think I'm proud that you people have brought MET to a stage that people think that connect with MET will be of mutual benefit, mutual synergy, as we tell. So I think this is really, and my second concern is we have now so much name and fame all over the world, and how to move fast, to further engage is not the right word, to get benefit out of that for others and for us. Because I get so many calls, people are astonished what you people have achieved under the guidance of Vice Chancellor and directions of a Chancellor and all scientists, Silvamurthy. It is something not to grasp easily. I know it. And now, when I have said it, Manoj Pandey, then now the next worry is every day is short, time is short. We should now encash it. For example, we have in the country 60% population which is below the age of 35. And we have 35% which are below the age of 14. And the other day, some politician was telling, we have 20 years to make India grow to a greater height, because all these young people will be in the age where they have to deliver maximum in their professional career. So in 20 years, for example, those who are today 50 years, they will be by that time 35 years. These are most productive years. So I think these things are for us a compulsion to go fast, to make further our reputation, our success, and not always think of us only. We should always think of the foreign universities with whom we have collaborated, like S.N. Singh Saab, or all those who have been speaking, that together with them, also they feel that it is worth their time to spend with MIT, with Manoj Pandey, with Abhay Bansal, Dr. Silvamurthy, Dr. Shukla, or my scientist, because this time has come to really move fast and achieve. The other day, the MIT professor from edX was repeatedly appreciating our concept outcome. Dr. Silvamurthy, you must have heard it. He was repeatedly telling that I have heard it first time, but I think we have made such concepts, such missions, which no one in the country had ever thought of. Synergy of brains, outcome and all. I don't know if my group captain Shukla is attending it, running around outcome. So I think all these things you will never find in any other university, government university. You see that the ranking which our Chancellor has been telling on this with IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, Delhi University and MIT. Can you imagine? Imagine what miracle you people have done. It is difficult to grasp, but you have done it. So now, after having done it, I think we should make further strides. Further strides to go. And for example, I was listening today in the TV about this, about telescope imagery. I sent to Suresh Chandra, Dr. Silvamurthy later on, because if I see something, I'm uncomfortable. I don't go to sleep. Maybe once recently, hypersonic ballistic missile was declared by China. I got uncomfortable. I told Dr. Silvamurthy, hypersonic ballistic missiles can ruin everything.
Yes.
Your missiles cannot reach to the target before they destroy it. So now I think America is doing. So what I mean to say, my concept, sense, search, and explore. So I have so many ideas which my people can do it, because we should generate ideas, as our very worthy speaker before me told, that ideas and all. So everybody, my students, should think, and that is why I will show this 100 alumni's video to all my students. I will sit myself. I will listen them. What do they see? What do they feel? This book which we'll publish will spend all over the world to all alumni, 2.5 lakh alumni. What a great power we have got. So I think this manifests when I listen you people, when I see such webinars. Even it is difficult for oneself to believe it, but you believe it after you see it, after you experience it. And Abhay Bansal, for great compliment to you. I think you have some virtues and qualities which nobody has to tie up with the foreign universities, with the foreign people. And Manoj Pandey is fully supporting hand in hand to you. Yes, I think we should further make networks and further make networks with the top universities, as you are telling. The speakers which you have called, they are from such renowned universities. Why they have come? they feel that their brain can be all better utilized here. They will have more synergy. So I would only say that my students are brilliant. You people are brilliant. I don't think there is any other university, government or private, where you have a set of people like my people. I have been telling you, bring me any school or any university which has people so dedicated, hardworking, result-oriented, outcome-based, and loyal, then I will tell that person with his whole family, neighbors, dog and cat to the first class Lufthansa or British Airways or United to America for 4 weeks. But till today, since 10, 15 years, nobody has come to me. He tells her, that is the university. That is not the case. You don't find people with such brain, such dedication, such hard work, such loyalty, such outcomes, result oriented. So my compliment to all. Kocharji, I'm glad that within 8 to 12 weeks, you are going to make this video or film. And I will show to everybody, and I will sit myself. I will
with your blessings, we will do that, sir.
So I think with that, I would say it's a great occasion. Chancellor has spent so much time. Chancellor has also frontline understood that where he has to guide and advise, because he's such a brilliant person. Amolji had to run to some other meeting, he told me. But I think these all people, Chancellor, Atul Chauhanji, Asim Chauhanji, and Ajit is becoming the biggest in the online education globally. He's working so hard. Abhay, Amol, why I'm telling it? I am developing new systems of leadership. And I will sometime, my booklet I'll publish you. But every day I think, how can we be a better leader? How can we be a better leader? And I think I'll share with you. I have made founder-president leadership dialogue. I learn from you people also. Because we have great people. We have Jal Gadio, we have Jal Anil Kapoor, we have got Silma Murthy, and those who have served in great organizations at great positions. So we have to make together with them the ideal leadership systems, because hard work without strategy, without leadership principle is nothing. So we want to combine hard work, strategy, vision, thought, ideas. So I would say with that, my blessings to all those who have been instrumental in making this conference so successful, immensely successful. Dr. Swati, in 2 minutes, would you be saying, can you in the meantime say telescope imagery? Could you see, or this is the area of Suresh Chandra? Just
right.
2 minutes.
The astronomy and astrophysics is very important area, and in which the telescope is the major research facility which is used to look at the cosmos, the various stars, planets, galaxy. And Suresh Chandra is one of our experts in the field of astronomy and astrophysics. And we have all branches, so including this astronomy and astrophysics. And in this, when you look at the imagery coming from the telescope, how do you make a knowledge out of it? It's after all, it's a data, it's an information. Right. So this is where the imagery which you get through the telescope need to be analyzed, image processing, and also even now the AI, artificial intelligence application comes in, the data analytics comes in. So this imagery is the wealth of information which comes through the telescopic technology. And I'm sure that Suresh Chandra is publishing a number of papers. 42 publications have come in this after he joined here with Amity affiliation in this particular field. And he is looking at a molecule, chemical molecule, by which can you measure the distance between two planets? What is the distance between Plato and the Venus? So you can measure using this chemical molecule, which he is working, the Suresh Chandra. So this telescope technology is a very important technology.
I'm telling it because any idea you think. So I've given my assignment to my scientists to think on how a human being can fly. A lot of work has been done, not that this is a new idea. So everybody has sent me. And the few days back, I saw a company who is making flying cars. You know, these things, metaverse, you know, these things, artificial intelligence and your cloud computing and data science. So I think we should be in every field, as Abhay Masal told, number one. We have the brilliance, we have the will. If you have the will and the brilliance, if you have a mission and you have an aim, I think nobody can stop my people. So that is why I am taking, whenever I see a new word, new thing, now I will also try to study more flying car. What will be the rule, drones and all. The problem is since the regulations have not come. So how the flying car traffic in the sky will be controlled in the above the air, how the drones will be controlled. So that is agriculture. I think that rules are still under making.
They're still, that's right. So these are the latest technologies which have come up.
Right.
And there's so much work to be done because there's so many rules have to be defined, regulations have to be defined.
Right.
Who can, what has to be the limitation, like drones also for that matter. There are limitations that from local area, only so much you can fly because there are many other aircraft next to the airport, they are taking off and things like that. It's a very kind of complicated, but they need to develop or make these rules and regulations.
Great. Manoj Pandey, you are a great leader. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Manoj, you are a great leader. 2 words from you, because what we have spoken, you have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
Yes, sir.
Sure, sir. We all here, you realize the vision you are just what we're seeing for Amity University and for the world as a whole. And we are here to realize your dreams, your vision for any cost.
Is Vasant Sigarwal there? I don't know if he's listening. I'm making very soon, in a day or two, with the guidance of Vice Chancellor and Admission Chancellor, the Directorate of Engineering, Technology and Innovation. Because Dr. Silva Murthy has his directorate, but we don't have any Directorate of Engineering, Technology and Innovation. So by Monday, you will know from me how this directorate has been established from this domain of engineering and technology, because there also, that time Datta was doing it. Maybe I bring Datta back to you because this talk is going on, and therefore we should have a very active. You think names whom we can entrust, those who are crazy for research, obsessed for research, have good behavioral science, so that he likes people and people like him. Because without these all qualities, the best scientists cannot help. So Manoj Pandey, you have all these virtues, all these virtues, but I need those who have time also. You don't have time to be in the directorate. You have to do so much with the students. So we did those scientists, those a little more time to think and sit with them, brainstorming. So Directorate of Engineering and Technology and Innovation. By Monday it will be declared.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Vice Chancellor, I will bring you today evening to get the names approved from you. Thank you.
It will be a good feather in our engineering and technology.
Correct.
It will definitely help us to fulfill your dream.
The fault is yours because you invited me yesterday to inauguration.
No, sir. We are always happy, sir. We always want you to be here. We get a lot of energy when you are there. We get a lot of ideas and implementation, sir. We are always happy, sir.
Dr. I also heard from Dhruv's program, Dr. Dhruv, on the IPR and cancer.
Right, sir.
You also spoke very well. Because Dhruv was in my room, three laptops work simultaneously. And I have the command. Sometimes I stop my voice, sometimes I stop their voice, sometimes I stop my bill. So the permutation combination goes on. When Dhruv was speaking, sometimes I heard him, then I stopped you, then I heard you, then stopped him. So there are 3 permutation combinations which run simultaneously the whole day. But in addition to that, I also concentrate on new ideas like this. Today I told about this imagery.
Telescopic imagery.
So I think we should our brain should work in multifold areas. Time is short. So much is going on in the world. We have to do. So Vansal, you can't sleep today. You yourself told.
Yes, sir. Sir, Amitian never sleeps, sir. True Amitian never sleeps.
RN Singh साहब को बोल देंगे कि नहीं सो रहे. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I request all panelists who are on panel, let's put hands together to Honorable Founder President for spending so much of valuable time to be with us, giving us new direction, mentorship and guidance. And we must put our hands together for Honorable Chancellor, who has also given so much of time in spite of busy schedule. Full inaugural session, Honorable Chancellor was there, and in valedictory session also. So we are happy to have leader, and let's put our hands together for 110 speakers from 35 plus countries. We look them back to achieve much more outcomes through their association. Let's put hands together for them, and let's put hands together for our Vice Chancellor ma'am, who is co-patron Confluence 2022. Thank you, VC ma'am, for all your support, mentorship, and guidance.
Manoj Pandey, keep an eye on Madam LSR. When she retires from the farewell party, we'll bring her to our campus.
Yes,
definitely, sir.
We'll put a car outside the farewell party, and direct she comes out, brought to us. She's too good, and
Yes.
we need such person.
Definitely, sir. That we will try our level best.
And otherwise, also, she's always there with us, sir.
Right, but we want full time.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Shweta, to you now.
We'll find out when she will get retired.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Founder President, sir, for your kind blessings and your precious time for this session today. It was indeed a pleasure for each one of us to listen to your valuable words. Now that we have come towards the end of the successful story of Confluence 2022, I would now request Professor Dr. Sanjeev Thakur, head of the Department Computer Science and Engineering Asset, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good evening and namaste to most respected Founder President, sir, Chancellor, sir, Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Silva Murthy, sir, and distinguished panelists. Sir, thank you very much for gracing us, for blessing us. And sir, your words are like diamond to us, sir. So I remember, sir, when I say when I get stuck, I always chant Gayatri mantra, and it is because of you. You have given this mantra to us that whenever you feel stuck anywhere, just chant it, and you will be there will be all the problems will be resolved. And even I have given this all to my kids as well. So, sir, thank you for gracing this occasion and giving Ashirwad to us. Sir, with over 720 manuscripts received from 19 different countries and 114 papers accepted, 50 plus keynote speakers and 20 tracks for paper presentations and multiple panel discussion, I am confident that each and everyone, whether student, faculty, or researcher, has been benefited from Confluence 2022. IEEE sponsored 12th International Conference on theme Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. On behalf of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and also on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the guest of honors, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim bin Abdul Muttalib, VC, UTP Malaysia, Professor Dr. S.K. Singh, Professor IIT Allahabad, Chairman IEEE UP section, Professor Mike, University of Limerick, Ireland, Professor Dr. S.N. Singh, IEEE India Council, immediate past chair, Professor Ashish, past chair IEEE, Professor Sameer Shah, Drexel University, now a member of Amity University, Dr. Bhiksha Ramakrishnan, again now a member of Amity University, Dr. Sartaj Sani, Dr. Grease, Dr. Fang, for sparing their valuable time and gracing and deliberating and gracing this occasion. My sincere gratitude to the keynote Professor Robinson for his keynote address from Cambridge University, Extended Reality, Past, Present, and Future. Thank you, Professor Robinson. Again, I'm very grateful to our respected Chancellor, sir, who graced both inaugural and valedictory function, and he's a constant source of motivation for us. I thank Silva Murthy, sir, who always mentor us, motivate us. I also thank our co-patron, Professor Balwinder Shukla ma'am, Vice Chancellor ma'am, as she always guide and mentor us and always gives suggestions time to time and help us to grow in the department. I would also like to thank Dr. K.M. Soni, Professor Manoj Pandey for their constant encouragement and motivation. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our joint HOI, Dr. Abhay Bansal, Sir, Organizing Secretary, Publication Chairs, Co-Publication Committee, Registration Committee, Sponsorship Committee, Delegate Committee, Technical Session Committee, Website Management Committee, Publicity Committee, who were sincerely committed for this Confluence 2022. I again congratulate Mr. Piyush, Mr. Shivang, Mr. Mihir, Ms. Shreya, and Ms. Sanya for getting the Young IT Achiever Awards. So they are true ambassador of our department. And I thank IT support team for helping us to conduct this conference in virtual mode. And I also thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time, sparing your valuable time and motivating us. Thank you all for attending the valedictory session of Confluence 22, and looking forward for Confluence 2023. So
thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you. Congratulations.
One small question. And whoever will reply fastest, the right answer, I'll give an award.
Yes,
one small question, whoever, any of your faculty, staff, anybody who's attending will reply fastest, the right answer will get an award. How many years Sanjeev Thakur is with me?
20 years.
Sir, from 2005.
No.
5.
Chalo, bolo.
20 years, sir.
Okay. Anybody other number? Anybody other number?
20 around.
30 seconds more. Then I'll ask Sanjeev Thakur. Sanjeev Thakur, just 30 seconds more. Anybody?
30 years.
How many years?
30 years.
30. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else?
I think 22, sir.
Okay. 20, 22, 30. Further?
21 years, sir.
Okay. So 30. What you told?
21 years, sir.
21. So Sanjeev Thakur, now you tell yourself.
Sir, आपकी blessings से I am associated with Amity for 22 years, sir.
22. Great. Who told 22?
Dr. Soni.
I think you will get an award from me.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, आपका जो मंत्रा है, we always follow and believe me, sir, बिल्कुल हम वो मंत्रा जब follow करते हैं तो हम किसी भी परेशानी में होते हैं, immediately हमारे को उसका solution मिल जाता है.
I have gone to his marriage and I think also to the birth of the child.
Yes.
So I mean,
Right.
but
Right,
he was,
sir.
even then he was one of my pride faculty. Even then, that time. Thank you very much, Sanjeev.
Thank you and congratulations,
Thank you,
everyone.
sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to everyone. Congratulations. Thank you, Honorable Founder President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Founder, sir.
And congratulations to
Founder,
Department of CSE.
Thank you,
Everyone.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Organizing
Thank
committee
you
of
so much,
the
sir,
students.
for your blessings.
Honorable
Thank
Founder
you.
President,
To
sir,
all CSE faculty members.
thank you so very much.
And Team Confluence.
And
Thank
many,
you.
many
Thank you.
congratulations
Thank you so
to
much,
the asset team, particularly CS
Yes.
team.
Thank you very
Look
much.
forward
Thank
to
you
now
very much.
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
next rounds and insight of IT department.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, VC ma'am, for your blessings.
Thank you, madam, for your time, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you
Bansal,
so much,
congratulations
ma'am.
to
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you,
sir.
everyone.
Thank you,
And the
Salamat.
guidance, Vice
Thank you very
Chancellor,
much.
Madam, congratulations to you. You have mentored and built.
Thank you
Yes.
very much, Sivamurthy ji. It is our responsibility, you and me. We have been wherever
Yes.
they need the help, though they are themselves very competent
Yes,
to manage the things
we are
themselves.
so proud.
Madam, we are all trained by you. You have
Yeah,
already
we
taught
become
us
competent.
how to do it, what to do it.
Correct, ma'am. If you say
Exactly,
we
ma'am,
are competent, then we are competent due
So
to you also.
congratulations to all the students, all the faculty and
Thank
their
you so much,
leaders. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, MC also, Garima and Shweta.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And organizing secretary, chairs, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.